Lin John is a medical student and an excellent student. At the university, everyone knows him as a nice, excellent student who recently received a good scholarship and dreams of becoming the best doctor. However, Lin himself suspects that he has neurosis. A certain system appears before him, which only he can see. The hero suspects that a recent breakdown is to blame, so he needs to take a psychological test. However, the test results showed that he was fine. A little later, the system appeared before him again. She offered Lin to receive a certain gift, and the man agreed. Thus, he opened the teaching of medicine in this system. Lin understood that although the system had helped him achieve some victories, it would not help him become a better doctor. There were many factors he had to deal with on his own, such as competition among his peers, or there is a problem with patience. Honing his medical skills was a passion for Lin. However, he knew that he was still far from his goal of becoming the best doctor in the world. He needed to practice and work a lot to achieve what he wanted. It was an ordinary day. Lin was riding the subway to the university and was wondering if there was a method that could prove the existence of his system. Maybe he should have just clicked on it and seen for himself. However, he did not trust this method. Lin believed only in science. He came to Manhwa Hospital to undergo an examination and prove that this system was just a figment of his imagination. Lin underwent numerous tests and examinations, took analyses, but everything was normal with his body. Now he had to go back to the university to pick up the results of the mental test. On his way to the university, Lin met 108 people, but no one paid attention to his system. It was obvious to him that only he could see her. He suspected his recent breakdown and mental problems were to blame, so he definitely needed to get diagnosed. Lin knocked on the door of the cabinet where the test results were kept. A young girl wearing glasses looked out of the door, clearly unhappy at being disturbed. However, when she saw Lin, she immediately changed her anger to mercy and greeted him. The hero said that he was looking for the headman to borrow equipment. Then, the girl let Lin into the office and asked how his health was. She heard that he had gone for a CT scan and MRI, so she decided to find out what was going on. Lin said he was just writing a report, that's why he went there. The headman said that she had already looked at the results of his tomography. There were no problems with the hero's health. Lin tensed up. Everyone said he was fine, but he knew he wasn't. Then he noticed the girl's computer, which had programs installed that could diagnose schizophrenia. After looking at the test results, the girl said that Lin was fine. Then she decided to leave the equipment at his disposal and leave the office. When Lin was left alone, he took the sheets of paper with the test results. He decided to use the computer to do the calculations right now and find out if he had any problems. He wondered what kind of gift set he would receive if it turned out that he was not sick. Soon, the calculations were ready. As it turned out, Lin was absolutely mentally healthy, which means that his system is real. So he decided that it was worth accepting the gift. As it turned out, the system gave him mastery of 6 methods of suturing. Lin considered this a rather meager reward, since suturing is just stitching. However, the system said that it could not give him another gift, since it could only teach medical skills. So, all she could give Lin was the skill of stitching, but the hero didn't really like that gift. However, the hero conducted a Turing test on the system and was sure that it was not some human sitting behind it. The system's responses contradicted the rule of man and machine. Lin decided that in that case he was an example of the gift of the art of suturing. He decided to practice on a banana peel. Lin felt that his hands had become more dexterous than before. In lectures, they said that the seams should be even, then there will be no new scars on the skin. When Lin touched the banana, he felt knowledge appear in his head. He just moved his wrist, but the needle moved very smoothly. Soon the stitches were in place, the distance between them and the knots were the same. The job was done perfectly. Lin realized that the system had many gifts in store for him, and the skill of suturing was just one of them. Soon the day of the medical university student's internship arrived. Lin stood in the company of his dorm mates, Charlie and Vincent. Vincent asked the hero why he was so quiet today, and then Lin said that someone was coming here. They were the director of Manhua Hospital, Dennis, and the renowned surgeon of the hospital, Connor. Dennis said that for the students, this is the first day of their internship in the practice room, and what happens next is entirely up to them. Lin, the head of the home clinic, noted that Yunhua's practice room should be more interesting than his home clinic. Dennis announced that Connor, the most famous and capable doctor in Yunhua, would be working with the students today. Connor said that being a surgeon requires many skills, and one of the most important is suturing. Hearing this, Lin immediately perked up. Connor said students could now forget everything they learned at university. In their surgery, every new doctor wants to try himself at the operating table. All this will be in the practice room. And to get there, students will need to stitch the tails of 10 white mice. The students were immediately delighted. They were very excited, but still wanted to try their hand at suturing. Connor said that these mice have very thin tails, so the task will be incredibly difficult. In order to sew the tail, the blood needs to flow normally. It is definitely not possible to do it with one hand. However, this did not frighten the students. They all wanted to try the operation themselves. Charlie was confident because they had already practiced stitching at university. Then Connor decided to choose one of the students, a guy named Chris. The student was seated in front of a microscope and everything necessary for the operation was prepared. Connor chuckled. Chris was very tense. His hands were shaking. The doctor told him to work faster and finally insert the needle. Chris wasn't careful enough and ended up damaging a vessel in the tail. Connor chuckled again. Now the students realized that suturing wasn't such a simple thing. Lynn thought about it. The diameter of the blood vessel in the tail of the white rat was 0.5 millimeter, and it was not as easy to work with as a banana peel. Connor asked who else wanted to try stitching a rat's tail. Without waiting for an answer, he pointed his finger at Lynn, calling him to him. Chris was dejected after the failure, and the other students did not really expect Lynn to do any better. Dennis said that Dr. Connor would demonstrate his skills to everyone, and that students should pay attention to his methods. Soon Lynn put on a mask and gloves and announced that he was ready to begin the operation. Connor said they usually cut it into 60 or 80 pieces, but today the situation is different, so there are fewer pieces. The doctor was going to use a simple and popular method of suturing. Lynn drew attention to the technique of execution after the tail is sewn. You need to put a small stitch. 6 loops will be quite enough to ensure normal blood circulation and eliminate bleeding. It was also necessary to ensure that no cavities or scars were left. Connor looked at the hero with suspicion. In his opinion, all the interns think that theoretical knowledge will be enough for them, and they behave too proudly. He then asked Lynn if he knew what stitching method had just been demonstrated, and the hero replied that it was a discontinuous stitch. The doctor noted that the student was clearly a good student, and then asked him to come to the table to show everyone his skills. Lynn was perplexed. Had the doctor really already demonstrated everything? He wanted to see something much more interesting. However, he also liked this turn of events because he had never performed such an operation in front of a famous surgeon, and now he could not miss this chance. Connor watched carefully as Lynn worked. The needle went in well and his hands didn't shake. Apparently, it wasn't the first time he had done something like this. There was no feeling that the needle was resisting. It was as if it was sliding on the ice, as if it was working in unison with Lynn's mind. As it turned out, the hero had just broken his own record for sewing speed. Moreover, all the seams were perfectly even. Everything was much better than during his practice at the university. Lynn's classmates looked at the rat's stitched tail in surprise. They were amazed at how quickly the man finished the operation. Dennis couldn't believe his eyes. Lynn's stitching speed was faster than Dr. Connor's. Connor himself looked at the operating table in confusion. He didn't believe that Lynn had managed to do it so quickly. Even the microsurgeons working in this province could not outpace him in sewing speed, and this young man was only an intern. Then Lynn stood up from the table, took off his gloves, and announced that he had completed the operation, noting to himself that the masterful suturing skills that the system had given him did indeed make the job easier. Connor looked nervously at the seams under the microscope. Everything was clean and beautiful, perfect spacing, neat stitches. He didn't want to admit it, but Lynn sewed excellently. However, the doctor still did not believe that what was happening was real. Lynn simply could not have reached such a level as an intern. And then Connor asked him which hospital he had done his internship at. The hero replied that he simply sometimes works out in his home clinic. Connor assumed that he works in some large clinic. However, Lynn replied that the clinic was called Nizhnaya Kanavka. The doctor was shocked because it was a very tiny institution. He did not believe that Lynn could come out of there with such masterful skill in suturing. Soon, Dennis approached the hero. He noted that Lin Jiang's stitching skills were quite good, and then asked which department he would like to go to. The other students were shocked because many hospitals are very strict with newcomers. The training there is comparable to an apprentice in the Middle Ages. Most of them do not have the right to choose the department, but Lin was given such a chance. The hero thought for a moment, and then he suddenly heard a strange sound. It was that same system. She gave Lin a task to suture 10 patients, and as a reward, he would receive the skill of interrupted suturing. Lin was surprised that the system could now give him tasks. However, the reward for such a task was quite good. This method of stitching is very good, often used and very useful. Then the hero said that he wanted to go to the emergency room. Dennis noted to himself that this guy really was not an easy one. Charlie and Vincent immediately ran to their friend. They were quite surprised at how much of a risk Lin was taking by choosing this department, because he could have chosen the hand surgery department. However, Lin thought of everything as he needed, because by entering the emergency room, he would be able to complete the task in 10 days. Soon, Lin and several other students arrived at the hospital for their practical training, and the nurse told them that they were not allowed to leave, interact with patients, answer questions from patients and their families without permission, and several interns would be left to live in the living room. The woman brought the students to the nurse's office because she needed help with the arrivals. The girl looked at the students sullenly and soon walked out the door, leaving them alone. She was busy and did not want these incompetents to cause her problems. The students were outraged that no one wanted to work with them, and everyone around them had no time for them. If they cannot perform surgeries during their internship, they cannot hope to get a job in the medical field. Suddenly, a nurse from the emergency department of Manhwa Hospital, her name was Vanessa, ran into the room and asked which of the interns knew how to sew. The young men immediately jumped up from their seats, offering their candidacy. Each of them wanted to help the pretty nurse. Vanessa smiled nervously. These boys couldn't even control their emotions, let alone get stitches. She looked carefully at everyone present, trying to figure out which of the guys was the most reserved. Among the crowd, she noticed Lin. He was the only one who looked unperturbed, so the girl decided to choose him. On the way to the office, the girl said that the patient was about 40 to 50 years old, and after falling, a tree branch pierced his palm. Soon, Vanessa led Lin to the hospital bed where the patient was lying. A doctor was already working on him. It was an emergency room doctor. His name was Chandler. He glanced at Lin, noting that the guy looked very serious. The hero watched the doctor at work. Using anesthetics seems simple, but you need to be able to hit the right place. And this is not easy. And if you damage the nerves, the consequences will be very serious. Chandler asked Lin to wash the patient's wounds if there were no foreign objects left in them. Then after washing, they could begin to apply stitches. Lin noted how well Chandler communicated with patients. He finally met a doctor who spoke well. Moreover, Lin had a task from the system, and he hoped that he would receive a more serious reward if he completed it correctly. Then the hero asked if he could start applying the stitches. Chandler agreed, thinking to himself that young people today have it hard. They constantly need help and support. This operation is quite simple. It involves facial treatment of the wound, and then everything is quite simple. However, in reality, everything goes wrong. Chandler decided to close his eyes while Lin sorted out the stitches. He wanted to rest, but he didn't dare go far, so that if something happened, he could help the intern. After a fairly short time, Lin heard the sound of the system notifying that the first of 10 patients had received stitches. And then the hero decided to wake Chandler up so that the doctor could check his work. The man couldn't believe his ears at first. This intern couldn't do it that fast. He thought Lin just did it all haphazardly to show off his speed. However, when the doctor looked at the patient's hand, he was even more surprised. The suture was placed perfectly. Chandler had worked in emergency medicine for many years and had seen many surgeons, and it was said that a torn aorta could be stitched up in 2 minutes by gifted people. But this guy's level of skill was simply brilliant, as if he were the owner of some hospital who had come to Manhua on an exchange. The man was distracted from his thoughts by a nurse who, on shaking legs, approached the bed and asked Chandler for help. Stuttering with fear, she said that there was a patient at the third bed, but judging by the girl's appearance, there was clearly something wrong with him. As it turned out, the patient was a large man with a broken head. His entire body was covered in tattoos, and he looked like a crime boss. Around his bed, there were about 10 equally large, intimidating men with tattoos. Chandler noted that the situation here was indeed dire, and Lin thought that he might have another chance if the doctor allowed him to work with the patient. Chandler asked the men to clear the area around the bunk, but they had no intention of straying far from their boss. Then, the doctor and Lin approached the patient. Chandler decided to hand the matter over to the intern and let him stitch the wound. He thought that if this guy had such enviable sewing skills, then he should be given a more difficult task. Lin was extremely pleased that he was given another patient. Again, he had the opportunity to cure a man together with Dr. Chandler. Then, he walked up to the man and asked him to turn sideways. The patient looked at him menacingly, saying that he had been to many hospitals in his life, and if Lin handled this poorly now, then everyone here would be in trouble. Despite the threats, the hero got to work, and the man decided to switch to Dr. Chandler, as his facial expression suddenly changed to one of extreme surprise. Before the man could say a word, the doctor said that his wound had already been stitched up. The patient was about to turn around to look at himself in the mirror when Lin grabbed his head and turned it straight, as he still needed to check the quality of the stitches. The hero thought that when he was at school, he was always afraid to watch his classmates sew up a banana. It was just awful. Soon, the stitches on the patient's head were completely ready, and they looked just perfect. Chandler thought the wound was stitched up while the patient was talking, and he didn't even notice it. The doctor had never seen such an operation before. Moreover, Lin used such a complex technique only for a wound on the head. Looking in the mirror, the patient exclaimed with happiness. This wound was stitched up faster than it was inflicted on him. Everything was stitched up evenly and in a line. He asked Lin for his business card so that he could come to him again if something happened. But the hero said that he didn't have a business card. Moreover, he still needed to bandage the patient. However, the man said that there was no need to bandage anything since the wound was already perfectly stitched up. He was very pleased with this guy and promised to come to him again. He headed towards the exit with his friends, intending to find new adventures on the street. The system notified Lin that the second of the 10 patients had already received his treatment. Apparently, the hero would soon complete his task. Meanwhile, one of the students, Reggie, was trying to get closer to Vanessa. The girl was not very happy with the fact that the man was just messing around and following her, but the student insisted that he actually wanted to offer his help to Chandler. Vanessa said that the doctor had been called away to rest because all the patients who had arrived wanted to see Lin. Soon they came to the procedure room. The same patient whose head wound Lin had recently stitched up brought his friend to the hospital. It turned out that his arm, which had his favorite unicorn tattoo on it, was injured, and he wanted to ask the doctor to stitch the wound and save the tattoo. He had already had his tattoo ruined once by a botched restoration, so now the pony looked like a deer, but he still didn't want to lose his tattoo. Lin noted that the wound was quite large now. The muscle tissue was slightly torn, but after he stitched it up, the tattoo would be a little disproportionate, but it wouldn't be noticeable. At that moment, Reggie walked into the office. He was surprised why people would choose a regular intern as their doctor. The man immediately rushed to drive away the overly loud intern so that he would not interfere with the doctor's work. It didn't take Lin long to apply the stitches, and soon the patient could see how neatly his wound was stitched up. The tattoo was completely preserved and seemed to look even better than before. Reggie was confused. He didn't understand where Lin learned to stitch so well. After all, he was just an intern. He was sitting in the same waiting room with Lin. He thought that the hero was also just an intern, and now he understands that he has a lot of experience in medical school, but Lin confirmed that he was just an intern. The hero noted to himself that he was so concentrated that he almost let slip about his system and the gift for a beginner. Soon the system informed Lin that he had already helped 5 out of 10 patients. Apparently, he had to complete the task for today. By noon, Lin had actually managed to help 10 patients, and as a reward, he was given the technique of interrupted vertical mattress suture, which is mainly used to stitch loose skin and is more suitable for urology. Lin was already eager to try out the new skill. The hero went to his home clinic, where his parents worked. Lin Jiang's father, Robert, asked his son why he was not wearing a white coat yet, since he needed to become a doctor as soon as possible to get his medical practitioner certificate. As it turns out, Dr. Xiong's price has gone up another 50 yuan. This happens every month, and if Lin studies well, he will soon be running the family business. At this moment, Lin's mother, Tanya, came down to the first floor and asked why their son had to take over the family business after his internship at Manhua Hospital. She was unhappy because their son had clearly become. After the first day of the internship, Robert hastened to justify himself by saying that he was giving his son money, trying to find a job for him, and that he only wanted the best for him. Suddenly, the family heard a loud sound near the front door. There were 2 men. One of them had a serious injury to his arm and needed medical attention. Soon, the patient was placed in a hospital bed, and other patients from the clinic gathered around her, concerned about the condition of the man's hand. The patient, whose name was Zach, explained that the knife fell off a cutting board and landed on his hand. His vision immediately became blurry as soon as the man touched the knife, and he ended up losing too much blood. Dr. Stanley from the Nizhnyaya Kanavka clinic immediately volunteered to help him. After examining Zach's arm, he said that the wound was very serious, so he needed to go to the hospital immediately. Hearing this, Lin thought that the best doctor in this clinic should have taken care of the patient himself instead of sending him to the hospital. This was a very low act for their meager clinic. Then the hero put on a white medical coat and offered his help to Dr. Stanley. The system immediately gave him a task: to heal Zach's hand and get a satisfactory result. and as a reward, he would receive an ordinary treasure chest. Stanley chuckled. Lin had only just started his internship yesterday. He was unlikely to be able to help a patient who had been bleeding for a long time. Then the doctor decided to call Edith, the only nurse in the Nizhnaya Kanavka clinic, to help him. He asked the woman to give him hydrogen and peroxide. He was going to help Zach, but first the wound needed to be disinfected. Lin looked at the table where all his utensils were lying. This set was quite sufficient to treat the patient satisfactorily. Stanley looked at Lin washing his hands with disbelief. Was he really going to do it all himself? The doctor said he was just going to disinfect Zach's arm to stop the bleeding. That would be enough. The cut was very simple but deep. The tendon could have been damaged as well, so the patient would be better off going to the hospital. Lin stated that Zach's palm was only injured and that there was nothing serious about his wound. The other patients agreed with the hero, because Manhua Hospital is almost 10 kilometers from here. Zach can only get worse by the time he gets there. Stanley said they'd be better off focusing on reliability and stability. However, Lin insisted on his own. He prepared everything necessary to treat the patient. After disinfecting the wound, the anesthetic is not susceptible to secondary infection. The hero asked Edith to dilute the lidocaine and prepare more peroxide, hydrogen, and iodine. Stanley tried to stop Lin, but the hero had already started stitching up Zach's arm, so the other patients asked the doctor to be a little quieter. Lin thought if his tendon was cut, his hand would be completely different, and his grip would be weak in the future. He might not be able to do fine work. Suturing a tendon might be a tricky task for an emergency room doctor, but it's a simple matter for a surgical doctor. If he went to the hospital, he would have a better stitch, but he could only get average medical care at best. And Lin didn't have a system that would do 100 workouts a day for nothing. However, he believed in his abilities. He would definitely be able to reduce the likelihood of failure. Soon, the hero finished stitching. The stitches were simply perfect. Stanley looked at Zach's hand in surprise. Even if the intern graduated from medical school and worked in the hospital for 4 years, he would never be able to do such a stitch. Is it really that good at Manhwa University? Lin began to bandage Zach's arm, and the man thought about how quickly his wound was stitched up. At that moment, Robert approached the hospital bed. He said that with such abilities, Lin would be able to practice in their clinic without any problems. But the hero said that first he needed to complete his internship. Suddenly, Ian, Zach's son, burst into the clinic, looking extremely worried and trying to find his father. He asked why he went to such a small clinic with such a serious wound. But the man said that his wound was stitched up perfectly and he now feels fine. However, Jan did not calm down. He shouted that his father's earnings depended on his hand, and if everything went badly with it, then Lin and his entire clinic would pay for it for the rest of their lives. The hero said that Ian could take Zach to the hospital, but they should not forget about exercises to restore the arm. Then the man would have a better chance that his arm would work normally. Ian was unhappy that there was a chance that his father's arm would not recover, but Robert was quick to reassure him that the chance was very low, since Zach's wound was not serious and very simple. He asked the young man not to panic, but instead to get checked at the hospital and pay for the medical expenses after the examination if he did not see any problems. Jan snorted in displeasure and then said that he would take his father to the hospital for a checkup. Lin watched them go. A system appeared in front of him, but his task was still considered uncompleted. It looks like it will only end after an examination at the hospital. Yan shouted after him that this clinic was just awful. They allowed an ordinary intern to perform such a procedure. It was absolutely unacceptable, and if there were problems with his father's hand, he would not leave Lin alone. At that moment, a girl on a motorcycle drove up to the doors of the clinic, and upon hearing the name Lin Zhang, she took off her helmet. Apparently, she came to the right clinic. She took a large box from her motorcycle and headed towards the hospital entrance. Robert opened the door and said that the doctor was not there at the moment, so if the girl needed first aid, she should go to the hospital. Having looked the girl over from head to toe, he asked why she had come. She said she was looking for Lin, and before Robert could answer her, she said that she would just give him the fish. She said that Lin Zhan had treated her brother's wound and he asked her to thank him with fish. Robert's eyes immediately lit up with interest. It turned out that his son was so good that he had become a doctor just a few days ago and was already receiving gifts. Hearing a strange noise, Lin went downstairs to find out what was going on. Robert said that this girl was sent by her brother, and the hero asked who her brother was and why she came. The girl said her name was Layla, and her brother was the same man with the deer tattoo on his arm that Lin had helped a few days ago. Layla didn't expect the young doctor to be so cute, so she decided to cook salmon for him herself. Lin noted that the dish was simply excellent. The fish was much fresher and sweeter than what they usually buy. Layla said that all the salmon is monopolized by their family, competing with imported goods on the local market. The girl then suggested trying the dish from Lynn's mother, Tanya, and the woman also noted the excellent taste of the fish. Then Layla asked if she was interested in her daughter-in-law who cooked fish so well. Tanya and Robert were shocked by such a proposal, but the girl said that she was just joking. In fact, she is not ready to get married yet. A few hours later, Jan and Zach returned to the Nizhnyaya Kanavka clinic. Robert asked what the hospital said after examining his hand. Zach said that he went to Manhwa Hospital for a checkup. The doctor said that thanks to Lin and his excellent skills, his hand can function well, but his son made a terrible scene, so now they came here to ask for forgiveness. Layla asked Lin if these men had insulted him, but the hero said that it was not quite like that. The girl asked Lin to let her know if someone offended him, then she and her brother would take appropriate measures against these people. They are especially tough on mean people. Lin looked at her with confusion, but Layla asked him not to think too much about it. She then suddenly yelled at Ian and Zach, demanding that they immediately apologize for their behavior. Zach then asked his son to show Lin's family the silk flag they had made. The young man unfolded the package, showing everyone a luxurious red flag with gold frills and embroidery. It spoke of a magic hand that restores health. Robert noted that this was a great message and would be a great compliment to Lin. Next time they could show this flag to those who thought Lin was still inexperienced. Tanya said that this gift is a good thing and they are very happy to receive them. They do not need any more apologies. She asked her husband to bring fireworks because it is impossible to present a silk flag without a ceremonial atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin received his treasure chest as a reward for completing the quest to heal Zach's arm. Apparently, all the rewards that the system gave him were also visible exclusively to Lin. Opening the chest, the hero took out a small flask from there. It was said that it was an energy serum. The next day, Lin went to Yunhua Hospital with the other students. They were again put in the waiting room. There were not many patients in the hospital today. Soon, the system informed Lin that he had a new mission, which was that the hero needed to complete as many procedures as possible, and as a reward he would receive a basic treasure chest for helping 10 patients. At that moment, a nurse ran into the office. She said that they had an important task. She needed Lin's help. The students were soon taken to the ambulance parking lot and were met by the emergency department director, Josh, who informed them that there had been an explosion at the plant, presumably caused by a boiler. Chandler said that Lin would go with him, and he would instruct him along the way. Soon, ambulances arrived with patients, and they were immediately taken to intensive care. Every minute, more and more patients arrived and were sent to the emergency room. Josh asked to send one of the patients to the procedure room and left him with Chandler. The man asked Lin to disinfect the patient's wound and put in stitches. As soon as the hero arrived at the patient with a cut eyebrow, he immediately began to apply stitches. Vanessa asked Lin not to overexert himself because they would need his help later. Lin thought, today had been a very busy day since he arrived from Yunhua, and he guessed that this was not the end yet. Vanessa thought to herself that, as expected, Dr. Lin was different from those men who showed off a lot. Soon, another patient was brought into the office. Chandler realized that in this situation, the ambulance would soon stop bringing them patients. One of the interns said that many patients were asking to be sent to Yunhua Hospital, but Lin said that he had already started treatment, but he doubted whether he could help the others. Chandler said that no one had the right to stop him if he wanted to help patients. The man thought to himself that this was the only doctor who did not want to take an extra rest. The decision was then made to speed up in order to save as many patients as possible. The man had more than 10 wounds all over his leg, and they were of varying depths, so Lin had to use different disinfection methods. For longer wounds, he will use a simple suture. For superficial wounds, he will use a running suture. For large and deep wounds, he will use a cross suture. And for a wound below the knee, he will use a blocking suture. Soon Lin announced that he had already finished the work. Seeing Chandler's surprised look, the patient asked if something had happened to his stitches, but the doctor said everything had come out fine. He even called Vanessa to take pictures of the man's stitches. This photo should have served as an excellent teaching aid for the interns, as the job was indeed done very well. The doctor turned to Lin, saying that he would soon be given another patient since he had already dealt with this one. The hero asked if he could stitch up this patient, then he could probably stitch up other people. But Chandler warned him against the guy looking for patients on his own. If he directly selects patients for surgical sutures, he will not be able to avoid the flow later. Lin thought, the explosion was a major public incident, and patients did not necessarily need to be treated immediately, and besides, the families of the victims would soon arrive, several times outnumbering the number of patients, and the doctors would have to deal with the worried families, which would slow down the pace of treatment. Chandler then asked Lynn to stay there and asked Vanessa to call a new patient. The girl asked if the hero had any requests, and Lynn said that he would prefer patients who needed stitches since these wounds could lead to tissue ruptures. It would be better to choose patients who needed to be cured quickly. Soon, the nurse brought a new patient into the office, an adult woman with a wound on her arm. Lynn immediately began treatment. The system informed him that this was the fourth of 10 patients he was supposed to help, based on his assignment. After some time, the task was completed. Lynn was able to help 10 patients. He received the energy serum twice, which turned out to be very simple. Apparently, it was some kind of thing for beginners. Chandler soon called Lynn back to stitch up another patient's wound. It was a man with a wound on his arm. The doctor said that Lin John was a young expert in their department. He was the best at stitching. The patient couldn't believe that such a young man could do so well, but Lin said that he was ready to stitch up any wound, whether it was a head wound or something else. After some time, the mission was completed again. The hero was able to help 10 more patients, the emergency room is not too busy today, and Lin simply could not miss this opportunity. Not only did he have to receive awards, but he also had to practice. The head doctors and nurses worked with seriously injured patients and passed them on to young doctors. But this problem had to be solved, because if there were no serious injuries to the head doctors and nurses, they would be gone in a few hours. In other words, Lin had only a few hours to help someone else. Then he turned to Chandler, asking if he could take someone as his assistant. The doctor was surprised. He did not understand why this boy needed someone's help. Lin explained that, Doctor. Chandler disinfected the wound and the hero stitched it up, meaning that they are faster when working together than when working separately. He thought if they found a person in charge of disinfection and a person in charge of bandaging, they would work much faster. Chandler stated that he simply wanted to help an inexperienced intern disinfect the wound, and Lin appreciated the help. But it would have been better if he had been given a few interns to help. The doctor chuckled. Apparently, the hero wanted to give a chance to other students, and then he asked him who he needed, men or women. Lin said it didn't matter. His classmates would do. Vanessa smiled. The number of patients today was much higher than usual. The interns were dreaming about their time. Charlie and Vincent soon arrived at the office and were glad that Lin had decided to call them for help. Vincent asked how many bribes he had given the doctor to be able to hire interns to help him. Lin replied that he didn't give him a penny. He just needed someone to disinfect and bandage him. Then Charlie said that he would do the bandaging. Since disinfection was too dirty a job for him, Vincent could do it better. Soon, Vanessa brought another patient to the interns. Vincent, Lin, and Charlie were sitting at the table, helping the patients in exactly that order. And the hero asked the nurse to continue inviting patients to them. Vincent completed his task quite quickly and referred patients to Lin for stitches. Patients noted that this large hospital had incredibly good service. The hero noted that both the disinfection and the bandaging were at the highest level. In the end, everything worked out even faster than he thought. And now all that was left was to just wait for Vanessa to bring them a new patient. Chandler watched the interns work from the sidelines and noted that Lin carefully considered the smoothness of each seam. Soon, Vanessa entered the office. She pointed her finger at the door where a crowd of people was already standing. These were the next patients she brought to Dr. Lin. The hero immediately became inspired. He was going to take advantage of the chance to run everything here while the head doctors and nurses were away. He was willing to help patients with minor injuries. Vanessa watched Lin and his work with a smile, noting that this young man was simply a sweetheart. Soon, all the patients were given medical assistance. The nurse said that only patients with internal injuries remained. However, Charlie and Vincent were so inspired by the work that they were ready to serve other patients as well. However, Vanessa reported that there were no more patients who needed stitches, so Lin could go home. But the hero understood that he was only 2 patients short of completing the task of helping 40 people. So he said that he would stitch up 2 more patients and then go home. Chandler said that Charlie and Vincent could go home. The young man offered the doctor to eat together after a busy day at work. But the man said that he had not finished his work yet. Soon, Lin was sent to the break room to have lunch. His partners licked their lips greedily, looking at the hero's food. It looked so good that they immediately wanted to try it, and Lin happily agreed to share the dinner with his comrades. At that moment, he received a call and it turned out to be Layla. The hero immediately began to think that perhaps with the help of this girl he could finally complete his task. Lin immediately asked if something had happened to her brother again, but Layla said that was not the case. Then he asked if something had happened to the girl herself. Layla blushed, saying that they had wounded, but she would call Lin a little later. The girl hung up and turned to one of her friends, Ashton. asking him about some nightclub. They soon arrived at their destination. Ashton warned her not to interfere in the affairs of this club, but Layla said that she had no intention of doing so. A few moments later, a whole crowd of men poured out of the doors of the club, all of them wounded. Layla smiled, asking Ashton to pick out the ones with minor injuries. She wanted to help Lin, but she knew he was just an intern and wouldn't be able to cope with serious injuries. Soon, Layla arrived at the hospital with the patients. She was very happy to see Lin. Charlie and Vincent immediately began to smile at the girl, asking their boss Lin to give them a few patients each. However, Layla had no intention of helping these strangers, so she yelled at them, ordering them to get back to their work and stay out of the way. Ashton said that he had already driven 2 cars with patients, and then the girl asked him to stop, otherwise Lin would get too tired. The hero decided not to delay and immediately began work. The treatment took several hours. After 10 or more hours, Chandler, Charlie, and Vincent were very tired. If it weren't for the energy serum, Lin would be feeling just as tired now. But this incredible rice wine-flavored thing has a very strong effect. He really wanted to sleep, but the desire to continue was stronger. The hero was sure that he could cope with this task. He needed to cure 49 more patients. Early in the morning, the head doctors and nurses returned to the hospital. They discussed how Lin had been able to treat more than 50 patients overnight and did not even go to bed. At that moment, Josh came up to them and shouted at the students, asking why they didn't go and help their friend. However, the students replied that they wanted to help him, but all the patients insisted that Lin be the one to treat them. Josh walked into the office and frowned when he saw Chandler sleeping there, as well as Lin, who was still working with the patients. The hero didn't notice that Josh had walked inside, continuing to stitch up his 52nd patient. Josh thought, "This guy has reliable and precise movements, standard and stable stitches. He has all the basic qualities of a good doctor, but even under such pressure, he calmly manages his pace. And for an intern, this is quality work." The man was thinking, trying to figure out what his secret was. He had positioned the local anesthesia correctly. The wound cleaning was going well. The wounds were leveled. It was a pretty good job. According to the medical record, the patient is not sick. He only has small injuries in different places, depending on the depth of the injury and the morphology of the tissue. The sutures undergo various changes. It is almost impossible for the doctor to stitch the wound, like a notebook. Lin Jian worked for more than 10 hours, treated 50 patients, and still did not make a single mistake. Josh then turned to Dr. Chandler, asking him to review Lin's surgical records and find out the patient's condition when the stitches would need to be removed. The man then turned to the hero, asking him to come early tomorrow. He would allow him to perform operations all day. Lin was pleasantly surprised by this offer. It was a great opportunity to practice his skills. The other students couldn't believe their ears. Was the intern really going to stand at the operating table? At this point, the system informed the hero that he had completed the task of putting on 50 stitches, and for this he was entitled to a medium treasure chest, which he decided to open when he came home. The system gave him a level 1 skill book. According to the rank given by the system, God level is the highest expression of skill. He even surpassed boss level. In Lin's opinion, Manhua was one of the top 3 hospitals in the city, and there were only a few doctors in the city who were considered masters at suturing. The hero thought that maybe he needed to raise his suture technique to God level, but his instinct told him that boss level was only slightly behind God level, so it would be better to improve other techniques from basic to perfect level. Lin decided to choose the basics of surgery. The second option was the basics of internal medicine, but the hero could only choose one. After choosing, a list of skills available to him opened up in front of him. As it turned out, these were all the basic surgical techniques. In theory, a surgeon who learns 6 operations is considered a great surgeon. Ordinary doctors are usually unskilled in 1 or 2 areas, and a student should be good at everything by the time he graduates. Lin decided that the bleeding control skill would be the most useful for him, and as soon as he selected it, 4 more skills opened up in front of the hero, meaning that he could only choose one of the 4 options. However, it was still a good gift. There was no good or bad medical method. There was only working and non-working, and since Lin was in the emergency room, he should choose the one that could be used immediately. Thus, he gained the skill of controlling bleeding with his bare hands. A hologram of his internal organs appeared before him, and he thought about squeezing his thumb and index finger together to control the bleeding. At that moment, the hero realized that the effect of the energy capsule had ended. Now he felt all the fatigue, and the next moment, he fell asleep. The next day, Lena had to come to the hospital early at Josh's request, but time was almost up, and the guy was still not there. The director looked around at those present, but Lena was not among them. At that moment, someone entered the department. It was a hero. Once Josh realized that everyone was there, he gathered everyone present and led them to a planning meeting. Soon they came to the room of Lin's patient. Josh asked the hero to retell his card. Lin replied that the patient was a 19-year-old woman in good physical condition with a laceration on her elbow caused by a fall down the stairs, and that surgical treatment was performed on the wound. The size of the wound rupture is very deep, and if you use a thick thread, it will leave a huge scar, which can affect the patient's life in the future. Instead, you need to use a zero-size thread. Because the tension force is large, you should not do physical exercise and do not bother your hand too much. Josh agreed with Lin's decision, but there are many reasons for a scar to appear, related to the patient's physical condition and the condition of the wound, so choosing a zero-size thread is unacceptable. The patient's mother became worried, thinking that her daughter had serious problems with her arm. However, he told them not to panic and asked Lin to tell the women everything while he put in the stitches. The hero reported that during suturing, his main task is to pay attention to the angle and depth when he inserts the needle into the skin. He must make sure that the part where the knot is tied protrudes after the suture, which then plays the role of a buffer before the formation of a scar. The needle must be deeply inserted into the thin edge of the wound, and also, one of the reasons is a skin defect. The knot should not be too tight to avoid poor circulation around the wound, which can delay healing, and the stitches should be removed in a way that reduces the chance of scar tissue forming. Josh turned to the audience, asking them to learn everything Lin had just said. However, he did not allow them to use this method in practice. Josh said there are many ways to cover scars, long sleeves, tattoos, etc. However, as a doctor, he decided to say that first of all, it was necessary to get treatment. The patient burst into tears and said she didn't want to have scars or tattoos. John explained that Lin had taken this into account when he was doing the stitches, but only because he was experienced. However, if the skills of the others present were not up to par, they shouldn't even dream of doing it. They first needed to understand what needed to be done to stitch carefully before asking his permission. Then Josh decided to give Lin a rest, but first he needed to bandage the patient. The girl thanked the doctor for taking good care of her wound. Then the system unlocked a new achievement, to receive sincere gratitude from the patient, and as a gift he was entitled to a basic treasure chest. The hero asked the girl to change the bandages from time to time and make sure that she would not get any new injuries in the near future. If she removed the stitches in time, the scar would be less noticeable. The girl's mother asked if they could remove her stitches in another hospital since their home was very far from here. Lin said that they could remove the stitches anywhere, as long as it was a hospital or clinic. However, the girl wanted Lin to remove her stitches, so the hero said that she could come here, but he couldn't promise that he would be on duty at that time. The patient said that she would definitely wait for Dr. Lin's shift. The hero objected. She can't just wait for his change. Timely removal of stitches will reduce the growth of scars. They can be removed much earlier, but it can't be postponed. Once the observatory was finished, John went to the recovery room with the others. One of the patients suddenly screamed. His relatives immediately called a doctor. The man asked the nurses to prepare the defibrillator. The girls inserted the device into the vein and prepared for the transfusion. John and Lin watched the process, and the doctor asked the intern what drug should be administered. Lin replied that epinephrine and lidocaine should be administered, followed by an injection of dextrose and an intravenous infusion of lidocaine. The doctor did as the hero said, and the patient's resuscitation was in full swing. However, the doctor soon needed something else. Lin noted that this was a standard rescue procedure, and soon the man's blood pressure returned to normal. Josh asked the hero why he chose lidocaine. Lin replied that lidocaine has strong antiarrhythmic properties. Then he tried to remember even more information about this drug. In textbooks, he read that it has antibacterial and protective properties. Josh said that lidocaine is used in this emergency situation to prevent an inflammatory reaction. Lidocaine can effectively reduce the patient's hospital stay. The man asked Lin to read 2 research papers a day and then invited him to come along with him. The hero thought this whole situation in the intensive care unit was too different from normal situations. He felt terribly dizzy after only 2 hours of work. He really wanted to take the energy serum. Suddenly, one of the nurses said that the emergency room should get ready. Lin and Josh looked at the girl in surprise. The man said that the hero would go and see the patient with him. Soon they saw nurses wheeling a patient in a hospital wheelchair. As it turned out, the patient had been in a car accident. He had an open abdominal wound measuring 20 centimeters. Some parts of the intestine were exposed and actively bleeding. A sterile pad was used. The patient was urgently taken to the intensive care unit. Josh reported that ribs 3 to 12 are clearly dislocated, heart rate is 105, bleeding is severe, and they need to prepare for a blood transfusion. Lin thought, the vital functions are fine, but the patient's condition is terrible, the second degree of critical condition of the patient, and it is less dangerous than the previous one, who was in a coma. One of the doctors said that they need to take blood from a vein, a blood test for kidney function, blood type, electrolytes, and all this needs to be done before the blood transfusion. Josh asked for a second venous access device, 500 milliliters Ringer's solution, 10 milliliters omeprazole, 10 milliliters saline, and a single intravenous injection. The man said he would go talk to the patient's family members and invited Lin to come with him. He said that besides excellent medical skills, communication with the patient's family is also very important. If Josh talks a lot, then Lin will not remember anything, so he should just observe and remember. Soon the men entered the room where the victim's relatives were. The patient's wife asked what her husband's condition was. Josh said he was a responsible doctor and needed to ask the woman some questions about the patient's liver disease or chronic illnesses. The woman replied that her husband was a civil servant, had an alcohol addiction, and also had problems with 3 levels: high blood sugar, high cholesterol, and high blood pressure, all 3 problems related to obesity. While Josh was questioning the woman, Lin thought that the director's questions were just bullshit. He knew that the patient was a government employee and that he did not have any infectious diseases. However, some diseases are deliberately hidden by a person. So he continued questioning the woman. Josh said they were going to do a blood transfusion, so the patient's wife needed to sign a consent form for the transfusion. The contract and confirmation of transfer to the intensive care room arrived. Now she just needed to pay. The man told Lin that he should always have the patient's relatives sign an agreement. It is necessary to protect their interests. He also asked what the hero thought about their conversation. The man replied that the director should keep the pace of the conversation and be a little firmer. Josh said it's important not to give patients unnecessary hope. They don't need it. And the mission of doctors is to save patients. At this moment, one of the doctors approached the director. He said the bleeding wouldn't stop. They gave the patient an intramuscular injection of Reptilacy, ice solution, and norepinephrine. They simplified the use of red blood cells and plasma of one blood group, and also gave several injections of ethyl silate. The patient has only 1,400 milliliters of fluid. Josh went to the patient and asked to prepare for emergency surgery, perform a laparotomy, and increase fluid replacement. Suddenly, the nurse reported that the patient was in a state of shock. At this moment, Lin ran out of the office to wash his hands. One of the doctors, Clyde, was in the bathroom. He apologized, saying that while working at the rehab center, Lin had to deal with a lot of people. Then he said that the guy could wash his hands with sanitizer, but he shouldn't use it too often. Then Lin said that he was preparing for surgery. Clyde couldn't believe his ears. He thought, even in such a situation, this guy is calm, which is unusual for an intern, but how will he perform the operation? Clyde snorted in displeasure. Everyone knew that Dr. Josh valued him, but no matter how valuable he was, he wouldn't be able to operate on someone who was soon to die. He wouldn't be able to do everything he wanted to do just because he was lucky with his looks. At that moment, Chandler approached Clyde. He said that Lin had just started his internship. He understands the future. Clyde noted that he was lucky that Josh did not kick him out on the first day. The man decided to see what Lin had decided to do with the patient, and as soon as he turned back, his face distorted in horror. The hero stuck his hand right into the open wound on the patient's stomach. All the doctors and nurses standing around were in shock. The guy acted without surgical training. Was this really murder? Josh screamed, ordering Lin to stop immediately. However, the hero did not pull out his hand. His divine level of manual dexterity allowed him to determine that the patient's lower Gleason capsule was torn. It would be difficult to stitch it up. If the bleeding was not stopped, the man would lose too much blood. But suddenly, Lin managed to find the source of the bleeding. He grabbed the liver with 4 fingers and squeezed the bleeding point with his little finger. Everything was going well, but it was a matter of time. Josh looked at the intern in shock. He uses his hands to stop the bleeding, and still the bleeding stopped. Dr. Dalton reported that the bleeding had indeed stopped, and Lin had stopped it with his own hands. Josh was shocked. In such a hospital, few people reach such a level. How could a regular intern do such a thing without experience? However, the technique of safe bleeding can only temporarily stop it. Surgical intervention is necessary. Josh ordered Lin not to touch any other organs and then called Chandler to complete the operation. Already having arrived in the operating room, Lin thought. He did not expect that his first experience in the operating room would be like this. An hour later, the operation was already nearing completion. Lin was able to observe the director at work from such a close distance, and it was a very valuable experience. As a result, the patient's condition was stabilized. Josh asked Lin how he knew the bleeding point was in Gleason's membrane. The hero explained that since the bleeding did not stop and the abdomen was mostly open in the front, and there were no other problems such as hemothorax, he paid attention to the bleeding. But Lin thought to himself that he did not think that he would reach the divine level. His stock of knowledge had increased, as well as some muscles. Josh thought, this guy's technique, knowledge, and adaptability were at the level of first-class doctors. Before he thought that Lin was a simpleton, but he turned out to be a real genius. The director asked him where he learned this technique, to which the hero replied that he learned it at his family's clinic in Nizhnaya Kanavka. Josh said that she was not far from their hospital. It was a community health center on Lower Canal Alley. Usually this clinic sent patients to their department. The man never noticed them practicing anything like that. When Lin said that he learned about it from his attending physician, and Clyde was surprised that there really was such a capable doctor working in their clinic, and then asked his name, Lin only replied that he had been studying this technique for a month. Clyde was unpleasantly surprised that he managed to learn this in just a month. But the hero replied that the main key to learning this technique is talent. Meanwhile, Josh continued to examine the patient. He noted that the liver was in satisfactory condition. Clyde said the patient was very lucky. The director's stitches were amazing. The patient would clearly have no problems with them in the future. Josh replied that he was unlucky. However, Lin did a great job of stopping the bleeding. However, no matter how good his technique was, he had to follow the rules. Even if he was sure that everything would work out, he still shouldn't interfere with the process like that. Clyde chuckled to himself. He really wished the principal would put this kid in his place and make him learn the rules. Lin agreed, saying rules should be followed as long as they are consistent with operating procedures. Clyde snorted in confusion. He didn't understand what Lin was talking about. It seemed to him as if this upstart refused to follow the rules of administrative procedures. Josh explained that you should not touch the liver with your hands, otherwise you can easily cause damage and complications in the intestines and liver. The technique Lin used was very unique. The blood flow was smooth. Then he asked him where and which finger he pressed to stop the bleeding. Lin said that when he reached out, he found that the source was in a hard-to-reach place, so he used the inside pad of his little finger. Clyde looked at the men's dialogue with bewilderment. He hoped that Josh would teach him a lesson, and now he was asking questions to this intern himself. The hero continued. He said that he grasped the liver with only the phalanx of his finger and held it carefully so that it would not tear. The director thought that in order for the organ not to be displaced, it is necessary to press lightly with the finger and minimize secondary damage. The inflexibility of the little finger has bothered surgeons for hundreds of years. Even for an experienced doctor, it is difficult to do this. But this guy was really talented, and therefore they can all learn from him. Then Josh called Lin over, asking him to change his clothes and start closing the stomach. Clyde was shocked. This intern was just an intern and he was already allowed to perform abdominal closure. When he was his age, he could only perform abdominal closure after a year of certification. And he still remembered the tremors all over his body and the dissatisfaction of the nurses. But this guy, being calm and smart, looked so good. Soon the operation was completed. All the bandages were in place. Lin asked to pass him the needle holder. The first thing to think about was how to stitch the deepest layer of the peritoneum. In that case, there was no need to think about beauty. The next step was the anterior rectus sheath. This step was for ordinary people, but Lin was not going to do it. And the next step was subcutaneous and skin sutures, and this was more acceptable. Clyde waited for Lin to finish her work. He was sure no matter how calm this intern pretended to be, he still performed a belly closure on his first day. He was still bound to make mistakes. Everyone makes them. However, as soon as the man lowered his gaze, he shuddered in surprise. The seam was perfect, and what's more, Lin did it very quickly. Clyde was perplexed. He didn't believe that this guy had only recently graduated from medical school. Then Josh said that Clyde would be Lin's mentor, since he had so much free time to look at his stitches. Although the man agreed, he thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to teach this intern anything, since he had apparently been training on corpses since childhood. Suddenly, the same thought came to Clyde and Josh's mind. Lin Zhang used the technique of stopping bleeding with his bare hands, and clamped the source with his little finger without any surgical area. Leaving the operating room, he needed to write a report and send it to the research center. However, Lin was still an intern and did not understand the value of this operation. Then the director turned to the hero, asking him to write a dissertation on the topic of today's operation. When he asked if the guy knew how to write a dissertation, Lina was suddenly notified by the system. It set him a new task, to write a dissertation, and as a reward, he was supposed to get a medium treasure chest. The hero got his first medium chest and a divine level of controlling bleeding with bare hands. The medium chest was more interesting because there was always an energy serum inside the basic one. Besides, he will be able to write his dissertation because he has memorized all the steps, so he won't even have to think too much. Josh said that he unfortunately didn't have time to teach Lin all the basics of dissertation writing, so he delegated the job to Dr. Chandler. Having learned that the director himself asked Lin to write a dissertation and also promised to list him as an author, the man noted that this intern was incredibly lucky. However, the hero did not understand what Chandler was getting at. The doctor then explained that their hospital was a provincial hospital and that Director Josh played an important role in the emergency department. He has always been a member of the Standing Committee of Changji Province Emergency Medicine Society and also a committee member of China Emergency Medicine Society. He is a leading expert in the city and also a celebrity in the emergency department. He wanted Lin to write his dissertation, an opportunity many people dream of. However, the hero still did not really understand the significance of all this. Chandler then decided to just drop the subject. The next day, Lin returned to intensive care. Everyone around looked at him strangely. One of the doctors tried to hide from his sight, thinking to himself that although he accepted Lin as he was, now everyone was afraid of him. No boy his age could perform such a technique. This was his first consultation, but there must be a limit to his abilities after all. He is only an intern, and if he makes a mistake, no one can help him. Lin Jan still didn't know the rules and was only causing trouble, so they should go their separate ways. Josh asked who would take Lin to the emergency room today, but no one dared to answer. Then the director called the hero to go with him. A few hours later, Lin came to the patient's room, where several young guys in sports uniforms had already gathered. They thanked Dr. Lin for saving their coach. They never thought he would get into a car accident. The hero asked them to speak more quietly. Since the patient needed to rest, he also noted that he did not save him alone. Dr. Josh was closely monitoring the operation. However, the boys said that they saw everything themselves. If Lin had not pressed on their coach's organs, he would have bled out and died. As it turns out, someone filmed Lin stopping the man's bleeding with his own hands. This video was on the city forum. It quickly gained popularity, and now Dr. Lin was on everyone's lips. The hero only chuckled vaguely, not knowing how to react to this. One of the guys said that Dr. Lin has the complete package of being a celebrity, good looks and great skills, and it would be illogical if he remained unpopular. However, Lin was not interested in all this. His goals were completely different, but he did not say it out loud. Then one of the guys said that some of them go to an esports club that is located in MANHUA. The hero immediately became interested because he played King of Glory while he was in school. The boys said that this year their club is focused on King of Glory, so they and the doctor can add each other as friends and play in their free time. Lin said that he has nothing to do now, so he can play now. The guys played for 2 hours. The hero really liked how well he spent his time. But now it was time for him to get back to work. He decided to find the very video in which he stopped the bleeding with his bare hands. The video collected many comments. For the most part, people admired how the young man managed to save the man. But Lin noticed one long comment. The user, who identified himself as a doctor, said the act was incredibly reckless and that it was impossible to stop the bleeding with bare hands without surgical equipment. There are only a few surgeons in the country who can do this, but none of them would dare to take such a risky step because the slightest mistake could cause irreparable damage. And the doctor in the video does not understand how much risk he is taking. The man said that if he were in charge of the hospital, he would immediately conduct a medical investigation. Lin thought, because of its fame, Manhua Hospital was the leading hospital in Changxi Province. But one should not underestimate provincial hospitals. Those specialists are very influential in the medical field. The dissertation that Director Josh wanted Lin to write was not only of scientific value, and it was not just for training. Dissertations were a powerful weapon in the medical community. It was used to familiarize a doctor, explaining the steps to attack others and to repel attacks. The dissertation is the surgeon's weapon, and in this case, the dissertation is a very urgent matter. Lin headed to the university to write his dissertation, where he was met by his fellow students. Charlie showed him a video of himself stopping bleeding and asked where he learned the technique. He began asking him if he had ever touched a live liver. However, Lin did not want to answer these questions and sent Charlie to another classroom. The hero headed towards the bookshelves to find the necessary reference literature. Charlie realized that Lin was going to do something really boring, so he decided to go and do his own thing. The hero sat in the library until late at night. He planned to work until the early morning, so it was time to take the energy serum. In the morning, Lin came to the hospital with the finished work. Josh was surprised that he did not sleep all night, because this could affect the quality of the dissertation. At that moment, Chandler approached the men and asked if he should arrange a shift for Lin. Josh said that would be unnecessary since he hadn't slept last night. It would be better to arrange for him to take over tomorrow. Chandler said that the emergency doctor had ruined his regimen, and the endocrine system of his biological clock was completely disrupted. No one dared to say that they could not go to bed late, but the director values Lin and is ready to provide him with rest, because you cannot work 2 days in a row, so the hero was asked to come to work tomorrow evening. After looking at Lin's work, Josh said it was a pretty good sketch. He then looked at the section titled Identifying Bleeding Sources Without Surgical Equipment. This unexpected section not only ensures the legality of the surgery, but also instantly improves the style of the document. Chandler was interested in this work because the director rarely praises anyone, so he wanted to see it. At that moment, Clyde approached him and asked if Lin really wrote the dissertation himself. He said that his dissertation featured an operation performed by the director, so he should include his name in it. Lin asked the man if he would like to include his name in the work as well. Clyde said he didn't care if his name was on it, he was just worried about their department's chief surgeon, Director Josh. Josh intervened in the conversation. He said that the dissertation was not even written, so there was no point in discussing it. Lin was a newbie, so there was no point in rushing him. The man also asked Clyde to write the dissertation next month and send it to him, and Chandler should hurry up with writing the articles. Then he told them that they were free to go and do useful things. Josh and Lin went on a patient round, and they came to a man who the hero had recently given stitches to. He said the 28-year-old patient was injured by a rebar at a construction site, and Lin disinfected and stitched the wound. Josh touched the patient's wound and asked what he felt, but the man felt nothing. The director said that this was good because when patients are given local anesthesia, they feel some pain for a week, and this means that the operation went well, which is very good. The man and his wife thanked the doctors for their help, and Lena received a notification from the system. He unlocked a new achievement thanks to the patient's sincere gratitude. This happened to him for the second time. Both cases were confirmed by Josh, so Lin decided to stay close to him and learn from him. As a gift, he was given a chest. Lin decided to open it, expecting to receive a new portion of energy serum. However, the chest did not contain a serum. It was a chip that allowed the hero to learn new skills. This time it was the M-Tang technique, which is used to suture tendons. Lin thought that the tendon was one of the many tissues in the hand. The most difficult to treat was the damaged tendon. On the other hand, such an operation was the most difficult among other hand surgeries. And in addition, the system gave him amazing skills, forcing him to go to the hand surgery department. Josh looked past the thoughtful Lin and asked him why he wasn't happy when the patient praised him. Then he said that the guy should go to the break room with Chandler today. The director said that the doctor could leave non-critical situations to Lin, but he was not allowed to take everything on himself like that time. 2 days later, the hero brought the director his completed dissertation, saying that he had completed it so quickly because the words seemed to come into his head on their own. Josh was skeptical, saying that the dissertation should not be underestimated no matter the length. Lin must be serious while writing it. However, as soon as the man looked at the work, his face immediately distorted in surprise. The work looked much more interesting than its rough version. Josh called over Dr. Lewis, an expert in research documents, and asked him to look at Lin's dissertation. Lewis noted that it turned out that Lin really did have experience in controlling bleeding, but his writing style was a bit rough, and the English abstract was slightly out of line with academic journal standards. The man thought to himself that the letter was lame. His writing style was good in some places and not so good in others, but he was still very envious of how well the work was done. Josh confirmed that his style still needed some tweaking and that the English essay needed to be rewritten, and then he asked where Lin wanted to publish her work. But the hero said that he had not thought about publishing. However, the director insisted on publication and asked one of the assistants to show Lin the journal Chinese Resuscitation Medicine. He said that the publication fee was very high, about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. He asked Lin to write an application after a while. fill in the name of their hospital in the corresponding column, and request publication in the department. He then turned to Louis, reminding him that a few days ago they had wanted to hold a consultation for the victims of the factory explosion, and they needed to inform the medical department about Arnold from the provincial hospital. Louis was surprised. He recognized the name. Arnold was an expert from a provincial hospital, and he was at odds with director Josh. Josh said that in the comments left under Lin's video, there are many experts giving objective assessments, most of them questionable, but Arnold was being outrageous with his swearing. The director realized that he was the chief surgeon back then, and Arnold was using Lin to get to him, and the man needed to sort it out. Soon the day of the outpatient consultation arrived. A man came to Manhua Hospital. It was Arnold, an expert from Changshi Provincial Hospital. He said he had been thinking about having another negotiation when he heard the call from their hospital, and had even brought suitcases from his hospital, and was now offering to work with Josh. The director thought to himself that this scoundrel was showing off too much, but he didn't show it. Soon they, along with Arnold and Lin, came to the office where many doctors had already gathered. Arnold suggested starting the discussion, since everyone was gathered. However, Josh stopped him as Director Luke from the People's Liberation Army General Hospital had not yet arrived. Arnold chuckled, saying that Josh treated the other directors like his extended family. A few seconds later, the office door opened and a plump, middle-aged man in a tracksuit walked inside. It was that same Luke. He apologized for being late. Josh pulled out a chair for the man and invited him to sit down, then moved to the head of the table. He plugged in the projector and prepared to start the meeting. The situation involved critical burns to 2 patients and was quite significant, but everything was under control. Arnold thought to himself that since there were no critical cases, there was nothing to brag about. Luke said they were still able to assign guards to patients with 80% burns. Someone had to be with them at all times, so he suggested delegating some manpower to do that. Josh and Luke said they had handed the case over to Dr. Oliver and Dr. Lewis. However, Luke said that in his experience, Lewis was too old to keep up with them. Josh thought that the jokes were inappropriate here, but the decision was quite reasonable for the patients. Luke said that a young doctor could handle the patient, and it would be better if he watched him around the clock. They should schedule the activity for a month and see if they could save both of them. Thinking that Luke had thought this through carefully, Josh agreed with the plan and promised to think about it later. He then let Lux go, as it was not easy for him to get here, and now they wanted to talk about another situation. Suddenly, Luke saw a video on the screen where a young intern was controlling the bleeding, and with his bare hands. Arnold couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really that same video? Luke was a little annoyed that the cameraman didn't come closer, because the content he saw was incredibly interesting, but it was filmed terribly. Josh said the video was taken by the patient on his phone, but if the men wanted quality footage, they could make more. He also said that Director Lewis looked at Lin's dissertation, and the technique turned out to be real witchcraft. It needs to be leaked to the masses. The hero stood up and gave a copy of his work to Arnold. The man noted that this doctor had become a real internet star, but he didn't like it. He felt like he was popular just because of his good looks. Looking at the dissertation, he thought that most of what was written here was complete nonsense. The practical part was simply terrible. It was easy to find a lot of loopholes in it. Josh asked the man if he knew if the technique could be performed without surgical equipment and if the dissertation gave a clear explanation. But Arnold did not understand what the man was getting at. The director then showed the comment that Arnold had written, saying that it was the most reckless decision he had ever seen, and asked if he had seen anything like it. Arnold chuckled at how fiercely the man stood up for the intern. Then, Josh shouted that they had an outpatient consultation today. They had to learn from each other and solve problems, and now he wanted to solve this particular problem. He disliked those who made baseless accusations against others, as well as those who used their status to oppress others. Even though Lin Jiang was an 18-year-old intern, Arnold could not abuse his authority because he was the head doctor and had a higher status than him. Arnold was confused, saying that Josh was now also blaming him for no reason and abusing his authority. Then the director said that everyone had seen the dissertation, so he had every reason to blame Arnold, and he would even beat him up if he were younger. Luke tried to stop the men, saying that it was wrong to resolve everything with violence. If they wanted to argue, then they should wait until the others finished reading the dissertation. Arnold cleared his throat, saying he didn't say the bleeding couldn't be controlled that way. He said he was wrong when he said about medical practice. All the doctors that day were irresponsible with human life. The man stood up and started shouting, saying that there was too little time in the video for the examination. And even if there was no mistake found, it did not mean that the doctors did everything correctly. Josh chuckled, saying that from what Arnold was saying, his abilities were no better than the interns. Moreover, it would be an honor for Arnold to be placed on the same level as Lin. Luke tried to calm the men down by offering to let the author of the dissertation speak. Arnold was confident that he was better than some intern, and then Josh gave Lin his word. The hero rose from his seat. He was not quite ready to speak, especially in such a situation. Arnold said he had a couple of questions about his dissertation, wondering how confident Lin was that he would be able to perform the operation successfully, and whether he had thought about the consequences if it failed. The hero said that if the operation failed, the patient would face death or severe bleeding, both before and after the operation, as well as liver failure, ascites, biliary fistula, bleeding, or rupture of the digestive tract. Thus, Lin confirmed that he knew about the consequences, but still continued the operation. Arnold laughed, because he had just received Lin's confession that he had violated medical regulations. Then the hero said that in fact there was no accident. Everyone present in the office was shocked by this answer. Only Josh remained calm. He was pleased with Lin's answer and chuckled contentedly. Arnold was really angry. He didn't want to let these two humiliate him, but he needed to calm down. He then asked Lin if he thought the failure of the operation would affect his future, given his high-level skills. Lin said he thought about it, and then Arnold asked why he was still doing this. Who was giving him orders? Josh thought about how this bastard was digging his own hole. Then Lin said that if you look at the situation from the other side, his technique benefited the patient, and that was the main thing. Arnold was shocked by this answer and clenched his teeth in anger. Luke chuckled, saying that Lin clearly thought well with his head. Rules are of course very important, but the most important thing is what decision they will make at the most crucial moment of the operation, and what benefit they will bring to the patients. If they guarantee compliance with the rules and refuse the best therapeutic plans, then it will be useless. Josh said that was exactly what he meant. They were all in the emergency room. Honest men don't act so foolishly. If they had been lucky, they would have found the source of the bleeding right away. But Josh was unable to do so. If they had been unlucky and had not stopped the bleeding immediately, one could only guess whether the patient would survive or not. They chose the best solution. And if they constantly followed the rules, people would die every minute. Then Arnold shouted that if he ignored the rules, he wouldn't be a doctor for long. He pointed his finger at Lin, saying that if he made one more mistake, his career as a doctor would be over. However, to everyone's surprise, the hero said that he did not agree with this. Doctors are like cells that try their best to play their role as much as possible. But in order to live, a person needs to lose some functions. Lin explained that it must be a cancer cell. Arnold screamed. It seemed to him that this child was simply making fun of him. Josh chuckled, calling the man an old fool who was trying to keep disgusting people on top. He hoped that the administration would soon find out about his dirty deeds and his desire to grab a bigger piece for himself. Arnold gritted his teeth and said that he had to attend another meeting today. Josh said he hoped he wouldn't see him for a long time, but there was still something he wanted to say. The director said that the comment Arnold left under the video should be removed immediately and that he would post a report tomorrow at this time. As he left the office, Arnold thought that at the next meeting they would definitely go to the province, and then their battle would begin again. When he left, Josh suggested that the doctors end the meeting without further questions. After the consultation, director Josh and Lewis went to eat, so Blake, one of the interns, invited Lin to join them. However, Chandler immediately grabbed the hero by the hand and led him somewhere. When they were alone, the man said that he was worried because Lin did not watch his language, and if he did not stop, there would definitely be curious people. Then the hero asked if he had said something wrong. Chandler explained that he shouldn't talk about the rules because they couldn't talk about those things, and as for the relationship with the doctor, Lin could discuss it with him alone, but she shouldn't bring it up without a reason. Deciding to end the topic, the man invited Lin to go with him to his shift today. The hero was incredibly happy that he finally had a job. Being on duty is the most unpleasant part of working in a hospital, second only to arguing with patients. Usually the shift lasts for 24 hours, but the unlucky ones sit for all 36. It prevented doctors from getting rid of laziness, maintaining health, getting married. Most doctors cannot avoid this, but there was an exception. Lin was full of energy. It was his first time on duty, so he was very excited. Chandler said the doctors in their department were divided into 3 rows. The first row consists of beginners and inexperienced doctors. There are toilets here, but no showers. The second row was mostly for experienced doctors. Everything was the same here, only designed for 2. And the third row was designed for 1 person. It was the most comfortable. Bed linen is changed by nurses. Moreover, there will be no time to sleep on night duty. Emergency calls will not be long in coming. Chandler said that if he could handle it, they wouldn't have to wake up the second-line doctors. And it was also important not to disturb the third-line doctors. No matter who took over, there would be swearing. It was also very important not to disturb the director. The man said that Lin would not work alone. He would only work when someone was watching him, and the hero realized that this meant that he would not be able to practice without a medical license. Soon Lin came to the nurses' station. They had already heard that today he began his first night shift. All the girls were very glad to see the doctor and happily invited him to take a seat at their table. They brought him a glass of water and did everything to make Lin feel comfortable. The young nurses noted that the doctor's skin was simply magnificent, but the hero said that he only used homemade soap. The head nurse was then forced to say that Lin could not stay there, but promised to inform him about the patients. The surveillance camera was also for the nurses. There weren't many patients in the hospital right now, so Lin could sleep. The hero asked to call him if patients had tendon ruptures. He needed to practice his new M-Tang technique. Then the hero said goodbye to the nurses and went to rest. The young girls looked after him. The young man clearly seemed special to them. When Lin arrived in his room, Dr. Lewis was already there. He said that the guy should sleep until someone woke him up. In case of an accident, there were 7 people left on duty today. With these thoughts, Lin went to bed. He was lucky to sleep through the night as no one woke him up. And when the hero woke up, he found a note on the dresser next to his bed, as well as essential items. The nurse informed him that she did not wake him up because there were no patients with tendon ruptures today, and also asked him to rest more. Soon Lin packed his things and returned to his family clinic in Nizhnyaya Kanavka. His father sat with the man, seeing his son. Robert said that business was going well today, and not because of the flu outbreak. He said that some people from Verkhnyaya Kanavka noted that their family had excellent skills and they had gone to great lengths to advise them. Moreover, the girl who gave them the carp yesterday said that it was a thank you gift. Lena's mother gave her a sun hat in return, and she liked it very much. At that moment, Lin's phone rang. It was Layla. She asked worriedly why Lin wasn't in the hospital now. As it turned out, she brought a whole carload of sick people to the hospital, and the guy wasn't there. Robert thought about it. Since childhood, his son had often been showered with gifts by girls, but this was the first time he had heard of people being given to him. Layla asked what she should do with all these patients now. Robert immediately saw the benefit in this. Perhaps it would be possible to bring patients to their clinic. He asked Lin to give him the phone so he could personally ask the girl what kind of problems those patients had. Layla said that the patients there were mostly injured, some with cut arms, some coughing up blood, some covered in bruises. Robert said they don't have the equipment to give blood transfusions. They mostly do stitches for external injuries, and the girl said they all have external injuries. She promised that she would soon bring patients to their hospital. The man gave the phone to his son, assuring him that everything would be fine. Soon, a whole car full of wounded men pulled up to the clinic. Some of them were surprised that they had been brought to such a small clinic. But Layla reminded them that her brother had received stitches here. Then she turned towards the entrance and shouted to Lena that she had arrived. The hero was playing a mobile game at the time and wouldn't have even noticed the girl if it weren't for his father. Layla said that there was a traffic jam on the road, so she was a little late. Then she leaned over to Lin, telling him not to rush, because the patients were already here and were in no danger. At that moment, wounded men entered the clinic. They were surprised, because Layla asked them to hurry, and now she wanted to send them back. The girl looked at them with displeasure, realizing that they had just ruined her brilliant plan. Lin said he couldn't keep the patients waiting. Then he handed the phone to Layla, asking her to finish the game for him. However, the girl had absolutely no idea what to do. Lin told her that it was okay, since he was far from being a professional at this game either. When the hero left, the girl thought, this was Lin's game, and if she loses, she will admit defeat. A few moments later, it dawned on the girl that right now she was holding Lin's phone in her hands. Then she decided to just close the game and watch something more interesting. Meanwhile, Lin came into the procedure room and asked Dr. Stanley to help the patients with bruises. He then asked the patients to come into the office one by one to receive help. One of the patients asked if Lin was really able to stitch up the tattoo of the king, Layla's brother, and the hero answered in the affirmative. Then the man asked the hero to stitch up his wound so that after recovery it would look like a huge scar. He wanted this scar to show what a strong and brutal man he was. Although it was an unusual request, Lin fulfilled it. The man was very pleased with the result. Everything looked exactly as he wanted. At that moment, Lin's system sent a notification. He again received a reward for the patient's sincere gratitude. As it turned out, it worked even when there was no other doctor nearby. Ashton soon brought in girls with minor injuries, telling Layla that this was already the third car. Most of the people from the first car had already been treated. Nurse Edith asked the girl where she got these patients from. Layla said that they were drinking at the bar. She suddenly thought that Lin might have heard this and thought something bad about her. But the hero was up to his ears in work and didn't even pay attention to them. Soon, it was the turn of one of the girls. She had a wound on her shoulder. Stanley said that it could be stitched up with ordinary threads. However, the girl said that she already had one ugly scar and would not like to get a second one. Her shoulders are always exposed due to her profession, so she simply cannot have scars there. She needs a thinner thread. Stanley noted that it would be very difficult to stitch with a size 0 thread because it would be difficult to control and might have to be changed over and over again. The girl looked at the thread and said that it looked too thick for her. She would like an even thinner thread. Stanley and Edith were extremely surprised by this request, but Lin said that it would not be a problem. He asked Edith for the thinnest thread they had. Hers was a size 5-0. Stanley wanted to stop him, being sure that Lin would not cope, but the hero promised that everything would be fine regardless of the size of the thread. Soon the stitches were put in. The girl looked at herself in the mirror and she liked what she saw incredibly. The stitch was almost invisible, and then she asked Lin to stitch up her partner too. Robert was happy. The old patient brought in a few more, and if this continues, their clinic will soon be full of people, so they need to hire a part-time doctor. When Lin Jan is on duty at the hospital, the clinic will be open. And when the time comes, the news will be announced on the news or written in the newspapers. And then Nizhnaya Kanavka will become popular and all their efforts will pay off. On Monday morning, Lin returned to the hospital and was immediately greeted by a concerned nurse. She said that there was an accident on the highway, there were victims, the helicopter was already on its way. Dr. Josh asked to change clothes and start preparing for the operation. Lin immediately ran towards the operating room. He heard Dr. Clyde ask for staff from the cardiology and cardiovascular surgery department to be brought in. Lin noted that his voice sounded much more serious than usual. When the hero changed his clothes, he was immediately called to operating room number 1. In the operating room, Clyde thought, they only have 2 newbies, and the configuration is terrible for patients with serious injuries. A newbie can use a retractor at this level of surgery. In Clyde's opinion, Lin was an intern with excellent skills, but he was terrible at managing. However, although he did not like Lin, he decided not to pick on him. He wondered if he would feel uncomfortable if he stood behind him and watched. Then Clyde said that Lin would help. Everyone present, as well as the hero himself, were very surprised by this decision, but the hero did not object. Soon 2 more patients were wheeled into the room. The 15th was still conscious, and the 16th had a normal pupillary response to light. His body, abdomen, and limbs were injured and bleeding. Apparently, his bleeding did not stop. Clyde told the lab technicians to run blood tests and x-rays, ultrasounds, and move the CT scanner closer. We also need help from staff from other departments. The situation is such that the patient cannot be transported, so the operation must be performed on site. Now we need to cut the tourniquet on the legs. Lin thought, the operation is complicated, but if he studies each wound, maybe everything will work out. The patient will get better if he uses his technique. The hero asked the system who is the best in the world in this technique. As it turned out, it was Adam Fizz. He has a legendary level. Then Lena became interested in what level he was. The system reported that he was ranked 126th in the world, 13th in China, 2nd in the province, and 1st in the city. At this time, Clyde was working with the patient. Everything looked like chicken blood. When he cut the tourniquet on the patient's leg with scissors, blood immediately gushed from the wound. Clyde asked Lin to apply pressure to the pressure gauge immediately. However, to his surprise, the hero immediately reached out his hand to the patient's wound. He put his arm around her and soon the bleeding stopped. Clyde looked at Lin in surprise. He had completely forgotten about this technique of his. The man said no matter how good his technique was, he should not do that during surgery. Lin thought, Dr. Clyde is the head doctor, and he is an assistant, which means he must adapt to him. When the hero let go of his hand, the doctor easily guessed his thoughts. And although Clyde did not like this guy, with his successful techniques the operation would end faster. Then he suggested that Lin stitch the patient's entire arm. When the hero began, the man noted that the nurse was handing Lin the instruments faster than he was handing them to her. Nurses are more familiar with medical methods than doctors. They understand what doctors need. However, when Lin asked to hand him the microscopic glasses, Clyde became alarmed and asked what the intern was going to do with them. Lin said the blood vessels were open and the tendon was sutured. Realizing that the boy was causing trouble under his watch, Clyde yelled at him to stop as he only needed to treat the wound. Lin looked at him in bewilderment because the doctor asked him to stitch up his arm. Clyde was indignant, saying that it didn't matter, but the hero reported that the patient's arm was not working. The doctor shouted that he had only asked Lin to treat his hand, not to stitch up the tendons, which was why his hand wasn't working and that he should stop all of this immediately. However, Lin stood his ground. He had to at least finish. He was worried about the wounds. There were several bleeding wounds that didn't need stitches yet. Lin promised to do his best to stitch up the tendons without delay. Clyde was afraid of the delay, but what worried him even more was that Lin John had broken the rules again, no matter how well the wound was sutured or not. It would be a big problem if the patient lost the functionality of his hands. Clyde came up behind Lena and asked him to stop. The hero said that he was using the M-Tang technique, and if he stopped now, the tendon would be damaged. This answer made Clyde furious. This guy was clearly making fun of him. Who was he to use the M-Tang technique? Lin asked why not try, since the patient had a ruptured tendon in the second zone. The tendon of the human hand has 5 zones. The second zone is from the second joint to the front of the palm. It is the most difficult, meaning that almost no one can suture the tendon in zone 2 normally. This happened when Tang Jinbo, a professor at Nantong University, began to use the M-Tang technique. In addition, in self-testing, a good indicator, that is 70 to 80%, was achieved with the help of special equipment, not to mention technology. Clyde looked at Lin with displeasure. The powerful control that the head doctors had over the newcomers was based not only on rank, but also on the skill of responsibility. If the head doctor pointed out a mistake, the newbie would have to do as he was told. And now Clyde couldn't do anything, which meant he had no control over the operation. Lin said that doctor. Clyde couldn't come up with a better option, so he would continue. Everyone present looked at Lin in surprise. Could it be that he became the chief surgeon in the operation? Then Clyde asked to call Director Josh here. One of the doctors came out of the operating room and met Howie, the chief of hand surgery. He said that the M-Tang technique is used in the operating room. The men were shocked because they thought that Director Pan was the only one who knew how to use this technique. He even went to Japan for in-depth study. Doctors learn from experienced people, learn all kinds of techniques, but practicing a new skill is very expensive for doctors, so not everyone can afford it. Doctors learn new techniques, but focus on only one. And in this hospital, the best in the M-Tang technique is Director Pan. The doctor then called Howie into the surgery so that he too could see that Director Pan was no longer the only one using this technique. Soon, Director Josh arrived in the operating room and asked what had happened. Clyde reported that Lin was performing the operation without permission. Josh looked at the intern, who silently continued the operation, but confirmed Clyde's words. Josh asked the intern why he wasn't following the rules. Lin replied that he didn't know it was illegal, but he had already stitched up the tendons. Everyone present in the operating room looked at the young man in surprise. Clyde was furious because this guy kept pulling off all these tricks and the director still encouraged him. When the doctor realized that the director had not paid attention to his words, he became even more angry. Josh said that the chief surgeon was in complete control of the situation, and that Lin was required to inform him of what he was going to do and get permission before performing any procedures, especially ones like this. And Lin said that he would do just that from now on. The director asked Lin if he understood what he had to do. The hero assumed that Josh was offering him the position of chief surgeon. Clyde looked at what was happening in horror. This guy was going to replace him, but he wouldn't have known anything if he hadn't taught him. The doctor then turned to Howie, a hand surgeon. He asked to speak to Director Cheyenne in the operating room. Josh noticed the men's conversation, as Director Pan usually used this technique. Howie said that the M-Tang technique is Director Pan's specialty. Director Cheyenne is not very good at it. Then Josh asked to give him magnifying glasses. Now it was important to know how well the operation was going. Since he had never performed surgery on a hand, this was unfamiliar to him. However, the director immediately saw that the edges were neat, the seam was strong, and the damage was not that great. Then he asked Lin to finish the operation. Clyde asked the director why he told the intern to continue, and Josh objected, not understanding what else he could tell him. Clyde wondered if Director Josh was taking charge, and it didn't matter what happened to the patient, but he asked him if he could finish the operation on the hand once Lin was done. Josh said that if his man could do it, he wouldn't let anyone else do the surgery. Clyde was surprised by this answer. He forgot that Director Josh is the first in China who always defends rights. His values are based on expanding professionalism. At that time, expensive medicine was used to ensure the income of the doctor, and the surgical department was always left without funds. Surgeons had no choice but to fight for the right to operate on patients. No one was against it. The aim of Chenxi Province's medical and healthcare reform is to pay good fees for medical services and reduce the price of medicines, which has made the province's drug prices closer to the market price. And the cost of operations has increased tenfold. Looking at the operating table, Clyde thought, Lin created a tense environment, but he can easily perform vascular anastomosis. The choice of suture position is carefully thought out, and the blood vessels and nerves are not affected. This kid's technique is so good, Principal Josh will never accept the fact that anyone in the department uses this technique for sewing. Josh watched closely as Lin performed the surgery. He said that there were too many people in the operating room. He asked everyone who was not busy to leave. The director even threw the anesthesiologist out of the office. The man knew that if the director raised his chin that high, it meant he was really serious. He immediately rose to his feet and headed towards the exit. When only trusted people remained in the office, Josh suggested taking a break. Now he was determined to talk to Lin. Clyde thought that the director should teach him a lesson, no matter how good his technique was. Josh said that Lin acted on his own 2 times, but there are consequences. If he had been in another hospital and other doctors had seen all of this, he could have immediately said goodbye to his education certificate. Since Lin had broken the rules twice, Josh was forced to warn him. He said that his internship was continuing, but its purpose was to practice, and therefore the guy should be punished for all misdeeds, and the hero replied that he could do it. Clyde thought that this intern was making fun of the chief surgeon, for which he should be punished very severely. Josh said that their department was doing internships in the emergency department, and the director would make Lin's internship period longer than the others, and the hero had no objections to this. The director also said that he asked the nurse to look at the records for the last 3 months. The emergency department transferred about 30 patients with tendon injuries to the hand surgery department. This is equivalent to 1 case every 3 days. This is not a small number. He asked Lin if he wanted to practice his technique there. The hero would like to do this, but he didn't think it was possible. But Josh said if this surgery was successful, then with the doctor's permission, Lin would be able to do it. Tendon injury surgery can be big or small. If they do it, they would need to write it all down. Then Clyde thought, the board meeting is about to start. He had always been worried about this, but he forgot that the person under his supervision was using the MTang technique just like that. Manhua Surgical Hospital was very advanced. If the director was right, then their department would be able to use the MTang technique in emergency situations. If all went well, it would add to their results for the year. Their department had difficulty performing new techniques, but he believed they would set a new record. Clyde looked at Lin with hope, sincerely hoping that everything would work out for him, because now everything depended on him. Soon the hero finished the operation. Clyde immediately ran up to check the result. Josh also took a look at the result and reported that the job was done well. Everyone present looked towards the director with slight surprise. The nurse smiled sweetly and said that since the operation was over, it was time to rest. Josh was the first to leave the operating room, thinking that it was time to open up the position of deputy director. If Lin can pass this level, then everything will go smoothly from here on out. Josh then headed up to the 9th floor to greet Chief Medical Officer Vincent, who had come a long way to get here. Vincent, Associate Director of Hand Surgery, said he was not used to such a friendly version of Josh. Then the man said that he would like to invite him for a consultation. He offered him a drink, but Vincent said that he felt awkward about such flattery, and therefore should immediately go to the patient's room. When the men arrived at the right place, Vincent said that the place looked like an observation room, but in fact it was a chamber to prevent information leaks. If Director Jin or Director Pan see this, they might be furious. Josh pretended not to notice his words and said that their hand surgery department still had patients in their intensive care unit, so he offered to provide treatment to the patients that Cheyenne didn't want to take, since it wouldn't be wise to take them away. According to the rules, after transferring the patient to another department after receiving emergency care or basic treatment, specialized departments will consider the patients who were difficult to cure or even died, and then many patients were left in the emergency department. This situation is called preventing a disaster for other departments. But in the end, the patient became weak. Josh, along with Vincent and Lin, came to the patient who was unconscious, with Clyde standing by his bed. He said the patient's name was Max. He was 42 years old. The man was injured in a car accident. He had a negative head CT scan, various degrees of fracture and intra-abdominal hemorrhage in the cervical vertebrae and limbs. The first stage of the operation lasted 3 hours. The left tendon was damaged. The MTang technique was used for suturing. Vincent thought to himself that none of this had anything to do with him. He guessed that it was all because of this young intern. Josh then asked Lin to tell him step by step how he was able to stitch up the wound. The hero said he first decided to fix the knot of the first loop at 0.3 inches near the proximal dorsal tendon of the hand, inserted the trocar vertically through the tendon of the hand, and pulled the game out 0.2 inches near the distal dorsal tendon. Vincent looked at the patient's hand in amazement. Earlier, when he saw the MTANG method in action, statistics claimed that it would increase the chances of success of the operation by 10 to 20%. But the workload for doctors would more than double. However, Lin's words sounded as if it was a very easy operation. Then he remembered that Josh had asked him to evaluate the operation, not to listen to the lectures. Josh asked if he had any problems, but Vincent was quick to reply that everything was fine. Then the man asked him to just tell it like it is. There is no need to hide anything. In any case, the operation was delicate, carried out during a rescue operation, and now they are consulting with specialists from the hand surgery department to check if they missed anything. The patient's relatives thought that they were happy that Max's life was saved, and now doctors have even decided to check the functioning of his hand. Vincent asked if the patient would be able to move his arm on his own. Max's wife said Dr. Lin was already asking the man to move his arm when he regained consciousness. They said he was able to move all 5 fingers. Vincent replied that in that case everything was fine. After all, this technique had some advantages. Clyde didn't understand why the ward was in such a mood, because Vincent always scolded everyone, and now he was praising Lin. The man asked Max to move his fingers. He was able to do so, and Vincent said that this indicated that the tendon was not damaged after the operation. Then the doctor asked Max to make a few more movements with his hand. The man succeeded. And then Vincent thought, in the prognosis of suturing the tendon of the hand, the most unpleasant stage is the fusion and rupture of the tendons. Lin Jiang did quite well, so the prognosis is excellent. The women noticed the doctor's expression change and asked how well his tendon was stitched. They expected Max to at least be able to take care of himself. Then Vincent said that Max would definitely be able to lead a normal life. The man was happy with this outcome of events, but he did not understand the reason for his joy, because it was not he who performed the operation, but an ordinary intern. He noted that Josh had brought him here specifically to brag, despite breaking the rules. Soon other doctors came into the room. They heard that someone else had mastered the MTANG technique, and Director Vincent gave his assessment of this. The man handed Josh a hand function assessment form, and they were supposed to do it together and be thorough about it. Everyone present was surprised. There was a bill for the operation on paper. Usually it takes 16 weeks for the tendons to heal after the operation. The first stage of the operation lasts from 3 to 4 weeks. Usually it takes 3 weeks to receive the bill after the patient receives an assessment of his condition. Vincent asked Lin if the MTANG technique required the surgeon to suture the tendon. The hero replied that cutting the tendon would stimulate his speedy recovery. The doctors present immediately began to discuss what had just happened. Director Vincent called Lin a doctor, even though he was just an intern. At this point, the system sent the hero a notification that he had unlocked a new achievement, gaining fame, and thus earned a basic treasure chest. He became curious about how many achievements he could unlock, but the system did not give him an answer. Lin decided to open the chest. There was energy serum again. The man thought he had used 8 energy serums and 1 bottle in total. He had 7 bottles left. Then he decided to ask who was the best in their hospital at MTANG, and the system called his name. In the evening, Lin returned to his home. He told his mother that he had no plans for today. Suddenly, Lin noticed that there was someone else in the room. A little boy. The hero knew him. It was Duncan from the 12th Spring Temple in the suburbs of Manhua. Tanya patted the boy on the head, inviting him to stay with them for dinner. The family had planned a vegetarian dinner today. The woman asked what Duncan had come to see them about. The boy said that his master asked him to give them some ink. The abbot said that Mr. Lin would now be the chief surgeon, so Duncan came to congratulate him. Lin patted him on the head, telling him that he was still just an ordinary intern. Duncan said that the abbot saw a video of Mr. Lin on the internet. He said that Mr. Lin had grown a lot and that he would definitely become the chief surgeon. Robert said that Abbot Duncan seemed to be a clever man, and the boy should listen to him carefully. Then the parents turned to Lin, asking when he would become chief surgeon. The hero said that it didn't depend on him, because he was still an intern, thinking to himself that his parents were exaggerating too much. 2 months had passed since that day. Lin was still working in the hospital. He didn't even notice how his hair had grown. One working day, Vanessa came up to him and said that the head nurse had sent her to Lin, and from that day on, she would be helping him with tendon surgeries. She asked how many people of equipment Lin would need, But the hero had no particular wishes. Vanessa asked him to think carefully, since it would be more difficult to get the equipment that suited him later if he didn't say so at the beginning. But Lin wanted to decide this after meeting with the patients. The girl objected. The patients would arrive within 24 hours if Lin wanted them. The hero was surprised that Director Josh had already found patients for him. Vanessa said there were a lot of people with tendon injuries, and more were arriving every couple of days. If Lin wanted to get to work right away, she could call the emergency department and ask them to send a couple of patients with flexor tendon injuries. She could also ask Director Josh to send out requests to local clinics, and if they were lucky, they would get new patients soon. Then Lin asked who would assist him. To his surprise, Vanessa replied that Principal Josh had taken on the job. She said that Dr. Lin was not yet qualified to perform surgeries on his own. So, in all reports, the director would be listed as the chief surgeon and Lin as the assistant. But during the surgery, it would be the other way around. Vanessa said that the director himself wanted to tell Lin everything, so it was a secret. The hero thought about it because the director always has so many things to do, and a director assistant sounds strange. Moreover, he needs a second assistant. At that moment, Josh approached Lin. He said that the second assistant would be Dr. Larry, who had just finished his internship. Larry looked at Lin and was quite surprised, not believing that the director wanted to make him an intern's assistant. At this point, Josh decided to leave the men. Lin thought to himself that the second assistant looked like an idiot. However, this does not matter, since he will have to do practically nothing. An hour and a half later, Larry and Vanessa set out to look for Lin. He said he would be in the practice room. However, when they opened the doors, they were horrified, as the whole room was hung with pig's hooves. Lin said that he bought them himself. They are needed for practicing the operation on the flexor tendons. They can try working with them right now. Lin horizontally cut the distal tendon at the metatarsophalangeal joint, which is a good analog for the injury to the flexor tendon in the second zone of the metatarsophalangeal joint. Larry watched him carefully, but he still didn't fully understand this stitching technique. However, when Lin showed everything, Larry realized why the director asked him to be an assistant. He is a real professional. His technique is simply incredible. The hero explained that after they tied the knots, they had to pay special attention to the fact that they had to secure the second loop into the knot of the first loop before making the vertical stitch again, and then they had to tie another knot at the very end of the tendon. Larry noted that Lin was really teaching him, and what would happen if he could master this technique. If he wants to prove himself in the surgery, he can't just rely on Dr. Lin, because he is an outstanding doctor, which means that after he leaves, Director Josh will look for those who can replace him. Larry believed that this would be his finest hour. Soon the day of the surgery arrived, and the first thing Larry noticed was that Lin used a basic suture on the patient so that his assistant would understand everything. And now the hero began to use the M-Tang technique. He asked Larry to watch this carefully and remember everything in detail. After a short time, Lin announced the completion of the operation. The patient's relatives were standing outside the office, and Josh told them that the operation was successful. Larry said he learned a lot from Dr. Lin today. He asked the hero what they would do next. Lin asked his assistant to teach him how to write medical papers. Larry was very surprised because he had already forgotten that Lin was still an intern. However, he was surprised that during his internship he never wrote medical documents. The hero said that instead he disinfected, stitched, controlled the bleeding, and used M-Tang. However, all these procedures had to be recorded in the medical record, but instead of Lin, other interns did all this. Then Larry began teaching Lin how to write medical charts. Vanessa came into the office and said that the previous patient could already clench his fist a little. Larry was incredibly happy about this and said that the man should go and see the patient. Vincent was already in the room. He said that the swelling had gone down. The arm was recovering very well. According to the standard, the patient can only be discharged when his flexion limit is less than 5 degrees, and when the strength of his arm is restored to 75% of the strength of a healthy person's arm. But overall, everything is fine. The patient's relatives thanked the doctor for the treatment, and the system gave Lin an ordinary treasure chest. John offered Vincent to look at Lin's results today. The man was surprised at how quickly he completed the operation. Then he said goodbye to everyone and went to examine the next patient. Josh asked Lin to pay more attention to the previous patient. He will be responsible for the 1st and 5th beds for 2 days. If the patients recover, then Josh will find others for the guy. He also said that they could have dinner at 7 p.m., perhaps with the headmistress Jacqueline joining them. Lin happily accepted the invitation. Soon it was evening. The business manager of the medical company, Manhwa Selena, together with her partner, a medical representative named Huang, was heading towards the restaurant. She said that people are so easy to spread terrible rumors about the food in the departments, so you have to choose small, beautiful restaurants. You need to consider the details. The food must be good. Huang noted that the girl is true to herself, but this time, she was very nervous. Selena said that head mistress Jacqueline had a lot of power in Manhua Hospital. They should take advantage of it. But Huang needed to establish a good relationship with her. Soon, the director of Manhua Hospital, Jacqueline, arrived at the restaurant, followed by Josh and Lin. Seeing the young man, Selena immediately blushed. She did not expect to see such a handsome man. Huang thought that with such a face and figure, he would certainly be suitable for the role of a medical representative. Selena hurried over to Lin, complimenting his appearance. She asked him if he would like to become a representative of the medical industry. However, the girl immediately caught herself thinking that she shouldn't get lost over such a trifle, because right now, the most important thing for her was work. So she hurried to greet directors Josh and Jacqueline. The woman introduced Selena to Lena, saying that he was the chief surgeon at Mtang Technique in Yunhai in the emergency department. Selena shook the guy's hand, saying that from now on they would take care of each other. She then asked the guests to come to the table and talk in a more pleasant atmosphere. Juan thought it was his time to show off and used his signature skill, the sunny smile. When everyone sat down at the table, Jacqueline said that they should first order food for Dr. Lin. The young people have a good appetite, so they, the old people, will eat modest dishes, Juan thought. Selena got him to accompany the director, but now he asks him to accompany Dr. Lin. Apparently, she is using him. However, the man decided to keep a straight face because he is a medical representative. He wanted to offer Lin help in choosing dishes, but the hero asked the waitress to bring him only a glass of water. Juan was offended at being so brazenly ignored. Once everyone's drinks were brought, Selena said that the torn tendons needed to be scanned with an MRI. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient if every patient had to be sent to the medical technology building. In the future, when the MTang program is launched, it will take very little to get on the waiting list, but it will require an MRI machine. Juan didn't understand why Selena was so straightforward, because the prices for MRI machines are very high. Of course, there are cheap and expensive models, even if they are domestically produced. The nominal price of imported models with superconducting magnet is more than 10 or 15 million yuan. This machine is worth more than a person. Seeing the mockery on her partner's face, Selena immediately whispered to him to put on a smile and create a normal atmosphere at the table. Jacqueline said that if they bought an MRI machine specifically for the Mtang technique, then the newcomer Lin would become a real big shot in their hospital. Josh said if I was going to buy one, I should go with their department. He always wanted an MRI machine, and now they can't even do one MRI, which is too bad. Jacqueline chuckled, saying that this was not something to discuss over dinner. It was a trap they had set for their guests, so the man should forget about the expensive MRI machine. They should settle for just a pet. Lin brought the director a bottle of wine, saying that he was almost finished, so he would go on duty at the hospital. Jacqueline said that Josh can drink whatever he wants, but not too much because he is a surgeon. Huang wanted to raise a toast to the head mistress, but the woman interrupted him, saying that it was amazing that Lin Zhan had performed his first operation using the Mtang technique in the emergency department of Yunhua Hospital, and the hospital would definitely support him. However, they cannot buy an MRI machine and pay for a new operating room, but we can buy a suitable microscope. Unfortunately, the director of the hand surgery department also once used the Mtang technique. It was a complete failure. Otherwise, Jacqueline could have allocated part of her budget for the doctors to improve their equipment. Josh said that Dr. Lin and Deputy Department Director Pan have been using the Mtang technique successfully, but the hospital only tests the person who performed the first case, which is unfair to their department. The man suggested postponing the purchase of the MRI machine and focusing on the Mtang technology project. Then, the other hospitals would invest a lot of money to win this race. Selena recalled being told once that developing new technology was like planting trees. When you plant a seed, it takes several years for it to grow into a tree, but first you have to wait for someone to sow the seeds. Jacqueline said that Dr. Lin is just like a gardener. Josh said that Lin is a doctor who grew up in their hospital. His technique runs in the family. Jacqueline suggested that they stop joking. She couldn't believe that there was anyone who passed on the Mtang technique as an inheritance. Juan chuckled at how stupid that assumption was, earning Selena's wrath once again. The girl apologized for her partner's words, asking the directors to continue their conversation. Josh said as far as he knows, Their department's deputy director Pan often invited MTang technique experts to their hospital. About 4 years ago, he was their assistant and memorized everything during the training process. Deputy Pan studied this technique for more than 4 years, but still went to Japan for training. He added that Lin was not such a weirdo, Headmistress Jacqueline could prove it, so shouldn't the money saved by old Pan and young Lin be used to conduct an MRI? At least it should be enough to install an operating room and a recovery room. Selena said that it should be done immediately. Nowadays, hiring a freelance surgeon is very expensive, with the minimum cost being 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, not to mention the need to arrange transportation, accommodation, and seminars. Jacqueline replied that the situation with Old Man Pan was a little different. It wasn't like he only knew the M-Tang technique. Jacqueline was in favor of a rehabilitation room and also didn't rule out the presence of an operating room. But the hospital couldn't just take and re-equip the department for them. Josh said he would soon bring up the topic of adding an operating room to the orthopedic department, and he didn't care at all what Pan thought, even if he was negative. Using M-Tang technique to rupture the tendon can be considered as an advanced technique in the whole country and even in the whole world. First, a plan needs to be developed. The man asked Jacqueline to come next year to see their result. The woman agreed, chewed the men's success. She suggested that Lin drink another glass to celebrate and end the evening. Juan said that he would take the wine left on the table for himself. He heard that headmistresses like to drink wine, so he took a bottle and drank it down. Jacqueline told Selena that she should get an MRI done on the guy she brought with her. Meanwhile, something happened at the hospital. Larry was looking for Lin because today he was on duty. Vanessa said he was in the duty room now. Larry went there, saying that he had brought him a patient with a torn scrotum just like Lin himself wanted. The hero immediately rose from his seat and went to the patient. At the moment, he was very interested in patients with testicular trauma. The system told Lin the recipe he should use to treat the patient. Soon the hero came to the ward where the injured man was already lying. The senior doctor, Patrick, informed him that the man was in shock. He asked what information Lin could deduce from his appearance. The hero said that the rupture of the right side of the scrotum exposed the testicle. Obvious contamination could be seen on the surface of the scrotum and soft tissues. The wound reached the vaginal membrane, but it was not damaged. Patrick asked Lin to examine the patient and tell him what he planned to do with him. The hero said that there were no critical wounds, but there was a non-linear wound, and it was definitely contaminated, and the guy was also worried about how exactly everything happened. Patrick said he asked him on the street. He got injured while skateboarding. Doing different tricks, he jumped on a metal handrail and fell down. He landed on the railing and the skateboard flew away. He ended up riding on this handrail and it wasn't even round. Lin decided that he should consider the possibility of tetanus and get a shot. The bleeding was not too serious, so Lin tried to imagine what a normal testicle looked like. He would be able to find out if he was allowed to work cutting open a man's scrotum and checking if it was normal. But this situation was quite atypical. Lin would not be able to draw a conclusion so quickly, since he was not familiar with its anatomical structure. Patrick said that if it was not normal, they might consider testicular torsion. At this point, the doctors were interrupted by a nurse who asked what medications they would be administering. The patient was noticeably nervous, since it was his reproductive organ that was being discussed. So Patrick said that they shouldn't quarrel with patients and asked Lin to explain to him what a spermatic cord was. The hero said that the spermatic cord is a structure that holds the testicle in place and provides it with nutrition. It includes arteries, veins, lymphatic vessels, nerves. And now they need to check whether the cord is working properly. And if there are problems with it, they will have to do an operation. They may have to remove the testicle, in which case stitches won't even be needed. Patrick examined the patient, saying that there was no torsion. This position of the seed cord is quite rare. He asked Lin to continue to debride and suture the wound, and to make sure that he did not touch the wound while debridement. The patient burst into tears of grief, saying that his future was in the hands of Dr. Lin. The hero put on a medical cap and mask and prepared to stitch up the wound. Having to be extremely careful to ensure that everything went well, Lin decided to use the intermittent vertical stitch technique. After a fairly short time, he reported that he had finished applying the stitches. The system informed him that he had completed the task of treating patients, and as a reward, it gave him the ability to incise at a professional level. 2 days later, Patrick approached Lin and said that the patient had recovered quickly because Lin had performed an excellent operation. The man asked where the intern practiced. The hero replied that he trained in his family clinic. Patrick was surprised that Lin was able to learn this, since there are not so many patients with ruptured testicles. And then the hero replied that he often used the Limber technique to sew up the stomachs of elderly people. At that moment, Larry entered the office and announced that the patient with the tumor in room 5 had recovered. Lynn said goodbye to Patrick and headed towards the exit. Larry informed him that the patient in room 5 was recovering quite quickly, but they would not talk about that now. The thing is, Larry hadn't practiced with Dr. Lin for a long time and he couldn't wait for another joint operation. However, the hero said that he had an operation tomorrow, so he needed to gain strength. Larry thought to himself, despite his immense talent, Lin still had some flaws, and if he had time to freshen up, why not make a few cuts? The man wondered if the doctor didn't want to practice the incision. It would be nice if he handed the task over to him. Larry chuckled, confident that the time would come when Dr. Lin would come running to him. The next day, the scheduled surgery came. Josh reported that the patient was Li Xingguo, 21 years old. He had an open wound. The tendons of the index and middle fingers were torn. The deep tendons of the fingers and the superficial tendons of the middle finger were torn. The situation was complicated. However, Lin was confident that they could handle it. Josh thought this was the only patient they could find today. Lin noted that the injury site is known as a lumbrical tendon injury because the tendons in that area are so tightly packed together. Both flexors are connected by narrow tendon sheaths. Strong adhesion is an ideal situation for restoring hand function. The fact that the flexor digitorum profundus and flexor superficialis were injured means they were very stressed, further increasing the likelihood of fusion. But this is not the problem. For a master in the MTAN technique, it is enough to deal with both deep and shallow tendons at the same time. Lin was about to rupture the flexor tendon in zone 2 and needed a handle. Vanessa gave it to him before he even finished speaking. Apparently, she practices coordination very well. Josh watched closely as Lin performed the surgery, wanting to help him, but still remaining silent. He understood that he couldn't always help him after all. He had to practice. He decided to let Larry make the incision himself. Because he had been training for 3 years, the child was doing very well after the operation, and he was also attentive to the patient's prognosis. Larry was surprised that the director was worried about him. He thought he was more worried about Lin's technique. He thought it would have been better if Dr. Lin had left the incision to him. However, he knew that he shouldn't expect to take Dr. Lin's job. Besides, the doctor had problems with incisions before, and he didn't practice them yesterday, so he wouldn't do it. He had problems with incision technique, and he was bad at this area, so the doctor would refuse him. However, Lin asked to tighten the skin. Larry could not believe his ears. The doctor did not hesitate at all, as if he had thought about it in advance. Moreover, Lin chose a good position for the cut. Lin picked up the knife, preparing to begin the operation. Larry watched the doctor in amazement. The level of his incision was truly the work of a high-level doctor. But how did Dr. Lin, who had only performed surgery twice, become a master in the blink of an eye? Josh asked Lin if he had practiced making cuts, and the hero replied in the affirmative. The director thought about it. He always knew he was smart, but he didn't expect his knowledge base to be so vast. If someone told him that a person could become the best at cutting in just a few days, he would definitely shower that person with choice insults. However, he didn't understand what had happened to him. Maybe he hadn't given it his all last time. But as far as Josh remembered, the last time his movements didn't look like he was faking it. Then Lin asked to remove the skin. Larry watched the doctor's hands closely, feeling ashamed of his thoughts about Lin John being arrogant, and also about how he should have made the incision instead. He said that some uninformed people might think that Lin was using some secret technique. However, John said it didn't matter what others thought. He then asked Lin if he really bought pig's feet to practice his skills. The hero said that he bought them from time to time. The director said that this wouldn't work, since he was still an intern, and the allowance of several hundred yen a month was not enough to buy pig's feet. Lin does not have to pay for training materials out of pocket. Even though the emergency department cannot afford to build a practice room, they must act according to the circumstances and provide an environment in which their staff can improve their skills. One of the doctors present at the operation understood what the director was hinting at and took note. Josh continued by saying that Lin should apply for compensation for the purchase of pig's feet, and since he does not yet have a certificate of qualification of a doctor, it is possible to do this. Even if he is the chief surgeon, the official reports will have Josh's or Larry's name. The director promised the hero to transfer the cost of the operation after it was transferred to his account, because Lin deserves to be paid for the work. Larry looked at Lin with enthusiasm, wanting to learn the M-Tang technique like him. Meanwhile, the operation continued for another 2.5 hours. After that, Lin announced its completion, Josh was extremely surprised that it took so little time. The hero said that he checked the medical equipment and can now return. Josh left Larry to monitor the patient's condition after the anesthesia and headed towards the exit of the operating room. The man looked after Lin, dreaming of becoming like him, but first they needed to somehow get closer. Meanwhile, the hero went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. Chandler waited for him to be free and was already beginning to fall asleep. He said he came to tell Lin about dividing the money. He said that the director of the department would soon come to visit them, and how much he would give Lin for the operation was up to him to decide, so the guy didn't have to worry about that. Director Josh was worried that there might be a misunderstanding because the money would be transferred to his card. So he asked Dr. Chandler to explain everything to Lin. The man explained that their hospital complies with the standards. The cost of the operation is determined by the Bureau and is not subject to change. The first allocation is determined by the hospital and the second by their department. For example, Lin performed flexor tendon reconstruction surgery. It follows that the surgery fee is 1210 yuan in second-class hospitals and 1344 yuan in third-class hospitals. Their hospital is a specialized hospital, so they will get 1344 yuan. In addition, 210 yuan is added to the amount for each extra finger. The total surgery fee today is 1554 yuan, and the emergency room will get 777 yuan because the chief surgeons get 2/3 of the surgery fee and Lin will get 518 yuan. So Lin gets 518 yuan every time he uses the M-Tang technique. But Chandler added that the amount he gets does not only belong to him, but also to the senior department. Lin thought, if he performs 3 operations a day, it will cost 15,000 yen per month. Chandler decided that he was crazy, 20 operations a day is too much. The guy will simply die from overwork. No country can do 90 operations every 2 months. At this moment, the system sent Lin a notification with another task. He had to complete 10 operations using the M-Tang technique. The guy's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. A little later, Josh brought Lin several folders with documents. This is news from different regions of pharmaceutical sales representatives, former colleagues, subordinates, and associates after a month of waiting. Lin said he would take them all and also asked Josh to make sure they got here as soon as possible. The director said he didn't have to worry about running out of patients. He had to choose the patients he would prefer to treat today, and on other days, Josh didn't know the M-Tang technique well, but primary wound closure should be more patient-friendly. He noted that the suture was so perfect that the patient was able to perform passive arm movements in just 24 hours and achieve the desired result in all respects. And he thought to himself that everyone who was sutured by Lin recovers quite quickly. Lin thought about it. Now he could say that he had completely mastered the M-Tang technique at the master level. He said he didn't want to pile up patients and hoped Josh could arrange for all 5 of them for him today. The director thought that this boy was not the type to joke. He asked the hero why he didn't take 1 patient a day. It would be more professional. Then Lin said that he was not able to operate constantly. Josh wondered if Chandler had told him about the payment and that Lin had become so obsessed with money because he needed it. He offered the guy financial assistance, but Lin said that he did not need money. The director said that the most important thing to do right now is to hone his skills. Lin shouldn't think about money and other useless things. But the hero didn't understand. Didn't his skills depend on the number of operations? Josh asked him to choose 2 patients so that he would have priority. If Lin was in good condition after the first surgery, the man would allow him to treat the second patient after resting. Otherwise, he would transfer the patients to the hand surgery department. Lin agreed, and soon the patient was brought into the operating room. The hero said that Director Josh would arrive a little later, and in the meantime, they would begin the operation. 2 hours later, the director arrived in the operating room, apologizing for being late. Lin asked him if the second patient had arrived at the hospital. Josh said he was already here, but he didn't understand why the guy asked that question, since it had only been 2.5 hours. Lin said that he had already completed the operation, but the director did not believe him. However, when he looked at the patient's hand with perfect stitches, he immediately took his words back. The man said that the second patient was in the next operating room. Larry put his arm around Lin, telling him that the director could rely on him. Meanwhile, the second operation began, and it was even faster than the first. The longer Larry worked with Dr. Lin, the more he learned. Soon the hero announced that the operation was complete. Josh was shocked. This time it took Lin less than 2 hours. When the men left the operating room, the director announced that the next patient was already on the way, and if there were no traffic jams, he would be here soon. Happiness lit up Lin's eyes. He was ready to accept the next patient. Soon the operation began. Larry was quite tired as they were doing their third operation in a row for the first time. However, he was confident that if he followed Lin, he would be able to improve and challenge himself even more. Larry spent 7 hours operating on people without food, water, or toilet. But why wasn't the doctor tired after all those surgeries? Seeing the assistant's face, Lin asked Vanessa to help Larry and wipe his sweat. It was also hard for her to undergo 3 operations in a row, but she tried to hold on. Lin asked to be patient a little longer. They would finish very soon. Soon the third operation was completed and everyone left the operating room. Larry asked Vanessa how she felt after 3 surgeries in a row. The girl said that she kept up with the doctor perfectly and was not at all tired. Suddenly, Larry and Vanessa heard Dr. Lin talking to someone around the corner and decided to eavesdrop. It was Josh. He asked the guy where he got such a desire to operate. Even the director at his age did not want to perform so many operations in a row. As much as Lin would like to perform a few more surgeries, there are no more patients, so they will talk about it tomorrow. Lin agreed, but added that he would perform 5 operations tomorrow. Larry looked at the doctor in amazement. If he wanted to perform 5 operations on him, then he needed to prepare something. Suddenly he saw a nurse and another doctor approaching the men. They were medical intern Marty and nurse intern Cheryl. They brought the doctor fruits and special products from another province. Lin looked at the bag of food. There were 2 salted fish, but the men did not know how to eat them. Marty explained that they simply need to be stewed, although you can also steam them with nuts or tomatoes or with tofu or even with soybeans, and it will be even tastier if you eat the fish together with pork stomach. Lin interrupted the man, asking what they wanted from him. Marty said he watched all the videos of Lin performing surgery using the M-Tang technique and decided to offer his help and assist him. Moreover, using this technique takes a lot of time, and Larry's assistant looks like he's about to die of exhaustion. The young man became incredibly angry and could no longer remain silent. He came flying out from around the corner, screaming that he wasn't tired at all, and then began threatening Marty. Then Larry thought about it. He caught himself thinking that he was jealous of Marty, and that was not good. The man decided to calm down and then said that the doctor could take the salted fish back to his home and cook pork legs with it, which was his favorite dish. Then Josh decided to intervene. They didn't have time to argue, since they had 5 surgeries to perform tomorrow. The next day, Larry brought a whole pot of delicious food to the hospital. All the doctors immediately surrounded the guy, wanting to taste the most delicious treat. Larry said that he had bought and cooked some pig's feet and suggested that Lin try them, since they had to perform as many as 5 operations. Chandler noted that the dish turned out simply wonderful. Larry said that they are not difficult to cook at all. After you cook them, you need to fish them out and strain the broth. Put the stew in the refrigerator and stew again after a few days. The broth can be used again to cook the meat. It will be very tasty. It does not matter what meat you choose, it will still be great. You can also add pork ribs or mushrooms. Chandler asked the boy to come to him after dinner so that he could give him money for the food. Larry was soon surrounded by a crowd of doctors, asking him to cook other delicious dishes for them. They decided to simply create a group on social networks where everyone could order from Larry whatever they wanted. The guy's eyes were wide open. Orders kept coming his way. Their conversation was interrupted by Lin, because they needed to prepare for the operation. Soon, everyone went to the operating room. The patient's condition was stable, so Lin began the operation, after covering the patient with a surgical drape. He said that this patient had 3 damaged fingers, which made the surgery much more difficult than the previous ones. Larry thought that Dr. Lin would be in terrible shape, but he was ready for anything today. The team was determined they had to carry out 5 operations. The first operation went as usual. Time passed. Soon the third operation was completed, and then Vanessa decided to see a doctor. She said that she had been operating for several days already. Yesterday she had performed 3 more operations. This morning 2 more. Her strength was running out. The girl wanted someone to replace her. Lin agreed, thinking that although a nurse's job is less grueling than a chief surgeon's, it is much more, especially for operating room nurses. They need to be completely focused on the operation. It is a huge test for the body and mind. Vanessa added that the new nurse was not as familiar with the M-Tang technique, so they would have to slow down and would not be able to perform the surgery as quickly. Lin said he knew about it and promised to slow down. Vanessa was upset when she realized that Dr. Lin had seen her dark circles under her eyes. She promised herself that when she returned, she would go straight to bed to get rid of the bags under her eyes, do a mask, put on some makeup, and go back to work. She was also worried that the doctor might fall asleep during the operation, but Lin said that would not happen. The hero thought, There were still 2 operations ahead. He needed to save his strength for the next one. Moreover, he hadn't heard Larry's voice for a long time. When the guy looked at his assistant, he saw that he was already asleep. Lin walked up to him and told him to rest if he was tired. Larry immediately opened his eyes, saying that he was not tired at all and was ready to perform all 5 operations. However, Lin told him that in this condition he would not be able to perform 2 more operations. The hero said that the guy could sleep. He should set an alarm and come back a little later, Larry thought. When he was a student, he only needed 10 minutes of sleep to gain energy. Soon the alarm went off. Larry got up and went to get ready for surgery. When he arrived at the operating room, Dr. Lin was already working on the patient. The hero asked what delayed Larry, since all 5 operations had already been completed. As it turned out, he was replaced by Marty. There was a gleam of anger in his eyes. Now he was here. And even though the operation was almost over, he had to learn from the doctor's experience. At this time, nurses were passing by the operating room. They were surprised that Dr. Lin was still operating. He had not left the office since early morning. One of the girls admired how much energy the doctor had. However, she soon realized that her words had been misinterpreted and hurried to run away. Soon Lin announced the completion of the operation. The system reported the mission was completed and presented the hero with a basic treasure chest. The man was sure that there was energy serum in it again. However, instead, there was another chip that gave him the diagnostic skill. The hero was pleasantly surprised by such a gift. After this, Lin left the hospital and called himself a taxi. A medical examination is an assessment of the patient's condition, during which the doctor checks touch, smell, sensitivity, hearing, and also conducts percussion. A medical examination is one of the 4 skills of basic diagnostics. A diagnosis is necessary for a doctor to understand whether it is possible to cure a patient and prevent the suspected disease. Even doctors who spend all their time in the operating room need basic diagnostic skills. While Lin was driving in the car, he decided to inquire about the rank of his medical examination skills. The system reported that the medical examination skill that Lin had mastered was ranked 1,128th in Manhwa City. The rank would increase after conducting 30 medical examinations. However, this was not considered a mission. It was necessary in order to gain experience. Then Lin decided to examine himself while he was still in the car. He began to touch his body parts one by one, and the system informed him about the diseases found and not found. Soon the hero checked his entire body. No diseases were found. The system reported that medical examination is based on early diagnosis and early treatment. Subjective judgments cannot be applied. Scientific approach is mandatory. These are reasons for the interest of the patient himself and his family in particular, and the country and people in general. The taxi driver looked at Lin with bewilderment as he groped himself in the back seat. Something was wrong with this guy. The man wanted to stop, but the hero asked him to drive a little further. Then the taxi driver lied that his tank was almost empty, so the guy would have to walk a bit. Lin got out of the car and reached into his pocket to pay the taxi driver for the ride. However, the man did not wait for him to find the money and immediately drove away. After coming home, Lin again decided to repeat the skills of self-medical examination. This examination skill should be considered masterful because everything depends on its application in practice. Soon morning came and Lina was awakened by a phone call. It was a call from the hospital. They told him that all the beds were occupied. Today's operations were postponed to tomorrow, so Lin could rest today. The hero decided that it would be better not just to not go to work, but to help his family with patients. He went downstairs and told his father that he was not working today, so he could help with a couple of examinations. Robert was surprised because he had already invited Dr. Milton to the clinic. Soon, a car pulled up to the clinic. It was Dr. Milton. He works for supplies and specializes in suturing and cosmetic injections. He said he spoke to the doctor on the phone this morning. Behind him were today's patients. Dr. Felice and Zan came to help. Dr. Stanley said that Lin would be helping them with the examinations today, and Robert was indignant at this time. Inviting Dr. Milton cost 200 yuan a day. He spent it in vain. The hero put on a white coat. He was very pleased that today there were so many patients on whom he could practice his examination skill. After being examined by Dr. Lin, the girls were to see Dr. Milton. Lin decided to ask the system if his survey skill had increased. As it turned out, it had increased by 1 level. Lin was pulled out of his thoughts by the girls. They also wanted to undergo a medical examination with the hero. Robert watched proudly as his son improved every day, because it meant that more and more city residents would come to see them. Milton offered to replace Lin and examine the girls. Thinking that the guy was already tired for today, Hearing this, the girls immediately rushed to come up with ridiculous excuses and leave the clinic. Lin looked after them in bewilderment. The next day, the hero returned to the hospital. Early in the morning, he immediately went to the patient to conduct an examination and assess how he was recovering. The man was surprised that the examination was taking place so early. Lin said that he wanted to conduct a detailed medical examination. The hero reported that the man has a lot of sedentary work and gastritis. Today, he will check the condition of his chest, abdomen, head, and neck. The nurse noted that the doctor was too serious. The hero said that before there was no need to carry out examinations, but now that she appeared, he must carry them out. The girl objected, because Dr. Lin rested only once, and that was yesterday. He even came today a few hours earlier. At this rate, he will be very tired by dinner, and he will not have time and energy left for his girl. Then the hero said that he doesn't have a girlfriend. All his energy goes to operations. After the examination, Lin went to Larry's office, who informed him that they had 3 patients today. Lin decided to deal with them, and then it would become clear whether new patients would come or not. At that moment, Marty approached the men and said that he would contact other hospitals because the M-Tang technology works so well that many hospitals would be happy to refer patients to their department. Lin said the more hospitals he called, the better. But Larry was adamant that it was quality, not quantity, that mattered. Marty added that he recently saw a new issue of Chinese intensive care medicine, and Lin's name was in it, and his work entitled Controlling Bleeding with Bare Hands, without surgical preparation by precisely applying pressure. During Glissen's capsule, sutures was simply amazing. At this point, the system informed the hero that the task of writing a dissertation had been completed, and he was to receive a medium-sized treasure chest as a reward. Inside the chest was a chip that granted Lin the experience of dissecting 3,000 upper limbs. Lin thought, "This is a process of regional anatomical concealment." These monotonous, repetitive, uninteresting dissections provided so much information. Performing dissections of 3,000 upper limbs is comparable only to the ability to control bleeding with bare hands to perfection. This is the knowledge that doctors devote their entire lives to studying. Now, even when Lin just looks at his hands, the information that pops up in his brain becomes the perfect metacarpus, the perfect phalanx, the perfect thenar, the perfect hypothenar, the perfect lumbrical, the perfect transverse palmar crease, the perfect distal carpal crease of the perfect human body. At that moment, Vanessa entered the office. She grinned, thinking that the doctor was doing palmistry. Then the hero replied that he was thinking about the anatomical diagram of the hand. The girl grinned. This guy was charming, but it was impossible to talk to him. Then she decided to offer her palm to Lin to tell her fortune. The hero thought, "You can't get much information just by looking at your own hands, so why not look at someone else's and compare them to his?" The man looked closely at Vanessa's palm. The dorsal palmar crease was not noticeable. The metacarpus was pleasant to the touch, slightly smaller than usual, nothing special. While the nurse was worried about the fact that she and the doctor were holding hands right now, Lin thought, compared to the experience of hiding 3,000 upper limbs, Vanessa's hand was not deformed. There was nothing special, so there was no point in studying it. Lin silently let go of her hand, sighing thoughtfully. Vanessa didn't understand why he reacted that way. The hero said that he found that her little finger was shorter than usual and assumed that the middle part was also miniature. He carefully felt her hand and could notice that it was not quite standard from an anatomical point of view. Vanessa sighed resignedly. She clearly did not expect such an answer. Their conversation was interrupted by Larry. He said that the operating room was ready. The patient had a laceration on one finger. Soon everyone arrived in the operating room. Now Lin will perform the operation to restore the finger. All those present were also ready. Lin began to analyze the situation. The skin on the patient's palm is rough, but it becomes thinner towards the thenar. There is a thickening at the intersection of the palm and hypothenar. If you cut it and open the skin, then you need to apply pressure sequentially. The hero noted that the experience of 3,000 upper limb dissections had a huge effect on the operation. Larry noted that Lin made a wonderful cut. Suddenly, the operating room opened and Josh walked inside. He asked the doctors to continue their work and he brought some friends to demonstrate Dr. Lin's skills to them. Behind the man stood Bernard, director of the Changxi Provincial Maternal and Child Health Center. He didn't believe that this child actually performed an operation with the M-Tang technique in just 2 hours. Josh introduced the men to the Manhua Hospital Emergency Department's M-Tang technique. the best method for suturing difficult areas. Lin worked for only a short time and then reported that the operation was complete. Everyone present was in shock. Then the director invited Bernard to watch the next operation. Marty reported that the patient had already arrived and was now being prepared for surgery, which would take place in the second operating room. Josh asked if Lin wanted to have the surgery now or if he would rest first. The hero said that since the patient in the second operating room had a laceration on one finger, it was worth operating on him now. It would take about half an hour. Bernard chuckled. Apparently, Principal Josh had prepared quite a show for them. Josh said they worked hard behind the scenes to put on such a world-class show, and if Bernard watched a few more surgeries, he'd see the full power of their emergency department. Soon the next operation began, and the guests noted that the speed of Dr. Lin's hands was simply incredible. Bernard thought it was a joke at first, but he actually completed the operation in 30 minutes. The main difference between conventional tendon anastomosis and the M-Tang technique is the different suturing strength. The double Kessler suture is looped and requires inserting a thread from one part of the torn tendon and connecting it to the other. M-Tang technique is a 3-strand suture to avoid excessive damage to the tendon. The main focus is on how to pull out the 3 main threads of the suture. This technique requires 3 times less time than the Kessler suturing technique, but the complexity of the operation is 3 times higher. 30 minutes for one phalangeal suturing speaks of the doctor's professionalism. If an hour is spent on a single phalangeal suturing using the M-Tang technique, then the operation is performed quickly. Taking into account all the possible complications during the operation, it is quite logical to expect that the process will take 1.5 or even 2 hours. Before Bernard could finish his thought, Lin asked Vanessa to check and count the bandages. Those present could not believe their eyes. Was the operation really already over? Bernard suggested that this was a fake doctor, and the nurses were just actors. Josh immediately became indignant, promising to eat the entire operating table if it turned out to be a performance. Lin Jiang reported that the operation was completed, and he managed to complete it in 21 minutes. Bernard then asked if the director had any more operations today. He still thought that the speed of this operation was just a coincidence. Josh visibly tensed as he looked at Lin. However, the hero assured him that he would be able to continue and perform more operations. He left the rest of the stitching to Dr. Larry. Then, Josh gathered everyone and led them into the third operating room for the next operation. Soon, Lin performed several more operations. Bernard was in shock. To make a tendon cut, the doctor would need 20 to 30 minutes just to prepare. And Lin performed the entire operation in that time and did not even bat an eyelid. Something was clearly wrong here. When Lin got the tendon out, he placed it correctly and then adjusted its position. That was the most frightening thing. The man was soon informed that the operation was almost complete and had only taken 10 minutes. Bernard suggested to Josh that he allow this brilliant doctor to take part in the conference. The director chuckled, asking if Lin was not qualified enough. Bernard shouted, "This technique is equipped with more than enough. It's just that there are a lot of pretty female doctors at the conference, and Lin is an attractive guy. It's wrong to hide such a doctor in the operating room. Josh should show him to the whole world." Soon the hero reported that the operation was completed. As Josh walked outside, he thought about Bernard's words. It was decided that Lin needed to be transferred to a new level. Thanks to Director Josh's visit, there were now plenty of patients. For Lin, this was an excellent opportunity to perform as many operations as possible. So the patients ran out only by 4 a.m. the next day. Larry was incredibly tired, and Marty was wondering what was wrong with Dr. Lin. The thing is that the hero just looked at the ceiling. The men decided that geniuses have their own oddities. But in fact, Lin was looking at the system notification. It reported the completion. To practice the M-Tang technique on 50 patients, as a reward the hero received an energy serum. When he lowered his head, Marty decided to address him. He said that Director Josh wanted to disturb Lin during the operation, but he asked me to tell him that after work he needed to get a good night's sleep, get up early, and get ready. Go to the Wyndham Hotel before noon and wait for him there. The International Medical Conference of Manhwa Hospital Emergency Department, held in Wyndham Department every year, has been developed and organized for several years and is now the medical conference of Jiangxi Province. The poster showed all the doctors involved in emergency medical care, including a doctor from the emergency department of Manhua Hospital. This doctor has performed M-Tang surgeries many times, and he is only an intern at Manhua Hospital. One of the visitors took a photo of Lin and sent it to some girl, saying that this handsome guy meets her high standards. Perhaps he could be lured to work at the Wyndham Hotel. This girl turned out to be Selena. She thought about the fact that this year the conference coincided with the announcement of the project of the Emergency Medicine Center. Every hospital wanted to participate. Since there are so many professional and large emergency departments of the Urgent Care Center, the Urgent Care Center's bills should not decrease after the end, which means there is an incredible opportunity for their company, which is why everything must be top-notch. Juan reported that there were 160 people at the event, of which almost 30 held a position higher than assistant director, and another 80 attending physicians. Selena thought that such numbers did not guarantee anything. They had to work hard to find real talent. At that moment, one of the workers approached the girl and said that they didn't have enough brochures. Selena yelled at her and ordered her to get more brochures from the warehouse instead of messing around, but that wasn't the problem. As it turned out, there were no brochures in the warehouse. Many girls were extremely interested in the new doctor of Manhwa Hospital. They took everything apart in an instant. Selena was shocked. All 300 brochures were taken apart. This Dr. Lin turned out to be more effective than the entire advertising department. At that moment, Selena received a call from Bella, an oncologist from a provincial cancer hospital, who said it was a great idea to set up a blind date. Selena listened to her friend in bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about. Meanwhile, Juan arrived in the hall. He announced that director Josh would arrive in the afternoon. He was performing today and had a lot of things to do, and then offered Lin some snacks. However, Lin decided to choose what he liked. At that moment, Madeline approached the hero. She introduced herself as the head of the emergency department of the provincial children's hospital. She watched the video where Lin controlled the bleeding with his bare hands and would like to know where he learned to do this. The hero replied that he learned this at his family's clinic. Madeline suddenly started asking him strange questions, like how many people were in his family. Then the woman called a young girl, Yasmin, to her. She was her daughter. Lin Dan was her age. Madeline asked the guy to share his experience with the girl. Yasmin graduated from Xiamen University this year. She is still very naive. She does not know whether to start working or go to graduate school. The other women looked with undisguised envy at how brazenly Madeline tried to matchmake her daughter. Madeline held a management position in a children's hospital. Her husband was the director of a construction company. Her daughter was an incredibly beautiful graduate of a prestigious university, so she wanted to get such a profitable son-in-law. With such a son-in-law, her life plan will be fulfilled, and then this young couple will have beautiful, obedient twins. The boy will become a politician or a businessman, and the girl will do what she likes. It would be nice if she also married a doctor. That would be ideal. The woman was distracted from her thoughts by Layla, who seemed to appear out of nowhere. Madeline immediately tensed up. This scoundrel was seducing her future son-in-law right before her eyes. Layla walked unceremoniously towards Lin, pushing Yasmin aside. Madeline turned to the girl, asking which hospital she was from. Layla said that she came from the Golden Deer Hospital, and then asked if this grandmother knew Lin. The woman pretended not to notice that she was called Grandma, and then asked if paramedics were also participating in this conference. Layla immediately saw through Madeline. This old woman clearly wanted to get her out of here. At the fish store, the girl was always most irritated by old ladies like these, but she still had an ace up her sleeve. Madeline said it was the Manhua International Conference for Emergency Room Physicians, and Layla's company was an ambulance. Layla said that she knew that this was Manhua's International Emergency Medical Conference, and she also knew that their company was an ambulance. However, they were the sponsors of this very conference. Layla was confident that she would not lose this fight, especially with Lin by her side. The hero, meanwhile, went to the table because he was very hungry. At that moment, a young brunette approached him. It was Rose. She liked Lin at first sight. She suggested that he try dried pork, confident that the guy would definitely like this dish. At that moment, a red-haired girl, Bliss, came up to them. She also really liked Lin. She asked if he wanted to give a speech today, because he had performed many operations on hard-to-reach areas of his hand. The hero said that he had such an experience, but he would not give a speech. He came here for the company of the head of his department. Bliss immediately noted that she had met with the head of the emergency department at Manhua Hospital several times, and he was quite serious. Rose was very angry that this girl had interrupted their conversation. Moreover, she was dressed like a schoolgirl. Bliss tried to stay close to Lin. She promised that she would ask her director to support Manhua Hospital. The hero thanked her for her support. Then Rose decided to join the conversation and said that their hospital had received 3 spots during the committee meeting. Bliss saw an expensive pendant on the girl's neck, and this really infuriated her. A real war was starting between the girls. Rose whispered that she had gotten there first, But Bliss insisted that it didn't matter because there were no rules in love. While the girls were piercing each other with murderous glances, Lin finally decided to eat. Meanwhile, Madeline accepted her defeat, took Yasmin and went with her to another part of the hall. Layla turned around addressing Lin, but the guy was no longer there. She began to look for him with her eyes and became furious when she saw him in the company of two girls. As soon as she became slightly distracted, all sorts of girls immediately began to flock around him. But Layla was not going to back down either. She squeezed between Rose and Bliss to Lin, asking him why he didn't tell her where he went. The girls stared at the stranger with incomprehension. She was speaking to the doctor quite frivolously. Apparently, they were close. Then Layla handed Lin a fork with a piece of the dish, intending to feed him. She smiled slyly, turning to the girl. Victory was already in her pocket because Lin chose the food offered to her. Rose and Bliss realized that they were in the same boat now. They needed to get this upstart out of here. The girls pounced on the guy, offering him a variety of dishes. Lin looked at everything that was happening in amazement, not knowing how to react. The hospital directors watched all this from the balcony, laughing merrily. Soon the evening came to an end, and a conference began in the hand surgery department of Manhua Hospital. Manhwa, the director of the hand surgery department at Manhua Hospital, who unexpectedly returned, said that Professor Hashimoto had been studying the treatment of the hard-to-reach part of the hand for many years. The head of the department, Jin Shi, was also present at the meeting. Professor Hashimoto Shiro, a professor at the orthopedic department at Japan's Keio University Hospital, said he had heard that there was a young doctor at the hospital who had performed dozens of operations using the M-Tang technique and wanted to know more about it. Jin said he could make arrangements if the man wanted to see the surgeries in the emergency room. Hashimoto said that would be great. He would like to look at patients who have already had the surgery because the best way to understand the surgery is to look at the results. Jin replied that the emergency department was independent from the hand surgery department. They had no right to interfere with their work, much less to make rounds of the department's wards. Pan objected because there was no need to go round the wards. They could invite patients and examine them here in the hand surgery department. Jin asked Pan not to create unnecessary problems, but the man did not calm down. He said he heard that some patients were recovering in their department, which was just ridiculous. If they had any problems, the emergency room would have them too. Hashimoto said what Jin was doing was detrimental to the practice of suturing the flexor tendon in a hard-to-reach area of the hand. Suturing the flexor tendons in a hard-to-reach area of the hand requires a lot of medical skill. The doctor must concentrate only on the operation for several hours. In Japan, they have long discussions before such operations, but they do dozens of operations without careful planning. The advancement of hand surgery in China is based on their numbers, and Hashimoto did not think this was right. Such an approach does not contribute to the development of skill in this surgical direction. If they have a strategy, they will not only reduce the workload on the medical staff, but also increase the success and effectiveness of the operation. They should all work in this direction, and not just for the sake of performing operations. Jin said the situation in China is different. They have a lot of patients who need surgery and they can't ignore them. But Hashimoto didn't stop. He said that if there were a lot of patients, the surgeon would have to remain calm and perform countless amputations on those who couldn't have their severed fingers moved and stitch up the deep tendons. This would save medical resources and allow them to help those who needed it more. For example, smokers would be better off having their fingers amputated rather than stitched up. The fact is that nicotine accelerates the speed of signals between the body and the brain. Nicotine will cause a spasm of blood vessels and lead to tissue necrosis of the transplanted finger. Amputation and transplantation were previously taboo, but Jean was still shocked by such a statement. Pan said that the fact that they are treating people, saving their lives, means that they should give them a chance. If the patient agrees and meets the criteria for a transplant, then they should at least give him a chance. Hashimoto said that quitting smoking was hard, but getting the patient to follow instructions was much harder. And then the man suggested changing the subject. He wanted to see how surgery on a hard-to-reach area of the hand was performed using the M-Tang technique in the emergency room of a Chinese hospital. The men headed to the room where Lin's patients were being treated, and he had used this technique to treat them. Hashimoto examined the hands of each of them. He then stated that at least half of the patients would not be able to fully regain hand function. Jin tried to calm the worried patients, and Pan asked the Japanese man how he came to such a conclusion without conducting a single test. Hashimoto said that testing would not change anything, but doctors may try to convince him otherwise with the test results. Pan wanted to pounce on the impudent Japanese, but Jin stopped him. He said that this was not the first time Pan had participated in this, and knew very well how doctors from departments in different countries interacted with each other, and he had to contain his emotions. He then looked at Hashimoto and thought, based on the motionless state of the hand, they can determine what stage the patient is in. Moreover, based on the recent presentation, this is a replacement for the usual test. In other words, this Hashimoto hero is a very unusual person. The man said that bilateral relations in China are the main trend now. If they follow the main trends in the world by increasing the number of amputations, they will be able to increase the satisfaction of their patients. Pan shouted, "For a patient to have body parts is as important as being able to use them. There is something more important than the functionality of a body part. Besides, just because the number of their amputations is small, does not mean that their success is small." Hashimoto replied that the doctor's energy was limited, and instead of spending 6 hours performing 2 unsuccessful flexor tendon suturing surgeries, he could spend 4 hours performing a successful flexor tendon suturing surgery. And then he asked if all the patients here had been operated on by that young doctor. Pan said there are currently 2 patients in the recovery room from the emergency department, the rest from the hand surgery unit. Then, Hashimoto decided to demonstrate his pickiness and guess which of the patients arrived from the emergency room. Although he is a doctor, he is also a famous medical detective due to his accurate intuition. Hashimoto pointed his finger at 2 patients, saying that these 2 should be removed first. The man heard that an expert whose skills were comparable to Pan's had performed the operations, and he guessed that it was the department head, Jin Shi. Hearing this, the men chuckled. Hashimoto looked at them in surprise. Was he wrong? Jin explained that these 2 were Lin Jiang's patients from the emergency room, the patients that the young doctor had operated on while he was the chief surgeon, and he would be happy to hear the Japanese doctor's praise. Hashimoto was upset by his miss and needed to push himself and become first again. He then asked Pan to test the patients using a simple test to determine hand function. This is a method invented by the Japanese Kaneko Tsubasa. It is used to evaluate the movement of the patient's upper limbs. It includes 10 movements and allows for a detailed assessment of hand motor skills. Seeing that all the patients had full motor control and were rated above excellent, Hashimoto cursed in anger. Meanwhile, Director Josh was giving a speech at the conference. Chandler noted that this year their department head is the final and easiest one. He said that Lin's female fans helped him a lot. The man then looked at his phone and said that they needed to wait until the principal finished his speech, and then said that when Principal Pan returned, he brought with him a Japanese professor who wanted to spite them. The men soon returned to the hospital. They were met by Jin, Pan, and Hashimoto. Noticing Lin, the Japanese man wondered if this was the same young chief surgeon of the emergency department. He couldn't believe that he had the same level of skills as Jin and Pan. He urgently needed to visit this guy. The man then asked if this was the same Dr. Lin Jian who possessed the M-Tang technique. Hashimoto walked up to Larry thinking that it was Lin. However, Jin told him that there was no point in playing the guessing game and pointed to the real Dr. Lin. Hashimoto was shocked. This was a doctor with good medical skills and a cute face. People like him usually only appear in TV series, but how did he manage to meet such a person in real life? Usually all famous doctors, especially such handsome ones, turn out to be fake because they only care about fame and its advantages. A handsome doctor appears in the hospital who treats wonderfully. He immediately attracts the attention of patients. For example, a patient will first think of the Mayo Clinic. Those with heart problems will go to the Cleveland Clinic. Those diagnosed with cancer will go to MD Anderson Cancer Center. But what should a hospital in China do if it wants a famous doctor? It is impossible to rely on a doctor's medical skills alone, but how good can a Chinese doctor's skills be? But if a doctor looks like a model and has basic medical skills, he can easily become a famous doctor at the regional level, and the information on social media determines the reputation of Manhua hospitals, making it the best in the region. Hashimoto looked at Pan angrily. Does he really want to use him? For the past few months, he pretended to hate Manhua Hospital and tried to charm it for his own benefit. Eventually, he meets a young famous doctor in Manhua who immediately wins him over. And then, surprisingly, they get the opportunity to gradually increase the popularity of this celebrity. Hashimoto then approached Lin and said that if there was a chance, he would like to see Dr. Lin perform surgery using the M-Tang technique. The man chuckled to himself, thinking that he had caught the guy off guard. The technique was very complicated. Everything would depend only on how the doctor performed the operation. Pan thought that this Hashimoto was too suspicious, but he didn't want to take the side of this boy from the emergency room. He then approached Josh. asking if they could arrange for the surgery to be performed so Hashimoto could observe. Seeing the irritation on Josh's face, Jin intervened in the conversation, saying that he too would like to see how Dr. Lin performs surgery using the M-Tang technique. Pan explained that Dr. Hashimoto has a very busy schedule. If the surgery is done as soon as possible, it will be much easier for them to organize their day. Mr. Hashimoto still needs to go to the provincial hospital. Moreover, Dr. Lin is said to perform several surgeries. How does he even find so much time? Hashimoto then took a deep breath, bowed, and said that he would be very happy if the men could arrange an operation so that he could observe Lin at work. Josh considered that they could refuse him, but that probably wouldn't be the best decision right now. Hashimoto was right. Their hospital would soon acquire its own famous doctor. The only thing Josh was afraid of was that Lin, due to his inexperience, would screw up because he would probably be worried, being under the close supervision of an experienced doctor. The man then said that the Japanese man would have to wait until they arranged an operation for Lin. Chandler could tell Josh was nervous, so he said they also had a bunch of videos from previous surgeries in case there were no patients available. Josh immediately breathed a sigh of relief, saying that they actually had a lot of video footage. The men soon went to the conference room to watch a recording of the operation. Larry demonstrated surgery on a patient with a monophalangeal laceration, the same one Hashimoto had recently tested. Based on the statistics in the video, it was clear to everyone that the surgeon was in complete control of what was happening. Suddenly, the man noticed a nurse in the video. He immediately noted that she was very beautiful, unlike the Japanese ones. But as soon as he noticed that the girl in the video laughed, he immediately screamed, because at that moment the operation was going on, and she was chatting about something with the surgeon. Lin explained that the girl simply wanted to wipe his forehead. Hashimoto blushed, seeing something more intimate in this action than wiping his forehead. By evening, only Hashimoto and Pan remained in the conference room. The Japanese was indignant. Pan had been watching the recordings of the operations for several hours in a row. Then the man shouted that he had to continue. He had to find Lin's shortcomings. Pan spent the whole night reviewing the surgical records. As an expert in M-Tang technique, he could guess 80% of Lin's actions. Closing the incision is a precaution. The best thing to do is to choose suturing. There are so many nuances that doctors do not see without mastering the M-Tang technique. This Lin John is almost always good. And even if he accidentally finds new problems, he can make new calculations to solve them. Every time he encounters difficulties, this guy only gets better. If Pan hadn't had the video, he wouldn't have believed that anyone could learn so quickly and effectively. Although he didn't want to admit it, he wasn't as good as Lin. There is an American proverb, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, then it probably is a duck. If the doctor's skills during surgery were better than yours, his judgment was better than yours, and his prognosis was more accurate than yours, then he is a better doctor than you. Previously, Pan was the only one who owned the M-Tang technique. But now, it is obvious that Lin John is held in high esteem by everyone. Pan returned from Japan in a hurry because he was afraid that he would take his place, but he was still late. The man then said he wanted to stay in the country for a little while longer and asked Hashimoto to delay his return. He accepted the request because he would also be nervous if he found himself in such a situation. When people panic, they often make wrong decisions. Hashimoto assumed that Pan wanted to stay in the hospital to compete with Lin. Pan said he wanted to stay, and instead of grabbing patients later, it would be better to do it much earlier, but Hashimoto disagreed with him. Pan could see very well that he was inferior to Lin in terms of prognosis when it came to suturing the flexor tendons, in which case there was no point in staying. Lin would simply leave him behind. The best thing Pan can do is take advantage of the training opportunities that will help him improve his technique. He must learn new methods and then return to China, use his absolute superiority to eventually crush Lin. Meanwhile, 2 patients with finger wounds arrived at the hospital. Chandler sighed. If they had arrived earlier, old Pan would have seen Lin's operation live. Over the next 3 days, Hashimoto, Shiro, and Manhua joined the Taiwanese joint transplant operation at Changshi Orthopedic Hospital, where they received widespread approval. Although Pan operated as Hashimoto's first assistant, there were still some things he could not do. But now he is recognized by the leaders of the National Healthcare and Family Planning System in Changshi Province. The man understood that it was important to build relationships, and considering that Lin Zhan only knew how to operate using the M-Tang technique, he was just a good specialist. Pan would allow him to remain at the top for a few more days. The man then stated that tomorrow he would be going to Japan to continue his studies, and he was sure that upon arrival he would be met by a whole bunch of patients. His colleagues were sure that they would not survive the end of his studies and his departure. Pan then asked how many flexor tendon suturing surgeries Lin had performed so far. Everyone suddenly went silent, and then one of the men said that there had been about 24 operations performed. Pan was shocked. It turns out he performed at least 6 operations a day. In Pan's understanding, a good chief surgeon performs 3 operations a day. If he operates 4 times a day, then he is already putting in much more effort. 5 operations a day are perceived by Pan exclusively as work to the point of exhaustion, and in the end it turned out that he was not afraid of Lin's mastery of technology, but the speed of his development. Then the man jumped up and called everyone into the operating room to watch Lin at work. Soon the man arrived in the operating room. Lin's technique was now even better than in the video. The coherence of the medical team working with him also improved. Lin Jian is the most furious one in the emergency room. If Pan doesn't do anything, he will lose as soon as he relaxes even for a moment. Soon, Headmaster Pan left for Japan for half a month for further training. And with the emergency room not having enough rooms for all the patients, Lin continued to practice his technique and the number of surgeries per day increased to 5. However, for all the missions he was given only an energy serum, so the hero considered the system a little unreasonable. However, he was already tired of so many operations and decided to play on the phone a little. At that moment, Vanessa walked past him and felt sorry for Lin, who was sitting on the floor out of fatigue. The girl asked him if everything was okay, since he had been operating tirelessly all this time. Larry noted that he worked in shifts with Marty, but even so they could barely stand on their feet. Lin ran from one operating room to another. He did not even have time to eat. Even if there was some kind of delay, Lin would immediately start wailing. Vanessa continued to look at Lin. He looked so exhausted that she wanted to feed him soup. At this point, the system sent the hero a notification with a new mission. He had to cure 2 patients using the technique of stopping bleeding with his bare hands. Lin chuckled. This system was getting more and more interesting. And now that he had a new mission, he was ready to start operations again. Vanessa said that if he quit the game he had just been playing now, he would lose. Then Lin handed her his phone, offering to play for him. Meanwhile, the hero headed to the reception desk. He asked the nurses to let him know if any patients with blood loss arrived at the hospital. Judging by the description of the task, the blood loss should be less than 1.5 liters. And if a person loses that much blood, then he will definitely come to the hospital. However, 2 hours passed, but Lin still had not found anyone on whom he could use the technique of stopping bleeding with bare hands. At that moment, Chandler approached him, and the hero said that he was expecting some kind of operation. However, the doctor told him to stop waiting. He had several interesting cases and Lin's help would be useful. The doctor had patients with very unusual injuries, but then the cases became more and more surprising. There was another operation, the most difficult of all. Dr. Chandler informed Lin that CPR was needed for the patient who had heat stroke, as other medications had not helped him, and the man had not been breathing for about 3 minutes. As it turned out, sometimes patients died, even if Lin Jiang was involved in saving them. Deaths in the emergency room are the hardest to accept. But for the hero, this was the first such experience. Chandler tried to reassure Lin, realizing that this was his first time dealing with a patient's death. The man asked him not to think about it too much. Death is a common occurrence. Doctors here just open and close doors. If they manage to close the door leading to death, then they are lucky, but they cannot barricade the entrance to the afterlife. Lin continued to stand his ground. He was sure that if Chandler had performed the resuscitation instead of him, everything would have been different. Then the man said, the patient was dying when he was brought in. His heartbeat was going down for more than 7 minutes. So even if he survived, which was a 1 in a million chance, he would still be in a vegetable state. Even if he came out of the coma, which was even less likely, his life would be the same. He would not be able to live a normal life. He said that Lin did the CPR right, Chandler would have done it the same way, so nothing would have changed. And besides, the head nurse, Josh, always says that you have to get rid of the disease if you want to save someone's life. He says this because many lives will not be saved. Chandler then put his arm around Lin and suggested that they go to the Shao family restaurant after work and have a few drinks before bed. In the evening, the street food district was always crowded with people for a night out before bed. However, this time something terrible was about to happen, because among the vacationers there was a man with a knife. He decided that since he was destined to die today, it would be a good idea to take a few more lives with him. Soon Chandler and Lin arrived at the Shao family's restaurant. They were met by a man with an unhealthy skin color. He immediately recognized Chandler's voice. He had already managed to miss the doctor. The man said he had been very busy, and then decided to introduce his partner, Lin, a young and promising doctor. Xiao handed the hero a discount card as a gift, and then seated the guests at a free table. Chandler ordered a large portion of food from the man, and Xiao went to the kitchen to quickly serve the men. When he left, Lin noted that he looked sick, and Chandler then said that Xiao was indeed their patient. Xiao was born with a ventricular septal defect, one of the most common congenital heart conditions. When he was in elementary school, he competed in a long jump competition and broke his ankle when he landed awkwardly. One day he got into a fight, and as a result he had to have his kidney removed. He may be the first person to have his kidney removed in the nephrology department. When the rheumatology department was created, he was immediately diagnosed with acute compound rheumatism. After the MRI machine was installed, he was diagnosed with a tumor, but fortunately it turned out to be benign. Moreover, he survived appendicitis, vascular endoprosthesis, arteriosclerosis, liver cysts, and gallstones. Old Xiao is a model patient of MANHUA Hospital. Even though he has suffered from an unimaginable number of illnesses, he still smiles and does not hang his head. When he gets sick, he goes to the hospital, and after treatment he continues to work as if nothing happened. Soon Xiao brought the men their beef dish. The men had just started eating when suddenly shouts were heard from the street. People ran away and called for help. The man with the knife tried to attack everyone who got in his way. A policeman rushed to stop him and ordered the man to put down the knife. However, instead, the criminal plunged the blade straight into the policeman's stomach. The man fell to the ground bleeding, and the attacker ran away, hoping to escape the scene of the crime. Lin and Chandler immediately ran out of the hospital. They tried to help the man. The policeman said in a hoarse voice that there was another wounded person, a teenage boy. Chandler said he would help him, and Lin stayed with the policeman. He asked Xiao for something with a high concentration of alcohol, but the man said that it would not help, but he did have iodophor. As a person who gets sick very often, he had a huge first aid kit with all possible medicines. Lin noted that Xiao's strange physiology came in very handy. The hero noted that the wound was located in the abdominal cavity, which made it difficult to see, and this needed to be dealt with immediately. Emergency room doctors use a lot of things when they can't figure out the specifics to avoid infection, and the same goes for the general public who aren't prepared for such situations. Internal bleeding is not only difficult to control, but it is also very dangerous. As it can cause secondary injuries, the injured person can only pray for them to not happen. But for Lin, things are a little easier. The policeman wanted to say something to Lin, but he couldn't decide. Apparently, he was embarrassed by the fact that such a young guy was saving him. Xiao then said that it was Dr. Lin, Dr. Chandler's colleague, a doctor in the emergency department of MANHUA Hospital, so the man had nothing to worry about. Hearing the familiar name of the hospital, the policeman asked to be taken to MANHUA. Xiao said that even if he was there, he would still be treated by Doctors Lin and Chandler, so they would just be wasting their time. But the man stood his ground. It seemed to him that Dr. Lin was simply examining his wound, and he needed the help of practicing doctors. The hero thought about it. He suspected a ruptured spleen, and it could not be postponed any longer. He then inserted his palm into the man's wound, intending to stop the bleeding. The policeman screamed in incredible pain, and everyone around him was shocked by what Lin was doing. As it turned out, the hero pressed on the spleen sprout to stop the bleeding. Soon everyone noticed that the bleeding from the wound had indeed stopped. Xiao noted that Dr. Lin was simply incredible. At that moment, someone from the crowd ran up to the men. He said, "Doctor." Chandler said he couldn't find the bleeding. He needed to open the stomach. He also said he needed Dr. Lin to stop the bleeding. Lin said that he would help him immediately and asked Xiao to find a car to transport the people and him along with the patient. Those present were in shock. Would they really not even call an ambulance? Then Xiao brought a vegetable cart for Lin. That was all he could find. The hero said that they had little time, they needed to urgently place the patient. Passers-by helped them, and the wounded policeman was placed on a cart. Lin's hands were confidently controlling the bleeding despite the shaking of the cart. But he knew Chandler couldn't do the same. He needed help. Meanwhile, Chandler tried to save the young boy, who had already lost consciousness. The man screamed. He urgently needed either an ambulance or Lin Zhan. The victim quietly said that there was no need to fuss, because it was just a knife wound, people had survived with more terrible injuries. He would get to the hospital himself, and they would help him there. Chandler understood that he wouldn't last long. He had lost a lot of blood. He needed to somehow brighten up his last minutes. Meanwhile, the man with the scratch was indignant. He also wanted to get help, and the doctor was still fiddling with the wounded man. Chandler said he saw the injuries to the others, and this boy's injury was the most serious of all. If he let him go, it would get even worse. Soon the boy began to rave, and the doctor became afraid that he was about to die. Chandler then asked for a knife, 2 bottles of premium alcohol, and 2 towels. Soon, the man brought the doctor everything he needed. Chandler thought everything was very bad now. He didn't know how to stop the bleeding. Now only laparotomy could help him. If he makes an abdominal incision, he will break the law. But if the boy's parents are adequate, there will be no problems. But otherwise, they will skin him alive. The man cursed himself. He shouldn't have thought about all these formalities. After all, he was a doctor and he had little time left. Chandler then said he needed to treat the wound and asked to open a bottle of wine for him. The man opened a bottle that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, but it didn't matter at all now because a person's life was at stake. Chandler took the bottle and poured it on the boy's wound, but he needed another bottle. The doctor prepared to hide the abdominal cavity and extended the knife towards the victim. At that moment, Lin came running to him and asked him to give him some wine so that he could wash his hands. Chandler was incredibly happy to see the guy and immediately put the knife away. Soon the victims were laid on the ground. Lin poured iodophor on the teenage boy's wound. The hero disinfected his hands and then examined his wound. His liver was damaged and he had lost a lot of blood. Lin then picked up a knife preparing to operate on the boy. Passers-by filmed everything on their phones. They admired the fact that doctors were performing the operation in such conditions. The next moment, Lin made a quick, precise strike. He needed to make a cut. If it is not possible to operate on the spot with both hands, then such an incision will be enough, and it will be more convenient to stitch. But Lin only had one free hand. He simply would not have enough time. However, he was going to figure out the rest as he went along. Now he only needed to do the necessary manipulations, and he began to widen the wound. Chandler washed Lin's hands with the remaining alcohol, and Lin inserted his free hand into the boy's wound. The man was horrified. He thought that Lin had widened the wound to see where the bleeding was, but he reached in there with his hand to control the blood loss with his bare hands. Passers-by filmed everything on their phones, admiring the hero's incredible abilities. Chandler was puzzled. Such wounds are usually deeper, therefore the incision should be smaller. But deeper, Lin tries to control the bleeding with his bare hands. But how will he operate? The hero noted that it was difficult to search for the liver with one hand in this position. However, he soon felt it, and then the victim suddenly screamed in pain. Passers-by immediately rushed towards the boy to keep him in one place. Chandler noted that Lin was all sweaty, as if he had been caught in the rain. Nothing else could be expected because it was very labor-intensive work. The man said that the ambulance was already on the way and that he didn't have long to wait. Lin thought, no matter how well his skill was developed now, he could only estimate the blood loss and reduce it slightly. He needed equipment, and the sooner the better. Then, passers-by said that there were traffic jams on the streets now and the ambulance would take a very long time to arrive. Lin shouted, asking who had a car. They urgently needed to go to the hospital, otherwise the victims would not survive. One of the passers-by said that she had a car, and soon the victims were loaded into it. The wounded were taken to the hospital, and there Lin handed them over to the safe hands of doctors. He wanted to perform a laparotomy, but he had no strength. He was not even able to raise his arms, let alone perform an operation. Now even the energy serum did not help him. He would be useless in the operating room. Then the hero washed himself, put on his jacket, and headed for the exit. He said he would take the next day off, and the nurse wished him a good rest. Then Lin thought, he doesn't want to keep the patients waiting, and that he should still come tomorrow. The woman immediately objected to him. The guy needed a rest. Today, he had already saved 2 patients without any equipment. But if he continued to strain himself like this, he would hardly be able to last long. The other nurses agreed with the woman, saying that the doctor was too hardworking and needed rest. The head nurse said that Lin's shift the day after tomorrow is still in effect, so it would be better for him to stay home and rest tomorrow, and one of the nurses, Olivia, would also be helping him the day after tomorrow. The girl gave Lin traditional Roman chamomile tea with citrus oils. It helps him sleep. Lin soon returned to his home clinic. The parents were incredibly happy to see their son home. They had already heard that Lin had saved people today and were very proud of him. Robert even called all the neighbors. Tanya said that her son deserves a gift in the form of 2 new cars. The hero thought that his parents were happier about this incident than he was. He was too tired to feel any emotions. Lin's mother didn't push it and sent the boy to his room so that he could get some proper rest. The hero took a shower and sat down on his bed. The system informed him about the completed task. The hero opened his gift, a basic treasure chest, expecting to receive another serum. However, this time the system granted him mastery of MRI reading and analysis skills. As soon as Lin touched the chip, he felt new knowledge filling his brain. With his early understanding of the anatomy of the upper limb, the information he could read increased significantly. Even when scanning, he could see that the magnetic field of his brachial plexus was uneven. He could see high and low contrast. The hero realized that he could clearly understand the structure of any problem. It was as if he had gained insight. He thought that the directors would definitely ask him where he learned this, but he was too tired to think about it for too long, so he fell asleep. In the morning, Lena was woken up by his mother. The boy was so tired that he didn't want to get out of bed at all. Soon the parents brought the hero to the garage, where the car was parked, covered with cloth. Robert said that even though the car was used, Lin should follow all the rules for its use. The man then removed the cloth from the car, saying that this black car was quite nice. Then Lin said that it was a red car, and what's more, it didn't look used at all. Robert was embarrassed. Apparently, he put it in the wrong garage. It was Tanya's car because she was uncomfortable without personal transport. Lin's parents told him that his car was right outside the door, and they jumped into the red car to try it out. The hero went out to the door and immediately saw a black car there. He smiled. She really was not bad. The next day, Lin arrived at the hospital in his new car, noting that it worked quite well for a used one. The nurses were surprised that Lin arrived in his own car. They took some photos and sent them to the general chat where all of Lin's fans had gathered. Arriving at the reception, the hero asked to schedule 5 operations for him today. The nurses immediately began to talk among themselves, surprised that Lin was taking on so many surgeries. They also noted that he got a car at such a young age, which means that his family is rich and has a good background. Vanessa overheard the girls' conversation and was clearly unhappy that the other girls were talking about Lena, as if they were dating him. Vanessa knew that Lin was working today, so she was extremely attentive. The girl approached the nurses and suggested that they organize some kind of event and spend time together. While the girls discussed the place they should visit, Vanessa watched Lin, hoping that she would be lucky enough to spend more time with him today. After some time, the girl came to the doctor's office, but Marty asked her not to make noise since Lin was busy. The hero studied the images. After a careful examination of the patient's MRI, he realized that it shows the external characteristics of all tendons, and even the internal state of the tendons. He could see a 3-dimensional image of each tendon. It looked very clear and distinct, and so he could come up with the best outcomes for the surgeries. Soon Lin went into the operating room. He said the patient needed to have an incision made on the side, which was quite unusual. Marty decided to keep up with Dr. Lin and read a lot of information about MTang, and although there are similar cases and practices, it was not the same. He noted out loud that this direction of the cut was rather unusual. Lin explained that based on the MRI, the force would be greater if the suture was placed on the palmar area. Marty thought that the doctor was strange today. He was a very disciplined surgeon, and his operations were carried out in stages according to the method. But today, his style had changed a little. Then Lin made another side cut. Marty was afraid. What if something goes wrong? The hero noted that everything was exactly the same as on the MRI. The palmar tendon was indeed weak and showed signs of rupture. With MRI, the opened skin looks great. As with a regular operation, the operation takes a long time, and the prognosis for safe suturing will be slightly different. Vanessa noted that the doctor began to operate better. Marty realized that everything was perfectly clear. He just needed to look more closely. Lin said that practice will greatly improve skills. He thought that before he didn't understand what MRI was, he could only imagine the patient's condition based on the description he received in the medical department and made the decision after making the incision. Now, everything is different. At the master level, it has become much easier for him to make plans for the operation. Marty said he was almost finished and would hand over the rest to Dr. Larry. Suddenly, Vanessa asked if Lin could give them a ride when she finished. The thing is that he and his colleagues want to go to Heidelau to eat some stewed meat. It's not that far from the clinic, and it's too difficult to catch a taxi during the day. The hero agreed, and the girl was incredibly happy about it. After work, Vanessa changed her clothes faster than anyone else to go to a restaurant with Lin and the other doctors. Suddenly, one of the nurses came into the locker room and said that there was a surgery in the emergency room, and Dr. Lin couldn't leave, so he apologized to the girl. Tears immediately welled up in Vanessa's eyes. Her plans to charm the handsome prince had failed. Lin also planned to devote the next day to work, because he was an intern and therefore had to work hard. Soon the time came for new operations, and the hero began to work even more diligently. He noted that the tendon rupture was consistent with the MRI data. As a result, Lin underwent several operations in a row. All the tendons were perfectly sutured. Marty noted that over time, Dr. Lin would accumulate amazing surgical experience. Once everyone had left the operating room, Vanessa announced that they had completed all of their work for the day. Then the hero said that he should go and examine the patients. Now that he has had experience cutting the arm and limbs, the time it takes to perform the surgery has been reduced. And since he now has enough of it, Lin has to make his rounds himself. After all, tendon injury surgery is important, but rehabilitation is also necessary. One of the patients said he wanted to show the doctor something. He picked up the berries and began to juggle them, thanking Lena for the excellent operation. Soon the system informed him of another sincere thank you from a patient. Lin noted that the previous sincere thank you was received after the director came on stage to make a statement. Now it can be obtained independently, and patients have always been grateful to Lin for the operation. The guy thought to himself, patients recover and are discharged during rounds. Apparently he's missed a few hundred. It seems his previous practice of transferring to hospital was a bit frivolous for him. One of the patients approached the hero, saying that he had done an analysis of the functioning of his hand, and they were simply amazing. Now he could lift 10-kilogram boxes. Lin said his arm looked good and the man would be discharged soon. Then other patients began to approach the doctor. They wanted Lin to examine them too. The nurse tried to stop the large flow of patients by saying that they should trust Dr. Lin because the stitches he made were widely recognized in the hospital. Then the girl gave the men a photo of the stitch of a previous patient in the recovery room and said that they should understand that this was rare. The patients looked at the photo with horror. The difference was indeed too great. But Lin's stitches were beautiful. Lin noted that he really just doesn't like the curves of the seams, the difficult angles, and the way the seams are positioned differently. Suddenly, the system notified the hero of new achievements. Apparently, they are accumulating. Lin then decided that he should stock up on extra chests. The next day, Lin also performed all the necessary operations, and when there were no patients left, he decided to go to the recovery room. Larry wondered why the doctor was coming into this room for the second day in a row. Vanessa began to suspect that he was visiting some nurse. Meanwhile, Lin had already headed to the right place, thinking that perhaps his patient would recover today. One of the nurses was surprised to see the guy here again. She thought he just liked getting praise from the patients, and then decided that this would be a great chance to try to charm Lin. The girl then raised the doctor's work up and shouted that Dr. Lin's suturing technique was well known in their hospital, so if patients had any problems in the future, they should contact Dr. Lin. Suddenly, one of the patients decided to ask why her stitches were different from the others. The nurse said that your position is a little unfortunate, but Dr. Lin is very good at what he does. One part of the wound runs along the lines of the palm, and the other crosses between the fingers, and the part where the suture crosses looks just fine, as if the woman drew it with eyeliner. The suture is very good. Dr. Lin chose a thin thread. The woman was pleased with this answer. The other patients also noted the doctor's high professionalism, and then Lin smiled. The nurse was very happy that she had raised the spirits of both the doctor and the patients. At this point, the system informed Lin of a bunch of new commendations, each of which awarded a basic treasure chest. Not counting yesterday's, there should be 10 of them. So Lin decided to find a deserted place to open all the chests. With these thoughts, he left the office. Soon the nurse finished talking to the patients and now intended to talk to her handsome prince. However, when she turned around, she realized that he was no longer there. When Lin found himself alone, he thought about it and used the M-Tang technique 100 times to get 10 chests. He was in the recovery room for 2 days in a row and there were 10 chests. In other words, if he wants more chests, he needs to put more stitches. If you think about it in that direction, it's not that difficult. Then the hero decided to open all the chests. Inside, there was a lot of energy serum, as well as a chip. He gave Lin masterful experience in microscopic paraneural anastomosis. The hero was distracted from his thoughts by Larry, who entered the office. He reported that a patient, a 31-year-old woman, had arrived to see them. She had fallen and injured her palm with a hard object. Lin immediately noted that it was the ulnar nerve. Larry was surprised. Was the doctor really starting to pay attention to nerve damage? The man replied that it was indeed him. Then Lin thought about it. He learned a new method that would be perfect for this operation, and he only needed to do it 3 times. The M-Tang technique was a fixed surgical method without any unnecessary steps. But now, there is paraneural anastomosis. It is basically the same as building a bridge. Only there are many details to consider, so he needs to start practicing. The hero asked his assistant to prepare everything for the operation. Soon, Lin was ready to proceed with the flexor tendon surgery with ulnar nerve anastomosis. Larry noted that Boss Lin always pays great attention to the incision, but now he made a really huge incision. It seems that this operation is much more difficult than the previous ones. The larger the incision made by the surgeon, the more difficult the operation will be. Lin does everything carefully. There are 3 types of nerve anastomosis: epineurium anastomosis, perineurium anastomosis, and simultaneous epineurium and perineurium anastomosis. Epineurium anastomosis is widely used, and perineurium anastomosis is quite difficult to perform. Although doctors could often perform a perineurium anastomosis with the naked eye, this is completely impossible. Without a microscope, it is impossible to see anything. Moreover, it is impossible to see how the 10-0 thread moves. This is the most difficult operation for Lin. Larry couldn't even tell if everything was going well. He had absolutely no idea what was happening now and what he should do. Lin noted that the perineurium is indeed very strong, just like the skin on a pig's thigh. Then Larry thought, Lin has enough time to talk, which means he is in complete control of the operation. And even though this is their most difficult operation, everything is going smoothly. Lin applied his new skill, and overall the operation went well. Soon he reported that he had finished stitching. Lin then said that he would leave the rest to the assistants and headed for the exit. Larry thought that there was very little work left. He had a lot to learn from the boss. After the surgery, Lin went to the office to get a drink. Chandler was surprised that he had already finished. Lin said if the nerve recovers well, the result will be good. Chandler decided to leave him, since the guy was confident in his success. Later, Director Josh would ask him about this. Dr. Chandler and Director Josh were interested in Lin's operations, not only because of the 3 types of anastomoses, but because the perineurium was the most difficult. Previously, the operations were only performed on the tendon in the first zone, and every time there were patients with an associated injury or fracture, the emergency department immediately refused it because no one in the hospital was capable of doing the most difficult anastomosis. Patients could get treatment out of province, or the director of hand surgery could provide them with care if they were not comfortable with these options. They could refuse the nerve anastomosis and just ask for the wounds to be sutured, and for more complex situations, there was amputation. If a doctor can perform anastomosis, then the scope and level of surgery increases. Doctors who can perform nerve and tendon anastomosis become a step above those who can only perform tendon anastomosis. Soon, Josh ran into the office and happily asked if Lin had really performed the perineural anastomosis. The hero answered in the affirmative. Then Josh grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the office, intending to look at the patient with him. The rest of those present in the office looked at the men with surprised glances. The patient slowly came to, and when she opened her eyes, several doctors and a nurse were standing over her. The woman snorted with displeasure. Josh was puzzled by this reaction. The nurse asked the woman, whose name was Louise, what was wrong with her, and the woman screamed that she wanted to be transferred to another room. Everyone present was perplexed, but the nurse promised to find out what the problem was. She asked why Louise wanted to transfer. The woman replied that she couldn't stand the green color of the walls in this ward. Among the 5 basic elements, the element of wood stands out the most for her, so she cannot wear green clothes. The woman was sure that she would not be able to recover in a room with green walls and would not be discharged from here. Josh and Lin exchanged glances. At first, they thought there was a problem with the department's equipment. But was it really just the green color? Josh smiled at Louise, saying that they had green walls in every room. Then the woman said that it wouldn't be difficult for them to repaint a couple of walls. She liked pink the most. Josh was already starting to flare up with irritation, throwing angry glances at the woman. Having calmed down, he asked Lin to perform an electromyography on the patient and analyze the recovery of the ulnar nerve. At this moment, the man wondered, did Lin John fail? Soon Louise was taken for an examination. They were met by a woman. She said that now she would take care of everything herself. It was Alicia, an electromyography specialist in the neurology department. Larry asked if she needed help, but the woman asked everyone to wait outside. Lin mentioned that the patient had some peculiarities, but Alicia didn't let him finish. She said that she had seen a lot of patients, so she wouldn't see anything new here. Then Louise asked her if her nerves were recovering. Alicia said they hadn't tested it yet, but for now, the woman needed to lie still. Then Louise screamed. She thought the doctor was lying to her. She said she asked her family, but they didn't answer. They were all hiding something from her. Suddenly, Alicia noticed a strange element of clothing on the woman. Louise said that she made this clothing herself. The old people said that the fabric should be red to resemble something pleasant, but its 5 main elements are pink, so Louise made the embroidery pink. The woman screamed again. She asked how long the doctor would test her nerves, and if she had problems with her head, she would just jump off the roof so as not to cause problems for her family. After this, Alicia immediately left the office, asking Lynn and Larry for help. An hour later, everyone arrived in the room, including Director Josh. Alicia said that she checked the patient. The test results were excellent. As it turned out, Dr. Lynn was right. The woman would be able to begin early rehabilitation. Then Josh suggested that the hero take a short walk. He said that Lynn could now perform such operations, but another doctor objected because the patient had just recovered. It was too early to make such decisions. Josh said that it is not uncommon for patients to need to have their damaged nerves fused, and as far as he knows, in Jiangxi province, it is possible to suture flexor tendons on your own. The number of doctors who practice perineural anastomosis can be counted on one hand. In a regular hospital, those who could suture flexor tendons, perform nerve anastomoses, and even perform orthopedic bone surgery would have to replant fingers all day long. Many of them were able to perform nerve anastomosis on their own, but most of them were specialized in the neurosurgery department. They had to perform a lot of cranial surgeries. They usually work all night. Many patients with flexor tendon ruptures associated with nerve injury are treated with good techniques and proper perineurium anastomosis alone, and the prognosis is largely up to them. Typically, large hospitals ask patients about amputation, but after Lena is checked for neurological damage, they will be close to becoming the largest emergency center. The doctor said he didn't mind, but the recovery period for patients with flexor tendon injuries was too long, and the recovery period for nerve injuries was even longer. They didn't have enough wards, so Josh ordered that their number be increased. The woman said that there were many patients with damaged nerves, and they would not let Lin overexert himself. Young people should not rush. Josh countered that everyone needed to take care of their health, and if the data on nerve damage was added up, the number of surgeries would not increase. At that moment, the director received a call and was told that the boss's daughter had been burned. The man asked to inform the team so that they could get ready. The doctor objected that the girl should have gone to the hospital since she had been burned, but Josh replied that she had burned her leg when she was pouring water. Soon, Josh and Lin arrived at the ward, where Chief Hao was already there with his daughter. Hao was the head of the health system. He apologized for the urgency, but his daughter Barbara had a problem. The man wanted to ask Dr. Lin to hospitalize the girl, but Josh said that he did not specialize in burns. Barbara said she didn't care. She just wanted to take a photo with Dr. Lin. Lin whispered that this girl didn't look like she was hurt at all. However, Josh said that she was the boss's daughter, so she had to do as she asked. Lin began to work on Barbara's leg, and she filmed his every move on her phone. The girl took photos in front of the doctor, as if she wasn't at all worried about her leg. Then Lin said that he had completed all the basic procedures, so he would come back a little later. Barbara was upset. She wanted the doctor to stay with her in case she got sick. The nurse said that Dr. Lin had other patients, but she was ready to help the girl at any time. Barbara turned away from the woman, starting to write on social media about how she had met the most handsome doctor in the hospital. The next day, the girl left the ward on crutches, holding a cup of tea with milk in her hands. She bought it especially for Dr. Lin. However, contrary to her expectations, the hero said that he did not want to drink tea with milk today and promised to return the girl's money for the glass. Barbara was extremely unhappy because the doctor did not drink the tea, so she did not need the money. Lin said that Nurse Marissa recently bought them lunch, so he was just repeating her kind gesture. Barbara visibly tensed up. This same Marissa was now standing right in front of her. She seemed much sweeter and more attractive to the patient. Then the girl angrily squeezed the glass of tea. She said that she came here because Lin had an enemy. She knew that Director Pan and Dr. Lin were using the M-Tang technique and even competing with each other. Barbara reported that Pan would soon complete his studies, and rumor had it that another Japanese man with a doctorate would return with him. And then he will work in this hospital. However, Lin replied that the number of patients who require the M-Tang technique is much larger than one could imagine, and he and Pan are not competing with each other. Barbara tried to object, because Pan was the deputy head doctor and Lin was just an intern. Patients would definitely choose the deputy head doctor over the intern. The hero assured her that their current patient coverage was huge. If Deputy Director Pan did not complete all the operations, he would hand over the remaining ones to him. Some patients were sent to other provinces or for amputation. So it's good that Deputy Director Pan is returning after training, Not to mention that the number of patients who need a certain operation is growing. Barbara stood her ground. She was sure that a Japanese man with a doctorate would definitely be good at using the M-Tang technique. Lin thought, this Japanese guy won't be as formidable as Shiro Hashimoto. They have to work efficiently, operate on average 1 finger per hour. If they succeed, then we will lose 18 healthy fingers every day. But a doctoral student from the renowned Keio University Hospital can operate on 1 finger for about 30 minutes. And if Deputy Pan invites another team to perform the operation for more than 10 hours, he can complete 20 or even 30 finger suturing operations. No matter how large the number of patients in Yunhai Hospital was, 60 to 70 fingers would be healthy. In other words, Lin would not have done anything anyway. Then the hero thanked Barbara for informing him and said goodbye to her. When Lin came into the operating room, he announced that he would increase the number of operations from tomorrow. He asked Larry to call Marty. They would start the operation at 3 a.m. and would also add a couple of hours to their shifts. So Lin Jiang will operate on Larry and Vanessa, and on the second one on Marty and Marisa. Soon Lin had collected 20 more chests and gained the skills of a specialist in cutting. Thus, he had excellent command of 7 techniques. The system reported that his M-Tang technique was ranked first in Yunhua City, first in Jiangxi Province, and 78th in China. And for every 200 to 300 operations, Lin would move up 1 rank, so he needed to try even harder. Soon Pan arrived in Yunhua, and with him, Hayato Ida, a medical doctor from Keio University in Japan, will be an exchange student in Yunhua for 2 to 3 years. The guy immediately noticed that the air here was quite dirty. Pan frowned. Yunhua is close to the sea. The air here can't be bad. And then said that if Hayato is always in the operating room, he will always have to wear a mask, but he will still have to breathe this air for 3 years. The guy said that it would be better to stay in the operating room. His respiratory system had not yet adapted to the local air. Then Pan said that for his own safety he should go to the operating room right now. The man thought, surgery in Japan is carried out in field conditions, but the results of intensive training are quite good, and now it's time to show his achievements to his colleagues. No matter what anyone says, the doctors in the operating room are like on a battlefield. The hospital prepared a whole celebration for the return of Director Pan. However, the man said that they could prepare some patients for him instead. Eugene, one of the best doctors in the hand department, chuckled, saying that the director was right as always. Pan asked the man to show Hayato the hospital. Eugene told the student that their department's operating room was one of the first-class operating rooms in Asia, and that Yunhua Hospital also had a floor where several departments shared operating rooms, and the wards were usually overcrowded. But that only showed how respected their hospital was. Pan explained that the recovery room is the most important component of the department. Suddenly, the man noticed that there were too many people in the room. Eugene explained that they were all from the emergency room. All of these patients were operated on by Lin Jiang some time ago. Pan said that he was quite good at handling the M-Tang equipment, but he was still an intern, only able to perform complex operations. Then he asked how many operations a day Lin performed. When he left, the number was 5 or so. However, Eugene said that things have changed now. Pan remembered that in the emergency room they were starting to anastomose the nerves, in which case Lin would easily die of exhaustion if he performed the flexor tendon anastomosis nerve. Then Eugene said that Lin now performs an average of 8 to 10 operations a day. Hayato couldn't believe his ears. No doctor can perform 10 operations without rest. Pan's face darkened. He decided that tomorrow he and Lin would definitely fight, and this guy would either have to cut down on the number of operations or fade into the background. Soon, Hayato and Pan organized a consultation. It lasted 10 minutes and cost 500 yen. People have commented that Director Pan and Dr. Ida are amazing, and the treatment is better than other hospitals. They are experts in their field. Pan asked Hayato if he was convinced of the effectiveness of joint consultation, but the student was dissatisfied. They would not be able to have so many patients. Pan thought that the student was going to perform about 200, 300 operations in China. But Hayato said that there would be inpatient consultations and meetings. If he went in that direction, he would be able to perform less than 150 operations, and his goal was to perform 600 operations in 3 years. The man frowned. 600 surgeries is not that big of a deal for China. They handpick patients and do the surgeries they like and leave the ones they don't like to Lena, because Pan wants to be known as a legend and then go to Beijing and Shanghai. And since he and Ida will be going hand in hand for these 3 years, he better do as many surgeries as possible if he wants the terms to remain in force. Hayato was very happy with this proposal and promised to begin the operation soon. Soon the guy arrived in the operating room. There were operations on the flexor tendon. At this level, for him it is rare serious operation. He has to take it very seriously. After some time the operation was completed, Hayato thanked everyone for their work. Pan was pleased. Ida used the M-Tang technique and the result was excellent. Dr. Sid sighed wearily. The operation was planned to be completed in 4 hours, but it was unexpectedly delayed by another half hour. Hayato then approached the man, asking if he could get an assistant for the next operation. Sid sighed resignedly, but still agreed. Ida was very happy and headed off to the next operation. Sid thought. He liked Lin John better. He could do 2 surgeries in an hour and also get big fees for 10 surgeries a day. Pan said they would work overtime until the patients ran out. Suddenly the man heard the nurses whispering among themselves. They were saying that performing operations every 4 hours was tiring. These surgeons were far from Lin. Pan and Hayato performed operations all night, and in the morning Eugene asked them how it went. The director couldn't guarantee anything, but he was confident in himself. Ida said that Director Pan did a good job. The guy was amazed at how quickly he put in the stitches. He did a very good job. Then Eugene whispered that Lin John had done more than the director. The thing is, he was still working and had no intention of stopping. Pan got angry and decided to pay him a visit. Meanwhile, Lin was in the midst of an operation. Larry asked him why they were doing this every day. The hero said that he would not be able to work when the number of patients was reduced. Larry was perplexed because the number of patients was actually increasing. The number of outpatients has increased. Yesterday, he received a call from the hand surgery department asking if they could accept a patient with a tendon injury and a torn nerve. Larry also heard that Director Pan doesn't do many surgeries. Lin asked why the number was increasing then. Larry explained that because of the reputation of Keio University Hospital, many patients from other provinces came here just to get diagnosed by a Japanese person. They don't have time to perform so many operations. Then, the hero said that he wanted to take all the patients that they did not have time to treat. At that moment, Pan and Hayato entered the operating room. Vanessa heard that Director Pan heard that Lin was still working, so he came to check out the situation. Pan thought that Lin looked like he was just starting out, and yet he was working with the M-Tang technique. The director thought about it. He remembered the times when Lin's stitches were much better than his. But this time, everything is different. The techniques he uses. Even the best doctors cannot achieve in a lifetime, it seems. It seems Lin has become more experienced. Then Pan decided to text Eugene. He asked how many transactions Lin had carried out in total. The answer shocked him to the core. In this short period of time, Lin John had performed 482 operations. Pan remembered Hayato's words about how he was going to perform 600 operations in 3 years, and now he couldn't understand how Lin was able to perform so many operations in that time. Through these operations, he acquired a great deal of knowledge about the anatomy of the hand. Soon, Lin reported that the perineural anastomosis was complete, and they needed to continue healing the flexor tendons of the middle finger. Pan asked Hayato what he thought of Lina. The guy replied that his skills were identical to those of the leading doctors in Asia. He was much better than Ida. Then Pan shouted, "Lin now prioritizes quality and beauty. Patients who come to the hospital with a hand injury will definitely prefer their department because they are professional orthopedists, and their experience plays a huge role. And surgeons like Lin Zhang, who are fixated on one thing, develop very slowly." Hayato squeezed the man's hand, saying that he agreed with him. The president of the hospital did exactly the same thing one day, and then the man realized that this was a sign of success. He would not let Lin surpass him. At that moment, Eugene ran up to the director and said that his sister had called. There was a fight at the construction site. They say that someone cut off the hand of Dr. Pan's son-in-law. His right hand is seriously injured, and he has almost reached their hospital. The man cursed. His son-in-law's small company had finally started making a profit after 10 years. Moreover, he was a designer. If his hand stopped functioning, he would not be able to work. He then ordered Eugene to think of a way to get Lin to operate on his son-in-law, but he must not mention the name to him. He must find a way to control the operation on his behalf. Eugene went to Chandler. He said that the patient was his relative. He started working at a construction site, and it so happened that a collector came there. Chandler said the patient was basically stable, had some minor blood loss. The main problem was a cut on his fingers. He asked if he should transfer the patient directly to the hand surgery unit. Eugene said he didn't mean it that way. He was hoping the patient, Justin, would transfer treatment to the ER. The surgery department is very busy today. There are two special patients waiting and it would be unethical to do so. But if they don't, the treatment will be delayed. The man replied that if he were sent to Director Pan, the treatment effect would definitely be better. But if he were left in the emergency room, Lin Zhan would be the only one who could operate on him. But it should be noted that he was still young, so he had little experience. Eugene said that he had already thought it all over. If Chandler would allow it, he would like to be present in the operating room. Soon the man arrived at the operating room. Director Pan often stayed with his son-in-law when his wife threw him out, so they had an exceptionally good relationship. He is afraid of his decision, which could negatively affect the operation, so he left it to Lin. The hero said that they would begin the operation any minute. Eugene noted that Lin's team works in a coordinated manner. He did not see any signs that they perform 10 operations a day. The chief surgeon is careful. Accuracy and caution are the foundations when performing complex operations. Suddenly, Eugene saw Lin just rip out a patient's tendon. He seemed to be pulling a piece of fatty meat out of a braised pork bun with chopsticks. However, Eugene should not be surprised by the tendon being torn out because it is later sutured. Soon, Lin announced that the first tendon was ready. It took him only 2 minutes. Usually it takes 20 minutes, but it took him only 2 minutes. Suddenly, the hero said that he could see almost nothing. He asked Marissa to wipe the sweat from his forehead. To everyone's surprise, Lin said that he wasn't feeling very well. Everyone present was stunned, especially Eugene. He was worried that something would happen to the doctor during the operation, and then it would be the end for Pan's son-in-law. Someone suggested that Lin had been poisoned by the pork trotters Larry had cooked, but the man replied that he personally bought them in the morning at the Donghu market, and no matter how tired he was, he always cleaned out everything inside to make the stew clean. Lin said that he had eaten little, and perhaps this led to a decrease in blood sugar, so Marissa suggested that the doctor drink dextrose. The operation continued. Lin asked to widen the surgical field, perform aspiration, and apply pressure on the gauze. Eugene cursed. It was a disgusting and irritating process, and they were all so calm. If the operation is going smoothly, the first and second assistants assist the chief surgeon. But when there are any difficulties, they become punching bags. After all, the punching bag plays an important role. It is the most important moment for maintaining safety in the operating room. Lin said there was something wrong with the needle and asked for a smaller thread. Eugene realized that the chief surgeon was back to normal. Lin was excellent at running the operations, and Larry and Marissa were there to help him. Eugene noted that his posture had changed. Now he could tell that he was quite qualified. The man looked closely at what the doctor was doing. He saw a paraneural anastomosis. Eugene had heard that he could only perform the M-Tang technique. He didn't know that Lin was also good at applying a paraneural suture. The more he thought about his seam, the more interesting and terrifying it seemed to him. A few minutes ago, Lin was playing around, but immediately became responsible. He is young and smart. Was it really just because he was his son-in-law that Vice Director Pan asked Lin to carry out this operation? Soon, Lin reported that his work was finished and invited Larry to continue. Eugene tried to stop him. He wanted Lin to finish the operation himself. He said that his relative was a businessman, so he really needed a healthy hand. The hero agreed and asked if Eugene wanted him to make a small or a large scar. After the surgery, Larry went to investigate. Looking at Dr. Pan's previous performance, he thought that something was wrong. At that moment, Eugene approached him and said that the rehabilitation center was under strict surveillance and that you couldn't just walk in there. Larry offered the man 2 pig's trotters in exchange for information, but Eugene said he went to the bathroom and didn't see anything. Soon, Larry entered the room where the newly operated patient Justin was lying. He asked where Pan was now. Justin thought he was operating on him. Larry then asked if he knew the department's deputy director, Pan. Justin said he was his wife's younger brother and asked to call both him and his wife here. Larry said he would have someone send Justin to a regular room. As soon as he left the office, he decided to call Director Josh to tell him something interesting. After some time, Director Pan's sister, Patricia, arrived at the hospital. She was unhappy. Her husband had been stitched up only 12 hours ago. He definitely needed to do rehabilitation exercises. She also doubted the reliability of the doctor who operated on Justin. The gentleman asked her to remain silent. He asked the woman not to mention his name in this department. The man understood that if Lin had not been a good surgeon, he would have had to operate on him himself. He didn't want to admit it, but this bastard was clearly better than him. Patricia screamed. Her husband, he did not sleep yesterday because of terrible pain. He got up for rehabilitation today before dawn. Pan replied that if he started rehabilitation now, there could be bad consequences. The chief surgeon understands this better than he does. Justin suggested listening to his doctor. Pan left the office. Josh and Lin were already waiting for him at the door. The director asked if he was visiting his relatives here. Pan had to answer that he was really there because of his relative. Josh replied that he was fine. He then called Lin to go with him to check on the patients. The hero went to Justin. Patricia began to bombard the guy with questions. She was interested in whether her husband would be able to function with his hand like a normal person. Lin replied that the problem of tendon fusion had been largely resolved, but that restoring full function to a seriously injured arm was quite difficult. Justin was confused because some patients had a similar situation, and everything was fine with them. The hero explained that getting an excellent grade is quite easy. Most of his patients get excellent grades after recovery, 98% in total. Under normal conditions, even if the patient received an excellent grade, this does not mean that his hand has recovered. It means that the patient is able to perform simple tasks and take care of himself. For example, he will not be able to move heavy objects. Tactility of the fingers may also not be restored. Justin then asked if he would be able to write, eat, shower, and use a computer. And Lin said that if rehabilitation was successful, the man would be able to do all of these things. Justin and Patricia were very happy with this answer and thanked the doctor for the operation. Soon, the system informed Lin that it had received another sincere thank you from a patient. There were 2 new skills in the chest: osteopathic manipulation and manipulation of the cervical spine. They were related to massage, and Lin really wanted to try it out. Osteopathic massage technique is the most commonly used non-surgical method of treating cervical spondylosis. Orthopedic manipulations of tendons are performed by pressing, rubbing, pressing, pulling, kneading, tapping, hitting, rolling, and pushing to relax the muscles. When combined with the technique of isometric relaxation from the sagittal plane, the clinical therapeutic effect will be so powerful that it will amount to more than 95%. Larry looked at Lin with bewilderment as he massaged his neck and shoulders. At that moment, Josh entered the office and said that he had wonderful news. He said they were running out of space in the recovery room. Tomorrow, there will be a group of sanitary inspections organized by the city administration personnel. Josh fought for a place for Lin. The hero became interested in what they would do. The director said that they were going to a sanatorium for veterans to conduct a medical examination for the elderly, and that they could have a good rest in a pleasant group. However, Lena was not particularly impressed by this prospect. Josh was really angry because he fought for a spot for him, so he had to go. The next day, Lin and Chandler went to the Central Beach Resort. The man said he was tired after the medical examination. The hero noted that the structure of Dr. Chandler's cervical vertebrae had changed and massage would not help him. The man saw Lin reaching out his hands to him and asked what he was doing. However, the hero did not notice anything. He simply decided to silently use his cervical manipulation skills. At first, Chandler screamed in surprise, and then he realized that it was very relaxing. This pain had been tormenting him for 2 months, but now it was gone. Lin explained that this was a masterful manipulation of the cervical spine. Chandler couldn't help but express his admiration. In his eyes, Lin was the best in MANHUA. At that moment, one of the nurses from the sanatorium came into the office. She said that her cervical vertebrae were not in order and asked Lin to look at them. The hero sat the girl down on a chair and began to massage her neck. The girl liked the massage so much that she couldn't hold back a satisfied sigh. The stiffness in her neck disappeared in an instant. After this, a whole line of visitors and employees of the sanatorium lined up to see Lin. Everyone wanted to get a magical massage. At that moment, the director of the sanatorium, Tony, entered the room. He was unhappy with what was happening here. One of the patients said that Master Lin gives a really cool massage. She suggested to the director to try it too. Tony was puzzled. The patients in their hospital were quite weak. The treatment was focused on rest, and this was an incomprehensible type of treatment. The man didn't want to hear anything. These people were breaking the rules in his sanatorium. Then Chandler and the nurse joined the conversation. They also offered Tony to get a massage from Lin, and the man agreed. As soon as Tony sat down on the chair, the hero's hand touched his neck, and then the man felt something strange. He felt like he was sitting with his family on a comfortable sofa. Tony could barely hold back his contented sighs. The sensations were so good. Soon Lin finished. He said that the director had hyperplasia of the bones on his vertebrae. That is, nothing unusual. Tony said that the hero really had good technique. He allowed him to massage patients if they did not make noise. All the visitors to the sanatorium immediately ran to see Dr. Lin, so Chandler was forced to make them stand in line. Among the visitors was a green-eyed girl. She thought about how she could finally find such a precious young man in such a place. She couldn't wait to get her hands on him. Soon it was time for the girls to go to Lin. Chandler pointed her in the direction, but she didn't even look at the man. Lin looked over his shoulder at the girl and asked her to sit down. The woman introduced herself as Lana, an agent for the Blue Star Entertainment Company, and asked if Lin had ever wanted to be famous. However, the hero ignored her. He gave the girl some ointment and asked her to apply it to her neck and shoulders. Lana wondered if he hadn't answered, relying on his handsome face, but she decided to sit down. She said that Lin looks great. With such skin, he doesn't need to use makeup, just a little foundation, blush, powder, highlighter, and eyeshadow, and he will look just perfect on stage. Chandler looked at the woman in bewilderment. She was clearly pulling the wool over the great doctor's eyes. Lana wanted to ask Lin about what programs he watches, but the hero answered in monosyllables and with disinterest. The girl realized that it would be difficult to persuade him, so she decided to move on to plan B. Lin noted that the girl was shaking as if her cervical vertebra was hurting. He then proceeded to massage using cervical spine manipulation techniques. The hero was sure that Lana suffered from spondylotic radiculopathy. She must be working in one position. Soon, Lana realized that Dr. Lin had created such a comfortable environment that she forgot about Plan B. Then she said that she had never seen anything like it. The doctor's technique was simply mesmerizing. Then Chandler intervened in the conversation. He said that this was an excellent reason for Lin to remain a doctor. Lana continued. She said that they had organized a concert tour for the day after tomorrow and gave Lin tickets for front row seats. She then left the office, asking Lin to be sure to attend the concert. Looking at the tickets, the hero noted that Mariabella was the star his mother used to listen to. 2 days later, Lin came to Manhwa Stadium with his mother. Tanya never thought that she would ever be able to attend Mariabella's live concert. The security guards at the entrance checked their tickets and let them inside, informing them that VIP guests had arrived. Tanya said that if she had known about the concert earlier, she would have brought Robert here. Lin and Matthew were preparing to take their places when suddenly they were called. It was Lana. She greeted Lin and his mother. The hero was surprised that the girl was waiting for him. Lana said that she called him herself. She then leaned towards him and whispered that if the doctor joined the Blue Star Company, she would guarantee that he would become as popular as Mariabella in about 2 years. Suddenly, one of the security guards approached Lena and said that Mariabella and her dancers had suffered cramps during the warm-up. The girl didn't know what to do. The concert was about to start any minute, and then an idea came into her head. She asked if Lin could use his massage technique during cramps, and the hero answered in the affirmative. Soon, Lana brought the doctor to the dressing room where the dancers were sitting. Mariabella and her dancer Sheila groaned in pain and rubbed their legs. Lin said he would have to massage his entire leg. Then Lana pulled the guy forward. First, it was necessary to cure Mariabella, and then to deal with the dancers. However, Lin did not go after the girl. He said that he would cure them all. It's not too difficult. It would be nice if Lana sat them together and let him massage them at the same time. Lana was not used to seeing this. Lin really did not divide people into celebrities and ordinary citizens. The girls were seated on a chair, and their gaze immediately turned to the handsome doctor. Lin did not waste time and immediately began the massage. Lana watched the guy with admiration. He had a look of high responsibility, love for his work, and a natural healer. It seems that no matter how much she tries to persuade him, she will not be able to make a star out of him, so she should give up this idea. Soon Lin finished. The girls thanked him for his help. The cramps passed. Their legs no longer hurt. Then Lana finally decided to give up on Lin and give him the opportunity to do what he liked. At that moment, the system gave the hero a new gift. Moreover, it itself opened the chest without Lin's permission. Inside was a reward for the finger replantation, which seemed very generous to Lin. At that moment, a man ran into the dressing room. He said that a man had fallen outside. His whole face was covered in blood. Lana was forced to ask Lin to help them again. Everyone ran outside, but the hero was perplexed because such a big concert was taking place here, and there was no doctor here. The worker said they brought in a doctor with quite a long medical history, but he couldn't even stop the bleeding. Hearing about the big medical history, Lin immediately remembered Xiao, the owner of the restaurant they went to recently. When he ran to the victim, it turned out that it was indeed Boss Xiao. The man smiled when he saw a familiar face. However, Lin asked him to be quiet. First, he needed to stop his bleeding. Xiao smiled and said that Lin was a very good doctor. Then he stood up and said that he was already feeling well. He would like to go to the concert because the tickets were quite expensive. Lin was surprised because the man looked worse since their last meeting. The hero knelt down and touched Xiao's stomach to conduct an abdominal examination. He then said that he shouldn't go to the concert today because he might have internal bleeding. Lin wouldn't be able to operate on the man without a scalpel, so they would go to the hospital now. Soon, Boss Xiao was sent to the Manhua operating room. Lin had already put on his white coat when Josh suddenly grabbed his hand. He told Lin to take a rest for the next few days. They had other reliable doctors in the hospital. Lin replied that he simply wanted to perform the operation. Josh stood his ground. He made the guy take a rest because now he has achieved perineural anastomosis. Most people think that he is a godsend for surgery. In the end, they talked and decided that Lin will do the finger replantation, and they sent him on rest so that Josh would have time to find a suitable patient for him. The hero smiled and said that he had thought about it. Then Josh asked Lin to listen to him and rest, and when he found a patient, they would work together again. At that moment, Vincent ran up to the men. He was pleasantly surprised to see Lin here, since he wanted to call him here himself. Josh guessed that the hand surgery department seemed to need some help. Vincent said the situation was urgent. The patient was a child. 8 of his fingers were completely torn off and needed to be restored. But the problem was that all the elite doctors were in the provinces or abroad. Lin thought, it will take 4 hours for each finger. It will take 32 hours to perform the operation. Moreover, the time for replantation of fingers should not exceed 25 hours. While the doctor performs the operation, it is recommended to cut the limb. Vincent said the plan is to open 4 groups at once to collaborate on finger planting. If Lin agrees, he will suture the tendons and perform perineural and non-neural anastomoses. Josh was sure the hero would do it. Lin changed his clothes and thought that he didn't have time to study the finger replantation to perfection. The first test would be in hell mode, but it was very exciting, and he liked it. Soon the men arrived in the operating room. Josh said that Lin would handle the stitches and anastomosis, and the rest of them should keep order and follow the plan. The hero decided to look at the MRI and X-ray. He soon came to the conclusion that he fully understood the condition of the nerves and the finger. But the most difficult thing remained. All the doctors were nervous. Someone made an incision in the wrong place. Josh called Lin over to him. The hero asked to put on him all the necessary items for the operation. He was ready to save the child. Marty was very nervous during the operation. Lin tried to reassure him. He needed to keep working as they were starting to treat the wound. The junior doctor of the hand surgery department, Felix, was present at the operation. He needed time to prepare mentally. He asked the second and fourth groups to report on their progress. The junior doctor in the hand surgery department, Howard, was finishing cleaning the wound. Lin was in the fourth group. He was already finishing with the bones and preparing for internal fixation. Felix was shocked. Lin Jian worked much faster than he thought. They were still treating the wound, and he had already finished. The man praised everyone for their excellent work and asked them to continue. So the operation continued. All the doctors worked tirelessly. For Lin, everything was completely familiar, and after a fairly short time, he announced that he would allow his assistants to stitch up the skin. Everyone was extremely shocked by the speed of the doctor's work. Marty felt like he was back in the emergency room. Felix was amazed. He had just finished the anastomosis of the blood vessels. In Lena, it only remained to put stitches. Apparently, he was good not only in the processing and restoration of bones. Their boss usually spends 20 minutes on stitches, and this kid from the emergency room has already done everything and is ahead of everyone. This is not right. One of the doctors asked Felix why no one was checking Lin from the fourth group. Marty shook with fear. He felt the man's gaze on him. However, Lin asked him not to be distracted during the operation, and then asked Felix how he could help. The man understood that now was not the time to sort things out. The other 2 groups needed help. They have only reached halfway, and the most important part, the blood vessel anastomosis, is still not completed, and the neural anastomosis, which is even more problematic, will take them at least an hour or more to complete. The patient is only 5 years old, and if they want him to be able to use all his fingers normally, they must take into account that every second counts. Lin doesn't lose to other doctors. Moreover, he is better than them. He is unstoppable. Then Felix asked him to continue with his left ring finger. The hero asked to bring him an MRI scan of this finger. Lin looked at the picture carefully. The stitches, blood vessels, and nerves match the last finger. But the fingers are broken in the middle. The bone should be shortened. The shortening of the finger bone will be about 0.5 centimeters shorter than usual. Marty soon reported that he had completed the suturing. Lin then asked him to perform surgical treatment on the ring finger of his left hand. The hero adjusted the position of the microscope and began further work. Soon they, together with Marty, announced their readiness. The ring finger was ready. Everyone present looked at the guy in amazement, not believing that he had already succeeded. Josh sighed and asked the men if they could continue. Lin said he was ready to work some more. Vincent said he would leave him the thumb on his left hand that was assigned to Dr. Felix. The man prayed to himself that speed meant nothing. Quality was the main thing. Lin thought, after the operation on 2 fingers, he adapted and now he can fully use his techniques. He asked Marty to finish treating the finger. The hero thought that he wouldn't be tired if he hadn't used the M-Tang technique 3 times. But today, he was a little tired. And the finger transplant was not finished yet. Marty noted that he had never seen Dr. Lin tired during surgery, but today seemed to be more difficult. The hero understood that the operation was important, and therefore decided to take the energy serum. Marty noticed that Lin's energy seemed to have been restored. It even seemed to him as if tongues of flame were swirling around him. Meanwhile, Felix had just started with the middle finger of his right hand. However, he was curious about what Lin Jian was doing. As expected, he couldn't see the details, but he saw his calm expression, his precise movements, and the absence of problems, which meant the operation was going well. The surgical process looks like an elegant dance. Soon, Lin announced that he was going to perform a neural anastomosis and also needed to do a skin graft. Felix asked the boy to come help him as soon as he finished his procedures. As the man returned to his work, he thought, "This operation seems easy because of Lin." Meanwhile, half an hour had passed. Felix felt that he had already lost his former strength, since he could not finish even 2 fingers. Then he asked Lin to go and stitch up the artery. The hero thought, he can analyze how much time he spent to try to increase the speed of the process. The replantation of the severed finger went perfectly, and soon the artery was ready. The whole team looked at the doctor with admiration. After some time, Lin announced the completion of the operation. The system opened up several new achievements for the hero. All of them were associated with praise from colleagues. Lin himself was very satisfied with this operation. When it was all over, the hero was walking through the hospital corridors and suddenly met Josh, who for some reason had not yet left. The man asked why Lin's mother didn't come home when the big star was waiting for him. The hero was surprised. He couldn't believe that his mother had been waiting for him all this time. Soon, Lin and Josh headed outside. As soon as the hero saw his mother, he asked why she waited in the office when she arrived. However, Tanya was too busy talking to some people. Lin looked at his mother in bewilderment. Apparently, she had arranged something for him, but without his permission. Tanya screamed in surprise. She didn't notice that her son had come here. Lana and Mariabella stood in front of Tanya. The girl asked why Lin never came to the concert. The hero said that he is a doctor, his patients are his priority, and he will not change his profession to that of an artist. Then Lana said that it was not she who wanted to find Lin. It was Mariabella's desire. The thing is that the girl wanted to ask for a repeat massage for her neck. Seeing the confusion on her son's face, Tanya pulled him towards her, smiling tensely. She asked to spend 20 minutes and help the girl with her neck. It was important. And then Lin agreed. He said goodbye to Josh. Tanya thanked the director for his hospitality and asked him to come visit them more often. Josh waved them off, thinking that he was glad he didn't get into any trouble with this big star in the end. Then the man thought that with such success, and even with successful operations, he could gain enormous popularity. The next morning, Lin went to meet Mariabella after returning to work in the middle of the night, having only slept a couple of hours. The nurses asked why Lin had come after such hard work, but the hero wanted to check on the patient. Then, one of the girls remembered that the head nurse had asked her to pass something on to the doctor. The girl said that Lin didn't have to go to work today. The boss asked him to go to the conference room. At that moment, another nurse ran up to them. She was looking for Lin, and as soon as she saw him, she immediately called Justin here. The man stood with a gift bag in his hands. He said that he had been looking for a doctor all over the hospital for quite a long time. As it turned out, the MRI showed that the suture was only 0.1 millimeters, and Dr. Lin's suture turned out just fine. The hero did not understand why the man was holding a bag in his hands, and Justin explained that he had bought a gift for the doctor. The nurse then reminded Lin that the manager was waiting for him in the conference room right now. The hero headed there with Justin and Patricia. Inside, everyone was getting ready for filming. Willow, the reporter, noted that this all sounded like the beginning of a good story, and she thought Dr. Lin was complicated. The girl introduced herself to the doctor, saying that she had come here for an interview. At that moment, Vincent approached Lin and said that they wanted to make a report about the operation they had carried out the other day. Willow realized that Lin didn't have the interview skills, so she positioned the men in the right positions in front of the camera to make them look good. When everything looked great, The girl turned on the camera and got ready for the interview. The other doctors were a little jealous. They also wanted to get into the newspapers and interviews. Willow asked Justin to clean the gift crayfish and give them to Dr. Lin, so the theme of the relationship between the patient would be much more meaningful and realistic. The hero was perplexed. In his opinion, this was already too much. Vincent was a little indignant. Lin looked like he didn't want to take part in all this, but this was all for the hand surgery department, so they had to agree on cooperation. The man told the boy that all this was needed for their hospital. Meanwhile, Justin managed to take a crayfish from the bag, which he was very happy about. Willow was busy filming and really enjoyed the scene where the patient feeds the doctor. At that moment, a doctor burst into the office and said that things were bad. The old smoker, Peter, who had a transplanted finger, had a deterioration in his blood circulation. Vincent was already prepared for the amputation, but Lin said that there was no need to rush. They all needed to get to the operating room. Luckily for Willow, she had managed to get a good report, so she did not object to the doctors leaving. Instead, the girl followed them. Vincent asked her where she was going to film her material. Willow asked if she could go into the observation room. The doctor stated that outsiders were not allowed there. Then he added in a whisper that if the girl wanted to film Lin, she would have to ask permission from the nurse at the counter or find Dr. Larry. Willow headed straight for the reception area where Larry had just left. The reporter showed the nurse her ID and said she was there to get an exclusive story with Dr. Lin. The nurse said that she didn't know the doctor very well, but the girl could find his good friend Layla in the garage. Willow was interested in this girl. Could it be that Lin had a secret relationship with her? At this time, Layla was directing the ambulances in the parking lot. They needed to urgently prepare for the next car. At that moment, Willow approached her, showed her her ID, and said that she came here for an exclusive interview with Dr. Lin. She asked Layla how Dr. Lin, while remaining an intern, was able to become the iron core of the entire hospital. And in the girl's opinion, the answer was simple. This guy was a genius. Willow was surprised by such a short answer. Everyone here was somehow mysterious. Then, Layla put her arm around the reporter's shoulder and said that when she first met Lin, he was treating her brother. Sometime later, the girl told the story from beginning to end. Willow could not believe that the doctor had such a huge impact on this hospital, and did not think that this story was worth publishing. The reporter decided that she should find Dr. Larry after all and return to the hospital. The man was sitting in one of the offices. He asked what Willow would like to know about Lena. The girl asked him to tell her everything he knew about the doctor. Larry said that Dr. Lin from their department is the man who does what none of them can do. He works hard and spends so much time on surgeries that Larry once brought a diaper into the operating room to avoid going to the toilet. At that moment, one of the doctors entered the office and asked Larry to get ready. Dr. Lin was tired after the finger replantation surgery, and the doctor wanted Larry to perform similar surgeries with him. The man was puzzled, because usually Marty specializes in this and he works with emergency services. The doctor explained that Marty was now in the hand department, so Larry was the only one who could help Dr. Lin. As the man put on his clothes for the operation, Willow thought that she had found a material that she could sell, but she had to wait for Lin. Meanwhile, Vincent was talking to the patient's relatives. He suggested that they go into the room and take care of the patient. He told Lin that he could do without amputation, and he would call him when they had similar operations. Willow filmed everything that was happening. She was sure that Dr. Lin was the backbone of this hospital, and this was very valuable material. Larry soon arrived on the scene. Lin asked him if he was ready to perform the finger replantation with him. The man said that the M-Tang technique was very complicated. A huge amount of time had passed since their last joint operation, so he was only glad about it. Then Lin said that they would do 50 operations to start. He noted to himself that since the patient's family had thanked them, the system had given him a new mission. He had received a skill book, and now he had to perform 50 finger replantation surgeries. It was the first time he had seen such a task, but he could not wait for the reward in the form of a medium treasure chest. A day passed since then, and Lin and Larry's shift came to an end. The man was very grateful to the doctor for teaching him the new technique. However, Lin stopped him and asked him to be quiet. Willow was in the office. For some reason, she stayed in the hospital, falling asleep on the couch. Josh was sitting across from her at the table. He was also asleep, but he opened his eyes as soon as he heard footsteps in the room. He immediately jumped up from his chair and declared that he was waiting for Lin. Since Marty was no longer with them, the man found a new assistant for Lin, an outstanding doctor, Unity. The man then gently woke up the petite girl sitting next to him, who was also sleeping. It was that same Unity, she greeted Dr. Lin and said that she specialized in colorectal surgery. She studied at Tunzi Medical College. The men looked at the girl in bewilderment. Could this really be their new assistant and also a pro in colorectal surgery? Unity was embarrassed by such intense gazes and immediately became embarrassed. Josh was surprised. He didn't know that she specialized in this type of surgery. Lynn and Larry were even more surprised. Did Josh not know who he brought? Unity said that when she was a student, she specialized in emergency medicine, but now she is more interested in colorectal surgeries. She studied similar issues while in college. She even wrote a paper on the topic of research on the analysis of female students' behavior. Josh then asked the girl if the lecturer had allowed her to finish her studies. They talked among themselves a little more, and then decided to say goodbye. Lynn asked what they should do with the sleeping reporter. Josh said she wouldn't sleep long because she had to clean up soon. Then he picked up a whole mountain of folders and went about his business. The next day was the start of the next surgeries. But Larry was haunted by the question of what Unity had gotten when she had conducted the analyses for her dissertation. The girl explained that 44% of the students were sick with colorectal diseases. Among them, 70% were sick with hemorrhoids. Basically, half of them had anal cryptitis and constipation. Further studies showed that some had anal fistula and polyp of the membrane. In conclusion, it is worth noting that training, breakfast, water, unhealthy food, and fasting have a huge impact on the development of colorectal diseases. The university has toilets with showers, but unfortunately, female students are not used to washing their anuses after defecating. Soon, Lynn announced the start of the operation. He said that Larry would be the first assistant and Unity would be the second. Then the girl asked the doctor to wait 1 minute. The men looked at her in bewilderment, and then she said that they were working on a bruise. If the soft tissue damage is severe, it will be very difficult to successfully perform replantation. And even if the patient recovers, it will be very difficult for the patient to regain finger functionality. Larry noted that this girl was very knowledgeable. Lynn said the patient and his family were strongly demanding replantation, and then asked if Unity had been to the orthopedic department. The girl said that she had read about it and also often met them in her department. But at that time, she was most focused on foot bruises. Common leg bruises occur as a result of industrial or construction accidents. Therefore, when treating a patient, they must understand how the accident occurred. They will know the mechanism of injury by paying attention to the patient's condition, namely the area of injury. First, it is necessary to palpate the pulse of the main artery of the back of the leg. Initial treatment includes debridement, drainage, micromanometer, facial compartment depression, and antibiotics to prevent infection. 4 megapascals. Pressure is critical as it can lead to muscle and nerve necrosis and secondary fibrosis. Larry was surprised at how clearly the girl explained everything. She's almost like Boss Lynn. She also doesn't show her weakness in front of others. The girl said that was all she knew. Lynn thought, even though he had an ideal level, even his knowledge was not comparable to Unity's knowledge. She's a quick learner, so it'll be pretty easy to cooperate with her. He then asked her if she had had a finger replantation performed before, but she replied in the negative. The hero said that she should take the tongs and begin. While the operation was going on, Unity said that Dr. Lin had loosened the tourniquet, which meant that he had sutured the arteries. But now it would be more logical to examine the veins. Lin noted that this girl was capable of many things and asked her to wet her hands. To prevent blood vessels from drying out due to prolonged exposure, they should be moistened with a heparin saline solution. However, Unity spilled the liquid past her hands, and Larry barely managed to close Lin's glasses. As soon as the girl saw the empty cup, tears appeared in her eyes. Larry was puzzled. Unity was acting like she was in some movie. The girl sobbed, asking her to forgive her for her clumsiness every now and then. Larry asked her to be a little more careful next time. Lin also asked Unity to pour some more liquid. The girl began to water the right place, but did not do it quickly enough, and then suddenly poured out the entire cup with all her might. She began to cry again, apologizing for her actions. Larry noted that this girl was not very good with her hands. Suddenly, Lin noticed that there was blood on her gloves. There are strict requirements, especially for details, and the main one is not to have blood on clothes, since it can easily stick to the thread. The girl wondered where it came from because it didn't touch anything. Lin asked Unity to change her gloves and get a new pair of tweezers. The girl knew that tweezers are used to hold blood vessels. They are made uneven and have small ends. This prevents damage to blood vessels and other fragile tissues, which could otherwise cause pressure even with minimal damage. And now, Lin asked her to hold the blood vessel with tweezers. Unity aimed the forceps, trying to hold the artery, but she was unsuccessful. Lin said there was no need to use extra force or grip too loosely. Unity was surprised. It turns out that this does not require additional strength. When the girl succeeded, the hero immediately stitched up the artery and ordered her to move on to the next one. Unity was surprised by the speed of the doctor's work, and therefore was not going to relax. Lin then suggested starting a paraneural anastomosis. Unity said the effect of paraneural anastomosis is much better than epidural anastomosis, but it also takes longer and is not usually used in finger replantation. When performing a paraneural anastomosis, it is very easy to choose the wrong method. The girl thought that an epidural anastomosis would be more suitable here. When it comes to finger replantation, the price-quality ratio is not high. Everyone present looked at the girl in bewilderment, thinking that she had just said some nonsense. The girl continued, "The ulnar nerve is much easier to suture compared to the nerve of a severed finger. It takes less time, and the level of difficulty is lower. It is impossible to suture the nerves of a severed finger in the same time as the ulnar nerve." So, paraneural anastomosis was not the best solution. Suddenly, Lin announced that he had finished putting in the stitches. Unity looked at him in surprise, not believing that he had already completed such a complex operation. Lin didn't answer. He just instructed Lin to stitch up the skin and headed out. Larry said he never thought Unity would turn out like this. Her personality doesn't match her appearance. He explained that Dr. Lin was the best, extremely professional and amazing when it came to anastomoses, and the girl was always instructive in explaining the theory. Unity tried to explain that she didn't mean it that way, but it didn't matter. Compared to other doctors, it was easier to participate in operations with Lin. And since everyone here was in groups, the girl should know something. Unity thought that there was a special taboo against Dr. Lin. Then Larry explained that this was 10,000 times more terrible than any taboo, because once Dr. Lin starts an operation, he cannot stop. Larry soon reported that he was finished with the stitches. Unity was happy. It was her first time as an assistant, so she would be able to build a good resume. Larry said that she needed to rest before the operation. She didn't fully know Boss Lin yet. He also said that she shouldn't write everything down, but rather develop muscle memory. At that moment, a nurse burst into the office and said that Dr. Lin was waiting for Dr. Larry and Unity in the second operating room. The girl was surprised because the operation was supposed to start an hour later. Then she began to understand Larry's words. Boss Lin is not a newbie, and being a professional does not mean he has a lot of surgeries. It literally means he performs surgery after surgery. Soon the doctors headed to the second operating room. Lin said that Dr. Vincent asked them to come urgently. They just received a patient who is missing his right thumb. He planned to restore the finger from his big toe. Unity said the thumb is responsible for 40% of manual work, and without the thumb, a person would not be able to do many everyday things, such as holding a cup, writing, or fishing. When restoring the thumb, it is necessary to restore the functions of grasping and holding. Restoring a finger is considered a brilliant operation, but is Dr. Lin capable of such a thing? The hero said that Dr. Vincent gave him important instructions for this operation, and Unity had to research something similar in medical college. Larry thought, theoretical operations can't do such a huge job. Besides, for Dr. Lin, it's also the first time. Unity said the second big toe was the best option for recovery. Lin added that the patient was a worker. His hands were bigger than those of ordinary people, but unexpectedly his feet were small, size 36 or 37. Thus, in the hero's opinion, the right toe was the most suitable, so the task was to amputate the right toe. He asked Larry and Unity to treat the patient, but the girl again missed the tweezers and did everything wrong. Lin asked the nurse to bring all the sizes of Kirschner needles and all the varieties of threads. Larry asked why the boss didn't let Unity do the treatment. Then the hero called the girl over, asked her to wash her hands and take care of the equipment. Larry soon concluded that the processing was complete. Lin then announced the start of the finger transplant operation. When the toe was severed, he asked Unity what she thought about the operation. The girl said that there is a deformation of the patient's big toe. Based on the MRI data, it would be better to perform arthrolysis and then osteotomy. Larry was unhappy. The boss keeps asking people who are bad at handling and suction, and even increase the complexity of the procedures. What does he think? Lin thought to himself, although the difficulty had increased, everything was fine, and then asked to loosen the soft tissue around his big toe. Soon the doctor finished the suturing and asked to prepare for connecting the blood vessels. Unity was delighted. Lin's operation did not match her knowledge from books. She had to participate even if the result was bad. An hour later, the restoration of the big toe of the right foot was complete. Unity asked what the doctor's next operation was. She wanted to follow him. The hero was surprised. This girl had a very strong desire to work. Unity said that she is well aware that her skills are very poor and that it reflects poorly on Dr. Lena. But even if she does nothing, she believes that she can figure out and write down surgical procedures. Lin replied that this was easier said than done. Brief reports usually required colorful description, extensive research, and careful discussions. Reports were not at all easy to write. He stated that the girl could write to him and teach him whenever she wanted, and could always join his operations. However, Larry needs to practice more with Dr. Unity and also spend time practicing his pig's leg suturing technique. After work, Larry practiced with Unity, and when new patients arrived, he returned to the operating room and worked on Lin's team. A few days later, everything was ready. Lin performed 15 finger transplants. The gift from the system felt a little different than the intermediate reward before, but the hero hoped that the intermediate reward couldn't drop an energy serum. Lin didn't mean that it was bad, but if the blue tube equaled 10 or 100 serums, then it meant that he wouldn't be able to sleep for the next 6 months. Inside the chest was another flask, but this time it was an unusual elixir that increased all of the hero's skills for 2 hours. The system meant all the skills that existed in the medical world, and the skills with the perfect level would be upgraded to the legendary level. Lin wanted to use the elixir right now. He was curious about what the effect would be. However, he then exhaled and thought that he might need it in the future, so it was better not to use it for now. Meanwhile, the operations were over for today, so Lin went to rest. The next day, the hero went to the reception to ask if there were any operations for him today. The nurse informed him that Director Josh had cleared his schedule not only for today, but for the next few days as well. Lin objected. He knew that the operations could be suspended, but he had spoken to the director before and knew that the recovery period for finger transplants was long, and there could be many complications. But the director had already submitted an application for new patients, and shouldn't it have been approved within 2 days? At that moment, Josh himself approached the reception desk. He was glad to see Lin, and then reported that there was a big difference between the supposed situation and the actual state of affairs. Seeing that there were already too many patients gathered in the corridor, he asked to give him a couple more days. He would do everything so that Lin could operate again. The nurses replied that Dr. Josh spoiled Lin so much and the boy deserved it. Larry heard that they had no operations for the next few days and suggested that they take a rest. Unity was unhappy. She was just beginning to understand everything, and this break would ruin everything. Lin then said that the assistants could rest, but they had to take daily tests. While Larry was happy, Unity was very sad. She was sure that all the results of her practice would simply evaporate. At that moment, Chandler entered the office and suggested that Lin have some fun since he had no operations. He asked how good the hero was at abdominal surgeries. Lin said she could do the stitches, but she knew nothing about special surgical techniques and didn't know how to use a laparoscope. Chandler chuckled. After all, he was able to find something that the guy didn't know. However, it was an opportunity for him to learn something new. The operation had not yet been scheduled, but there was always a patient in MANHUA, so the men headed to the reception desk. There they met a young boy with his mother. Chandler said that the boy was not doing well. The woman screamed her son was fine at home, but now he is in critical condition. Chandler said that nothing was clear yet and asked the resident to escort the patient to the doctor's office. He then called Lin along with him. Apparently, the patient was suffering from severe abdominal pain. Another woman was soon brought in by ambulance. Her daughter said that her mother had an appendicitis operation at Yunhua Hospital last week, but now she was feeling unwell. At first, she had regular bowel movements, but then she stopped. No one paid attention to it because she had mild constipation before. Chandler said that her abdominal sounds are hard to hear. The doctors will do a CT scan and see the results. After that, they will do a regular X-ray. They suspect a blockage in the intestines. It can lead to serious consequences, but first she needs to pass all the tests. It looks like an age-related bowel obstruction, so it may not be simple, but regardless of the situation, surgery is necessary. The man said that Lin could be the main assistant, and then the hero said that he had to call someone since it was a matter of intestinal obstruction. It was Unity, and upon hearing the diagnosis, she immediately ran to the men. She specialized in colorectal surgery, so Chandler was going to give her a chance to show off her skills. Lin was surprised. Hadn't the man seen her work before? Chandler growled sullenly that Lin had simply never seen a bowel operation before. It was soon decided that the patient should undergo stenting. The examination results showed that the woman had intestinal stenosis, a narrowing of the outlet of the stomach. as a result of which the normal movement of food from the stomach into the duodenum is disrupted. Chandler handed everyone masks. This was one of the most dangerous types of intestinal obstruction. Soon, everyone went to the operating room. Whether Unity will be the second assistant will be decided after the incision is made. It turned out that the patient had not had a bowel movement for several days. This woman is 64 years old. She managed to eat 2 large bowls in one sitting. Her family was very proud of her. When Chandler made the cut, it became clear to everyone why he asked everyone to wear masks. He said there were 2 pieces of news, good and bad. Lynn preferred to hear the good news first. Then Chandler said that the situation was actually very easy. But there was also bad news. If they did not get a consultation in the general surgery department, they would have to do it themselves. Unity didn't understand why this was bad news, so Lynn asked her if she knew what to do in such a situation. The girl replied that it was necessary to remove the excrement in the proximal part of the intestine. Chandler confirmed her words. The patient had not cleaned it for a week. There may even be previous feces that were not completely removed during defecation. Then Lynn understood what doctor Chandler was thinking when he invited Unity to the surgery. To everyone's surprise, the girl was only glad that she would have to undergo such a procedure. Chandler initially thought she didn't realize she was about to remove feces from a woman's intestines. However, Unity knew what she was in for. She had read a special research paper. When they remove the excrement, different areas become infected. So for this procedure, they use special plastic bags that are used to create surgical gloves. Then insert another plastic bag into the intestines before tying off the end of the intestines. So they push the material from the intestines into a plastic bag, and if there is too much space, they replace it with another one. Chandler then said that Unity should perform this procedure. The girl was very happy. She finally felt like a boss. Soon she began the procedure. More and more bags were dropped onto the nurse's tray. The girl was horrified by their number. Unity reported that these were only the overcooked portions, and that there would be more packets in the future. Soon the girl said that she was now in the lower part, and then she would move to the upper part and clean everything there. Time passed, and Unity was still going through this foul-smelling procedure, completely immersed in the process. Chandler was angry. The patient's stomach was open long enough. The girl should calm down after all. This is an operation, not research work. The man knew they needed a consultation with the general department, or they could simply be transferred to the department. If they were surgeons, they would be used for what was happening right in front of him. Soon, Unity finished the procedure and then the entire operation was completed. Everyone immediately hurried to leave the operating room and finally take a breath of fresh air. Chandler noted that the nurses and assistants were just a bunch of weaklings. They couldn't even resist Grandma. Lynn was surprised. He didn't understand what was good about this ability. The man thought, this child refuses to work with them. He remembered his school days. Every summer he went to the dissection room for self-development. There were a lot of corpses there, but they did not stop him. And now young people are too sensitive. Unity was surprised. Then the man said that in the past, many students used corpses to get rid of the heat in the classroom during the summer. Compared to what Unity just did, it was nothing. Unity said that they simply did not find anything interesting in that activity. Research in the colorectal field is very important. The girl remembered how she went to a subsidiary hospital to observe an operation. The patient she encountered had a fecal impaction. That is, this is the group that cannot be removed by defecation. Chandler said he knew what it meant. The girl wanted to continue and tell more about this incident. However, the man stopped her. He didn't want to talk about feces anymore. Unity apologized. She got too carried away and forgot that there were people who didn't like what she was interested in. Chandler replied that it was okay. Most people didn't like what doctors liked, and that was okay. When everyone left the operating room, Unity thanked Lynn for allowing her to participate in this operation. The hero said that everything was fine as long as she was interested. Then everyone decided to take a rest after a very exhausting operation. Unity decided to buy some pig's trotters for Dr. Chandler and eat them with him. When the man was sure that the girl had rinsed her hands before choosing food, he sat down and thanked her for the treat. He also invited Lynn to eat the trotters with them. The hero's face turned pale and he declared that he did not want to eat. He said he didn't like some of the ingredients. When everyone had finished eating, Chandler called Lynn along with him to wait for the next patient. The patient was said to have appendicitis, but the man knew that the guys had never removed an appendix before. The nurse brought the patient in on a gurney. Chandler immediately began examining. The pulse was not clear. The man suspected that it was the appendix. He said that he would do a scan. It was necessary to clearly diagnose the patient's condition. In any case, other symptoms would appear, and now they should go back and wait in the operating room. Soon, the scan results were ready and the nurse gave the folder to the doctor. Chandler examined the images but could not find the appendix. Lin noticed that the doctor was in a bad way and decided to help by using his MRI analysis skill. The system told the man that the patient had an intestinal obstruction and not an appendix at all. Unity came closer as soon as she heard the diagnosis. The men exchanged glances and then decided to suggest that the girl begin the operation. Unity was incredibly happy. She felt like God had blessed her today. After some time, the next day arrived. Charlie, Lin's classmate, was cleaning the hallways. New interns were coming soon, so he needed to work more and keep an eye on them as much as he could. He and Lin studied together. He and Charlie achieved nothing, but he became a professional. The guy decided to work harder so that he could catch up with him soon. Charlie was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't notice how he accidentally bumped into Larry. The guy quickly apologized, and the doctor immediately realized that he was an intern. Suddenly, Larry took Charlie by the hand and pulled him along, saying that now he would do everything as he said, and then they would do something else. As the doctor walked down the corridor, his patients came out to greet him and tell him how they were feeling. Charlie was pleasantly surprised. He never thought that this would happen to him. He finally met patients in real life, and it turned out to be much more interesting than described in textbooks. Larry soon became exhausted and found it very difficult to examine so many patients. But Larry was very happy. He had never seen patients, and when he met Larry, he finally met them. Larry realized that he couldn't miss this chance and led the guy further, saying that after the inspection they had some more things to do. Soon the doctor brought the boy into the office, where there were boxes of pork and chicken legs. He said Larry needed to wash them and brush them, and then trim their nails. The guy asked if they needed pork trotters and chicken legs for him. Larry said he would find out if he stayed in the hospital longer. He also asked the guy to take a microscope when he plucked and trimmed the claws. Charlie was immediately motivated. This was his first serious assignment at the hospital. 3 hours later, he had cleaned all the paws. Larry returned to the office and was pleased with the work done by the intern. While the doctor was thinking about how else he could use this boy, Charlie asked if he knew his classmate, Lin Jiang. Suddenly, Larry had the feeling that he was in trouble. He asked the intern in surprise if he knew Dr. Lin. Charlie said that they had known each other for a long time and that they had gotten along very well at university. Then Larry told him to stop cutting the chicken feet's nails. The intern was confused because he wasn't finished yet. He became upset, thinking that it was all because he was working too slowly. Larry was quick to justify himself. He said that he didn't want to force him to do this. He just had an important patient, but now he was free. Charlie didn't calm down. It seemed to him that the doctor didn't need him anymore. Many doctors don't like that interns are perceived as toys. The head doctors understood this even more. Interns can't even be allowed near them. This was the only way for interns to acquire at least some knowledge, working and developing their intellect. Charlie knew he couldn't live without the experience of a resident physician, so he couldn't let Dr. Larry drive him away. The boy started cleaning his paws again and said he wouldn't leave until he finished. Larry didn't know what to do, because this was Lin's friend. And what's more, he wasn't sure he had the right to use interns at all. He never imagined that his path would be to be a teacher for a trainee. He stopped Charlie again, saying that he didn't want anything more from him. But the guy didn't calm down. He asked Larry to take a walk while he finished his work. The doctor felt very awkward. He had never met such charming girls before. Larry let out a tired sigh and asked what Charlie most wanted to learn. The intern was delighted. He would finally experience the real life of an intern, and decided to take advantage of this chance. Then he said that he had never been in an operating room, but he really wanted to perform the operation. Larry thought that since he was the boss's friend, he should take care of him, but if he got into trouble, it would be bad for him. The doctor said that Charlie should start by treating the wounds, since he had never performed surgery before. Later, there will be trauma patients. The intern will take care of them, and Larry will ask for an isolation booth for him. The doctor asked the nurse to bring the patients here. He then explained to the guy that in their department, patients are classified according to the severity of the damage they have suffered. Level 1 patients are dying. Level 2 patients with critical injuries are treated in the recovery room. Level 3 and 4 patients with minor injuries. Then he asked the intern if he knew what level 3 and 4 meant. Charlie knew that level 3 patients needed emergency care. Larry added that level 4 patients did not need emergency care. They were transferred to the outpatient department. The intern asked whether it was worth moving such patients to the outpatient department. The doctor replied that if someone asked him, he would have answered that this was private information. But relying on the good relationship between the doctor and the patient, they should be sent to the outpatient department. If they quarrel, then let them wait their turn. they will have to be treated anyway. So Charlie is better off not creating unnecessary problems. The intern listened to the doctor, spellbound, noting that he was too kind to him. However, he understood that the only people who were caring without reason were rapists and thieves, and all this confused him. Suddenly, a nurse entered the office and said that a patient had arrived. Larry asked to leave it for him. He asked Charlie to watch his further actions and remember them. When the doctor began to treat the patient's wound, Charlie was horrified. At the university, they had been shown something completely different. Larry explained that the cadavers in the anatomy room are in formalin for a very long time, and their patient is still fresh. As soon as Charlie heard this, he immediately threw up. Larry managed to push him away at the last second so that he would not accidentally contaminate the patient and his wound. When it was all over, the intern apologized for what had happened. As it turned out, he had hemophobia, a fear of blood, and this meant that he would not be able to operate. Charlie got angry. He wanted to operate because surgeons were considered the coolest doctors, and he saw a lot of blood at the university and he didn't feel sick. Larry asked him what he felt when he saw the blood. Charlie explained that he was simply disgusted. He had seen a lot of blood. He had been in the medical research department when he was an intern and had helped draw blood from patients. He hadn't felt anything then, and when he and Lynn were studying, he had been one of the few who had taken apart bones. Larry suggested that today was just a coincidence. Perhaps the guy hadn't had a long rest. He should take a break and come back tomorrow. The next day, Charlie came to the hospital again. He waited for Larry to hand him the tray, but he was still not there. Suddenly, the guy noticed a familiar figure to his side. It was Lin John. Charlie couldn't get through to his classmate, and Lin said he was in the operating room. Unity and Vanessa were puzzled. This boy was behaving too frivolously with the doctor. Charlie was glad to find Lin at work. He said that he had been to many different departments, doing many different things to see how operations were carried out. The hero realized that his friend wanted to see the operation, and then asked another doctor to refer him to a patient from the hand surgery department who needed the M-Tang technique. Soon, Charlie found himself in the operating room, his eyes immediately lighting up with interest. Lin gave instructions to his assistants, and the intern watched carefully, still in pleasant shock from finally being here. The hero announced the start of the operation and made the first incision. Charlie watched the operation very carefully at first, but as soon as the patient's skin began to be pulled tight, he suddenly felt beads of sweat running down his face. Vanessa noticed in time that the guy felt ill. She pushed him away from the operating table to prevent his vomit from getting on the patient or the doctor. Lin calmly asked for the cleaners to come and then continued the operation. Vanessa yelled at Charlie. This guy had the nerve to come to surgery with hemophobia, so now he's going to have to clean up this place. When the operation was over, Lin went out to his friend who was in a terrible mental state. He didn't know what to do. In the future, he wouldn't be able to operate. He wouldn't be able to feel the whole atmosphere of the hospital. The hero said that Charlie threw up because he saw dry muscles and tendons. He needs to concentrate on the operation itself, and only then will he be able to get used to it. The guy didn't know if he could even close the wound. Lin offered him osteopathic massage. However, Charlie was not sure about that either. He was afraid that at this rate he would soon be kicked out of the hospital, and he wanted to be as happy as Lin. So the hero said that he would introduce his classmate to Dr. Unity. Soon the hero brought Charlie to the girl, explaining that he was in a slightly specific situation and asked Unity to take care of him. The girl was intrigued by this peculiar case. Her eyes lit up with interest. Suddenly, a doctor entered the office and said that Director Josh was calling Lin. Unity said the doctor could go and she would take care of Charlie. When Lin walked out into the hallway, he saw Josh and Larry. The guy was holding a phone. There was a video of a report that was recently filmed in their hospital. He made it onto the Daily News, which was quite popular on television. Josh confided that their department wasn't the only one paying. The hand surgery department also chipped in. He explained that these articles were intended for a large audience, so they were obliged to pay. Lin suggested making a new branch since they had so much money. Josh chuckled, thinking that this kid only thought about surgeries, and then said that they would be opening a new department very soon. He then entered the office where Vincent was waiting for him. The man noted that Josh seemed puzzled by something. The director asked to dispense with formalities, since Vincent was not really worried about him. Soon, Lin entered the office and asked if Dr. Vincent needed anything. The man replied that the guy had done a good job. His operation had been a huge success and had even been featured on the news, so he offered Lin to be his assistant in some things. Vincent decided to tell him in confidence that they were talking about freelance surgeons. Lin knew that they flew to other hospitals to perform surgeries. These doctors were renowned experts in their field and the best in their region. Logically, there are two reasons why a hospital would hire such a surgeon. Either the hospital wants to improve their skills with his help, or they simply need help due to the serious condition of the patient. But whatever the reason, it cannot be said that he was hired based on skills. If we take the first option, the hospital needs a surgeon with a high reputation. This can motivate other doctors or establish a long-term relationship between the hospital and the surgeon. And the second reason is that the patient will know who is treating him and will trust him completely. Lin said he knew Vincent wanted to help him, but in terms of market competitiveness, he was not yet someone outstanding. Compared to doctors in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, Lin had no advantage at all. The director thought. Lin is not afraid of difficult tasks. He is afraid of the doctor who will work with him. Then everything will be simpler. The man said that the hospital actually invited him, and since he had been to several places, he was tired, so he and Lin could go together. The operation was not complicated, just two-finger replantation. The fee would be 10,000 yuan. He had already bought the tickets, so they could split the fee. Lin asked why they didn't call someone close to them since the operation was not complicated, and Vincent replied that the patient was sent to the Yiwan County Hospital, which was a 5-hour drive away. But if they took the high-speed rail, it would take less than 2 hours. They would go straight there and be back in time for dinner. The hero was worried that he didn't have a license to do such things, but the man said that the most important thing was to be polite to the other doctors. Soon the men arrived at the right place. Killian, the director of the orthopedic department at Yiwan Hospital, was already waiting for them. Other doctors and nurses came out with him to meet the men. They wanted to see Lin in person. He was so young and already a specialist, he looked great despite the fact that he worked tirelessly. Vincent said, "Doctor, Lin is a specialist in finger replantation, having performed over 100 operations as chief surgeon, with a total of 300 operations." The director explained to the hero that good doctors, and especially good surgeons, must be actors. There was a 10,000-hour rule. After 10,000 hours in the operating room, doctors suddenly grow old, and others become freaks. Killian was surprised. Lin was so young and handsome with a good medical history. Vincent said that recently, Lin Zhan had performed 3 or 4 fingers at a time. The results were excellent. He had made a lot of effort to invite him here. Lin then asked if they needed to consult first. Then Killian smiled and led the men inside, and indeed, they had business matters to take care of first. The consultation soon began, and for half an hour Vincent explained the situation to the doctors at Yiwan Hospital. He said that lately he has felt like finger replantation surgeries are identical. The men smiled and agreed with the director. He then said that the plan remained the same. But doctor, Lin had something to add. None of the doctors expected this young guy to say anything sensible. Then Lin stood up and said that the patient's blood vessel was displaced. He may have a ruptured venous arch of the spinal cord. During the operation, they need to make an incision and repair it. All the men present were shocked. This guy not only has a great appearance, but he is also an excellent doctor. Killian was shocked. This vessel is not the most important in the context of finger replantation. How did this guy know it was torn? If he can do this, then his resume is not fake. He can even become higher than Vincent's boss. Then Killian decided to ask Lin how he understood this. The hero said that there were clear signs of a rupture of the venous arch of the spinal cord. They should not waste time chatting while the patient's condition worsened. And as for the surgical plan, if they deal with the venous arch of the spinal cord, they would either make an incision and stitch it up, or they could not stitch it up. Here the doctors realized that they wouldn't be able to pull this off. They don't even know how to read MRIs, and this guy is saying things that are completely incomprehensible to them. Vincent said that Dr. Lin is excellent at reading MRIs, so it wouldn't interfere with their plan. Killian then replied that he would not allow Lin to be the second assistant. He would make him the main one in this operation. Then he sent the men to change clothes and go to the operating room. In the locker room, Vincent whispered to Lin that there would be fewer of them than usual, so they needed to be careful and more diligent. Lin thought, this is the so-called low-risk plan for multi-vessel replantation. The core of the replantation is the blood circulation. If the blood circulation worked normally, the other finger could be saved. Blood is the main energy supplier for muscles. Without it, muscles suffer from necrosis. However, connecting multiple vessels means that the surgeon must either extend the operating time or save it. Replantation of one finger is much easier, but when it comes to more than 2 fingers, the surgeon must calculate the time spent on connecting the other fingers. Everything is planned down to the smallest detail, even rest. Soon, all the doctors arrived in the operating room. Killian was ready to begin. Lin and Vincent demonstrated perfect teamwork, with the director noting that he felt so comfortable with Lin during the operation, as if someone was giving him a foot massage and singing him tea. He felt like he was running a marathon, like he was being supported by thousands of people. There was a cool breeze and calm, a relaxing feeling of the weight of the bottle in his hands, and ahead of him was the finish line and glory. All the other doctors were in shock. They had never seen anything like this. This guy doesn't kiss other people's asses. It's his ass that gets kissed. He has excellent skills. He's the only one in the world who can perform surgeries with such ease. After 2 hours, Vincent said he was tired and suggested that Lin switch positions. Killian was shocked. Could it be that the specialist had accepted his patronage? Dr. Lin will work in the place of Wang's boss. And if such a practice ends in failure, the hospital will be held responsible and they will have to pay financial compensation. Vincent shouldn't let Dean practice, but what purpose does he serve by giving his place to this guy? He decided that it was not worth asking the boss this question. He would rather ask Lin himself. He approached the guy and asked what he was going to do. Then the hero said that he had no strategy. Killian then asked what he knew about this patient, and instead Lin turned to the nurse and asked her to pour the heparin solution into the vessel. He then explained to Killian that the patient's vessels were now slightly fixed and he would carefully stitch him up. Killian thought that Vincent should have known that such vessels were difficult to stitch up, and yet he refused his position, which meant that he was not confident in himself and gave the job into Lin's hands. This means that Dr. Lin is much better and stronger than Vincent, and he is the real boss in their hospital. Killian was so shocked that he was speechless. Vincent knew he had called Lin here to test his abilities. He said the guy was stitching up arteries much faster, and then said he needed 4 more stitches. This patient has the blood vessels of a 70-year-old. If Vincent had to resuture the blood vessels, he would do a great job. But it would take quite a lot of time and effort. The operation could last an hour or even more. If Lin accepts the challenge, he won't have to stitch up the old vessels. Killian watched Lin work in silence, as if the guy had grown extra arms. Soon the hero said that he had finished stitching up and could now stitch up the nerves. Vincent said he would leave it to him even if the outcome was not successful. Killian stood there in confusion, not fully understanding that the operation was already over. Then Lin asked him if he wanted to stitch up the skin. The man noted that Dr. Lin was a good team player, and since he couldn't understand what the men were talking about, he would have to lower himself so that he wouldn't get into trouble later. When Killian looked through the microscope, he was stunned with amazement. The blood vessel was in place. There was an excellent nerve anastomosis and an excellent position of the broken wrist. The operation was indeed over. All that was left was to stitch up the skin. Surgeons at large hospitals don't always have the opportunity to stitch up the skin, so the man agreed to do it. Soon the suturing was finished and the operation was completed. Killian quickly apologized to Chief Vincent and Dr. Lin for the inconvenience. When everyone left the operating room, he caught up with Vincent and invited him to eat together. The man thought, usually everyone leaves immediately after the operation. If they stayed, it means they will perform a second operation. Usually only the head doctors can perform 3 operations at once. The doctors from the hand surgery department were not able to do this, and he probably wants to detain him to ask questions. Vincent then suggested to Lin that they all eat together and then go home. When the men arrived in the dining room, Killian asked them if they thought the patient would get an A on the test. Vincent decided to ask Lin what he thought about this. The hero said that there is a chance of getting an excellent grade, but it is not high. You can count on a good grade, and there is also a chance of developing finger necrosis. Killian was in shock. He thought everything would be fine since Lin was such a good surgeon. He deceived Vincent by turning down the position of chief surgeon. Vincent asked Lin if it was because he didn't use the machine. The hero said that everything was fine, only the quality of the patient's vessels and nerves was very poor. They should check it based on an elderly patient after finger replantation. Vincent tensed. He didn't know that the patient had bad blood vessels. It would be problematic if the operation failed. While he was thinking about not finishing this operation, Killian decided that he would invite Vincent to take the place of chief surgeon. A few more seconds passed. Killian calmed down. This problem didn't seem so big anymore, and he decided to plan his next steps. He asked Lin what grade he thought the patient would receive, and he thought to himself that excellent and good grades were satisfactory results. If the score is lower, there will be many consequences. The functionality of this finger will be slightly better than amputation. We can say that the finger will not function at all. In other words, when the patient went to a famous doctor, it meant that the patient hoped to be cured. This is not just a passing level. If the surgeon does not reach, then the patient does not agree, and their hospital does not accept such. Killian also decided to ask what the chances of necrosis were, but Lin simply ate his food in silence. The man started to get angry. He wanted Lin to stop and answer his question. The operation could fail, and at this time he was eating calmly. Lin then said that the chance of getting an excellent grade was 90%. Killian was puzzled, because he had just said that the grade would be low, and necrosis could also develop. Lin explained that he didn't say exactly, but the probability of a good evaluation was relatively high. Besides, the probability of necrosis was almost always high. No one would be surprised if the old man had it. And didn't they want to be a little modest when explaining the situation to the patient's family? Vincent chuckled. This guy had caught him off guard at first, but now he understood what he meant. Killian was surprised. It turns out the operation wasn't a failure, and the probability of necrosis is only 10%. Lin was worried that the patient's family would be inspired by unrealistic promises, but Killian finally understood and thanked the doctor. Vincent said that at their hospital, Lin's patients receive an excellent rating 95% of the time. Killian laughed and asked to bring Dr. Lin with him next time. It would be a great privilege for their hospital. Their doctors would learn from him. Meanwhile, the nurses at Manhwa Hospital were wondering where Lin Ran had gone. Someone said that the doctor went home and came back to perform the operation. Then, Vanessa said that she saw him in the same group with his classmate. It was Yiyuan Hospital, but the nurses were unhappy that Lin was in the background in this photo. They decided to take normal photos with him, so that the other nurses would admit defeat and stop bothering him. The next day, Lin returned to the hospital and was immediately greeted by a crowd of nurses. They asked Lin to take a photo with him, but the hero was not very interested in it, but still looked at the camera. He asked if there were any patients with missing fingers today. Vanessa reported that the worker had lost 2 fingers in an accident and would be arriving at the hospital soon. He was from the city. His family had already arrived at the hospital. They were a woman and a little girl. As soon as the woman saw Dean, she asked if her husband had arrived yet and who would perform the operation on him. Vanessa said that the ambulance was still on the way. Then the woman introduced herself as Helena, the victim's wife. Lin greeted her back and said that he had not seen the patient yet, so he did not know the whole situation. Helena started crying. She wanted to tell the man their story. Her husband Victor works hard for the family. Her father died 2 years ago from cancer, and with his death he left them a huge debt. Victor's father also died of cancer, and unfortunately, he also had debts. So Victor began to work day and night to pay off the debts. Even when he rests, he works. Her husband helps their family a lot. He is not afraid of difficult and hard work. And now he has lost his fingers, so Helena is left with a small daughter without a hard-working husband and money. Lin thought that their story was really very sad. If the patient is not cured, it will be very difficult for their family. Lin then asked everyone to prepare and perform an MRI scan as soon as the patient arrived. The system informed the hero of a new mission. He needed to make a perfect stitch in order to receive a medium treasure chest as a reward. Soon Larry reported that the patient had arrived at the hospital, and Lin sent the man to prepare for surgery. Vanessa soon reported that the MRI was ready. Lin looked at the picture and thought about what kind of seam is considered ideal. It is impossible not to leave a seam. No one even paid attention to this, since it is impossible. People are not able to restore a finger to perfection. After all, they are not transformers. And from an aesthetic point of view, it is impossible to create an ideal seam. Lin decided to call a spade a spade. He hoped that he would succeed with the help of the serum. All you have to do is perform the operation perfectly. This potion will level up to legendary, so it's not worth wasting. When Lin came into the operating room, Larry announced that he had gathered all the best doctors. Everyone was ready to begin. The hero said that the patient is a worker. It is very important to successfully complete the operation. Everything needs to be done at the highest level. They will also conduct a short consultation before the operation. Everyone present was horrified. If Dr. Lin wanted to conduct a consultation, it meant the operation was very complicated. Lin tried to calm them down. He said he just wanted everything to be top-notch. The doctors decided to take another look at the MRI results. Lin noted that the wound was not complicated. The change was minor, and that surgeons had often made mistakes in the past and were not resilient enough. They were careless. He could use better medical materials and equipment, thereby possibly increasing the chances of perfect surgery. Soon, all possible preparations were completed. Lin decided to finally begin the perfect finger replantation. Suddenly, the hero felt as if he had missed something. The hero asked Vanessa to call pharmaceutical sales representative Juan from his phone. As soon as the girl dialed his number, the man immediately asked what happened to Dr. Lin. The hero said that he needed the best materials and instruments for microsurgery, in particular for finger replantation, and he needed them right now. Huang said that the Changxi Medical Company provides the best materials and instruments for microsurgery. Then Lin said that he didn't care about the price. He wanted the best materials and equipment within an hour. Huan said that there would be no problem with this. If Lin wants to try it right now, he can recommend Medtronic. They have a fairly large variety of materials and tools, and the price is not high. However, Lin didn't have time to figure it out. He said that he was currently conducting an operation. Huan immediately jumped up from his seat and ran to get the equipment. However, Lin had one problem. He had no money at all. And Huan stumbled and fell to the floor at these words. After that, he stood up, sighed, and said that it was no problem. He would arrive in an hour. After that, Vanessa hung up. The job was done. Lin was glad that he remembered this in time. The so-called ideal suture is not only in surgical procedures, medical equipment, and materials are very important for effective work. Mainly, the problem is their price, which is faced by the patient's family. Although the patient does not decide anything, but all this is absolutely necessary for the operation. Companies were at a complete disadvantage selling drugs or medical equipment, but their huge capital allowed them to promote the products. When a company promotes a new product, it gives doctors a lot of concessions. This is a common occurrence for doctors. Vanessa asked if they could continue, and at that moment someone walked into the operating room. One of the nurses said that the equipment and instruments had already been delivered and were free. Huan said he would deliver it in an hour, but less than 20 minutes had passed and he was already here, which meant there would be no more problems with finger replantation. And then Lin began the operation. Helena and her daughter sat near the operating room. The woman cried without stopping. She didn't know what to do if Victor became disabled. Then he wouldn't be able to work, and they wouldn't be able to pay off the debt. She was very worried about her family. Rumors will soon spread throughout the village. It will be good if they only come for her and her husband. But what if, because of the debts, they do something to their daughter? After some time, the doors of the operating room opened, the patient was taken out, and the operation was completed. Helena immediately ran up to Lin to ask how everything went. At that moment, Josh came up to them and said that everything went great. Both Lin and Helena were surprised to see the director here. Josh smiled widely and said that he saw everything. The operation was successful. Helena couldn't believe her ears. She asked again if her husband's fingers were okay. Josh repeated that everything went great. Now they need to concentrate on rehabilitation. If it goes well, then Victor will be able to work. Helena cried with happiness. Thanking the director, she asked her daughter to bow to the man as a sign of gratitude. Josh said there was no need. They were just saving lives and now they needed to let the patient rest. Helena said goodbye to the director and headed towards the exit with her daughter. Josh told Larry that Lin was too worried about the patient. He even thought that they were related. But Larry said that the doctor was more worried about the terrible financial situation. The director said that if the patient understands the costs, then everything is fine. Besides, he can use trial products. How could he use so many products at one time? Larry understood what the director was worried about. He was afraid that Lin might use imported equipment. Then, he said that the doctor was not yet accustomed, and Larry could not yet say whether he preferred domestic or imported equipment. Josh said he shouldn't get used to it or he won't be able to fully recoup his expenses. The director also said that this patient needs more attention. They should see how he feels after the procedures. Larry didn't understand why he had to tell Lin about the consequences. Now they would have to worry about being hated. If he were in Lin's place, he wouldn't say anything about money. Larry was annoyed. He didn't even touch the equipment. But all the questions were asked of him. Only Lin used the products and made decisions. And he was the one left holding the bag. Soon the man went to the patient's room where Unity was already there, checking the patients in the book, checking all the smallest details, such as the color of the fingers and the amount of blood. Larry didn't understand why she was checking patients so aggressively. She had already gone through many rooms. When the girl noticed Larry, she said it was his turn. The guy laughed it off, saying he just dropped by to see how things were going. Unity said she wanted to write a research paper comparing imported products. Larry saw the girl writing papers, and her latest work was published in an English magazine. Unity said that she didn't need to publish in an English journal, a Chinese one would do. Then Larry realized that he was the only one who needed to write a research paper to become a physician, and he hadn't done anything yet. A week later, an announcement came from the emergency department that academician Tobias and his colleagues from the Chinese Academy of Engineering would be visiting Manhua Hospital. All the major departments suddenly took up this. Academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering is the highest level a Chinese doctor can reach. Jacqueline spoke at the conference and she said that it was a very difficult goal to achieve, but they still hoped that the academician would help them improve the reputation of their hospital. Josh understood, simply put, anyone who showed up with this academician would become a popular doctor in the hospital. If he secured the support of the academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, he would be able to realize the dream of creating a large emergency department. Their department was worthy of it. When the day of the academician's visit came, Clyde got up early in the morning to wash all the tables in the office. The academician arrived that morning and met with all the heads of departments, visited the hand surgery department, the oncology department, then the orthopedic department, the surgical department, and will soon visit them too. The man thought that he had to start performing operations at 9 o'clock. On the one hand, it was good. On the other hand, it was bad, because his lunch would be delayed, which meant that he would not have the opportunity to meet this gorgeous academician. Then Clyde decided to turn to Dr. Chandler for help. He asked if it was possible to split the operations between today and tomorrow. The man lied that he had back problems and was unable to perform 2 operations at once. Then Chandler said that in that case, Clyde would take 4 of his shifts tomorrow. Clyde asked to be allowed to meet with the academic since the doctor didn't want it. But Chandler asked him to stop bargaining. Some people agree even when he offers 5 shifts. As it turned out, only doctors and chief physicians were allowed to meet with the academician. Others were busy with other things. At that moment, Lynn was making rounds of patients. There was already a nurse inside the ward. She told the patient that keeping the finger comfortable is the most important thing. It is very important not to panic and not to smoke. When the girl saw Lynn, she said that he did a great job. Helena and her daughter thanked the doctor for saving Victor. Lynn said it was just his job and then decided to look at the patient's fingers. At that moment, a man approached him and said that the restoration was going very well. The man said it would be better if they showed him the material. So Lynn asked the nurse to bring it here. When the girl brought the pictures, the man began to examine them with surprise. He asked Lynn to tell how he carried out the operation as the chief surgeon. At that moment, Josh entered the office and asked why boss Tobias was still here. They had been waiting for him for a long time. The hero was surprised. Could this really be the same academician Tobias? The academic said he had heard that the emergency department had begun to practice finger replantation operations, and he would like to see it. Josh was glad that Tobias noticed them. But Clyde was unhappy. It seemed to him that the man was spending too much time in this department. Everyone around was saying that Lynn's progress in finger replantation operations was simply excellent. Clyde chuckled in displeasure. He was sure that there were simply no suitable patients today. In fact, he was also not bad at orthopedic operations. When everyone gathered in the conference room, Tobias was shown the materials on the operations. The man noted that the operation performed 7 days ago looked great. The patient's fingers were recovering quite well. He would like to hear how it all happened. Josh asked Lynn to tell him how it all happened. The hero said that he spent more time than usual. The patient had severe vascular thrombosis. Josh noted that this kid doesn't know most of the surgical techniques, but he has a lot of great professionals around him. If he makes a mistake, he will immediately get advice, and everything will be fine. Lin Jiang talked with academician Tobias for more than 10 minutes, and the man found out that it was a routine finger replantation operation. So, thanks to his capable hands and excellent skills, the hero did a quality job. Josh thought to himself that Lin was just an angel. He would go far. Then he looked at Tobias. He looked incredibly pleased. Then Josh said that Lin Jiang is the backbone of their hospital. Of course, his skills are top-notch. Tobias said his skills were too good. Then he asked if it was true that they had so many patients in the department. Josh said that's true. There are more and more patients, so they are planning to expand. After applying for more rooms, they were out of luck because there are only beautiful hospitals left. The project has just started, and based on their statistics, patients stay between 40 and 50 days. Tobias thought that these patients needed a long period of time for rehabilitation, but basically all the big hospitals wanted success and popularity. He said these guys had an advantage because the emergency room is the only place where patients have to stay for a long time. And with those skills and advantages, they can solve problems for free. Then he told Lin that they had one patient, he had a sports injury. They didn't go to the main surgeon because they needed someone more qualified for this operation, so he decided to offer Lin a try. The hero and Josh looked at the man in bewilderment, not knowing what to answer. At this point, the system informed Lin that the task of creating a perfect seam had been completed and gave him a medium treasure chest. Josh thought it was best to ask questions like these as clearly as possible. Then he asked Tobias to tell him more about the operation. The man said that the operation plan was almost ready. They just needed a chief surgeon. Josh sighed. Lin had never been involved in anything like this before. He doubted the boy would be able to adapt. Then, Tobias said that it was easy to adapt. The whole problem was in skills. He had heard about the M-Tang technique that Lin used. Their Center for Orthopedic and Sports Medicine was preparing to perform tendon surgeries, and the man suggested that the hero try. Josh was surprised. Tobias knows about Lin's technique. It's just a miracle that he went to their department first. However, the hero said that he only worked with the tendons on his hands. Tobias said the guy has a good foundation. If he increases the intensity of his training, it will only take a few months to get used to the leg surgeries. He will be quite comfortable at his research institute. They have a lot of patience and excellent equipment. Then Josh realized everything. Tobias was openly trying to lure Lin to his side. Yunhua Hospital is considered the best in Jiangxi province, but it is still far from the whole country. They have a lot of patience, but the Tobias Center has even more. Joshu could only hope that Lin would not give in to temptation. Then the hero said that he liked practicing in Yunhua. It was comfortable, familiar, and usual for him, so he didn't want to go anywhere. At this moment, the system granted Lin a new skill, the technique of suturing the Achilles tendon at a perfect level. For a second, the hero felt new data being introduced into his brain. He felt like he had mastered the technique of suturing the Achilles tendon. Tobias continued. He said that their center practices some of the most advanced technology in the country. Their surgery is always in demand, so only famous athletes visit them. Lin could come to them for a few months. The hero said that he was able to restore the Achilles tendon. They didn't need him as the chief surgeon. He would practice in Yunhua, and he needed Tobias's help. He asked to provide him with patients with various types of Achilles tendon ruptures. The doctors present in the office were perplexed. This guy dared to just make a deal with such a great man. He became so confident in such a short time. It seemed to them that this kid didn't know the rules at all. How could he be so irresponsible? And why did this academic remember him so much? Tobias suggested that Lin first visit his institute, and then he could decide where it would be more convenient for him to practice. Josh was seriously excited. Lena was being offered something that everyone in their hospital dreams of. However, the hero only shook his head. Josh was deeply touched that Lin had chosen him no matter what. The man said that it would be better for Lena not to go. He should take someone with him. Josh pointed to Larry. He would follow Lin to Shanghai and coordinate all matters with him. The man was incredibly surprised that he was chosen. Tobias said their original plan was to find a professional doctor. Josh said they would cover all of Larry's expenses, and after a brief pause, Tobias agreed. All the doctors present were pleasantly shocked. Lin Zhan was a professional, which meant that soon their department would be on the front page of all the magazines. Tobias asked to settle all matters before leaving. They will fly to Shanghai the day after tomorrow. Josh said that Lin could go and not worry about her family. In the evening, while Lin was packing his suitcase, Tanya gave him instructions on how he should eat and what to do in emergency situations. And although the hero said that he was no longer a child, the woman said that for her, he would always remain a baby, and that it would be better for him to get a good rest and sleep before the trip. She suggested that Robert take his son there, but the man began to explain all the details, which caused a small argument between the spouses. After some time, Lin and Larry flew to Shanghai, where they were met by a certain man. It was Samuel, a student at Ju Institute with excellent skills, who greeted the men and said that the teacher had asked him to meet them. Samuel introduced the doctors to the famous Fuan Stadium in Shanghai, where their national football, basketball, badminton, and baseball teams like to train, and their research institute was also responsible for sports health. He also said that he could get an autograph from Lin's favorite athlete, but the hero refused. Samuel said that if the doctors stayed longer, they would see that popular sportsmen were people like them. When they were free, they would give autographs to the students. And then he pointed his finger at the star player of their badminton team. Lin noted that the man looked healthy. Samuel said that he was always healthy and it would be better not to jinx him. Lin wondered why he had to look at him if he was already healthy. The man asked the doctors to rest first. The hero objected. He can rest at any time, but he was not sent here to rest. Larry supported Samuel, because if the doctor wants to do a great job, he must first rest. This is far from Yunhua. Lin nevertheless agreed to take a rest, but even after several days he did not see any work for himself, while Larry, meanwhile, was jogging at full speed in a large stadium. Then the hero couldn't stand it anymore. They had been on vacation for a very long time. He asked Larry to go to the institute and ask about the surgery schedule, or he would do it himself. Larry said they were sent here for further training. Even if they don't do anything, they will still be qualified doctors. Everything will be fine. Lin looked at his comrade gloomily. He hadn't had any operations for a long time and he couldn't bear it. Larry soon went to the reception to ask Samuel when they would start the operation, since he was only allowed 2 days of rest. They only arrive for 4 days, and if the doctors don't hurry, Lin's boss will have to return to Manhua. Suddenly, Dr. Roland, a surgeon at the research center, approached the man. He was outraged by such arrogance, because Lin Zhan was just an intern, not a boss. Samuel wanted to stop the man, but he pushed him away. Roland had nothing to hide. In recent days, he had spent more time on research than on clinical practice. Larry tensed, his fists clenched in anger, ready to defend Dr. Lin's honor. Samuel asked the doctor if he had watched the video he had sent him 2 days ago. Roland said he had glanced at it. As he had expected, it was not at all interesting. Samuel reported that the teacher thought that Lin Zhan would perform the operation. Roland said that this was absurd. Lenny didn't need a normal Achilles tendon, he just needed to run 100 to 200 meters. Lin's plan was very dangerous and Roland didn't agree with it, since it was a big risk. He admitted that the intern's technique was indeed good, but he had never performed leg surgery. Then Samuel realized that the doctor had already seen everything, which meant he must have known about Lin's incredible success. Larry said that the finger replantation is his first microsurgery, and it will only get easier from here. The success of his boss is no joke. Samuel added that Lin was assigned as a teacher, and they can't guarantee when he will come back, doctor. Roland should just tell Lin about the operations. The man had no choice but to agree. Soon Lin arrived at the building and asked where the operating room was. Roland decided that he would now test his abilities because this guy was not in Manhua at all right now. Lin froze for a second. Not knowing what to answer, Roland thought he was scared. Meanwhile, the hero was thinking that the director allowed him to choose whatever he wanted, but the number was limited to 1 or 2 cases. But it turned out that you could choose anything, and this was great news. Then he asked if everyone was ready for the operation, and Roland panicked. He didn't expect Lin to act like that. The hero thought about it. Since everything here is new to him, he first needs to adapt to each aspect and create stability. He then asked to be given the simplest medical case. Roland thought it was a good choice. The man suggested doing a test before the operation. Their goal is an excellent grade, and a good grade is a disgrace. Their center wants doctors to perform operations according to the standard. Then these operations are criticized. Roland did not want them to use any habits, and he does not need to explain anything during the operation. However, Lin did not listen to his speech. He was immersed in analysis. Roland continued. He said that when they reach a certain level, they become the chief surgeon. If they are incompetent, it is within his rights to replace them whenever he wants. When that happens, they have no right to complain, because everything is based only on facts. Samuel asked Lin why he was silent. The hero replied that he had nothing to say. Larry thought, the boss never speaks when he does something, and he needs him to explain what he means. Then Larry said that Dr. Lin agreed with what Dr. Roland was saying. His opinion was based on using standard principles and striving for excellence. Replacing people was fair. Samuel wondered if Lin had done this on purpose. He couldn't believe that he didn't understand that this was a hardship, especially for him. The hero said that everything was fine as long as he could perform operations. Roland was going to see how he would handle the first operation. He said that today they will perform an Achilles tendon repair surgery. The patient is a 38-year-old woman. She has an Achilles tendon rupture. The examination shows that she has multiple ruptures. First, they will conduct an examination and then make a surgical plan. Lin was very happy that after a few days he would finally be able to work. Soon the operation began and the men set to work. Roland watched Lin's movements carefully. There was nothing unusual about them. The hero did all the procedures even before Roland asked him to. All the nurses got along with him very quickly. Lin worked so carefully and confidently, it was strange for Roland. He could not do anything about it before the operation, and now he didn't even think about scolding anyone. He had a strange feeling. The operation was going faster than usual. When the doctor just started thinking about something, Lin was already finishing it. The pace was too fast for Roland. He couldn't keep up when he was performing operations. He liked the feeling of completion and achieving something. He expected that the operation would seem difficult to Lin, and that he would make a mistake. The chief surgeon's authority over young doctors was to improve on the mistakes made by the trainees. The intern at the small-town hospital had never performed leg surgery before, and it was soon time for the next step, and the man wondered if Lin would make a mistake. He said it was time to stitch up the patient. Roland thought about it. In order to do this procedure, he needed an assistant, and now he wanted to see what Lin would do. He carefully watched his position. It seemed he was going to pinch the tendon. Then the man decided to change the operation plan. Then this child would definitely make a mistake due to incomplete adaptation. He really wanted to see the mistake and scold him. But then he could put the patient's life at risk. Then Roland told Lin to take out the tendon. The hero did as he was asked, thinking to himself that Dr. Roland had used a modified Kessler method. The man couldn't believe his eyes. Everything was going well. He then took out a tendon stripper and asked Lin if he knew what it was. The hero said what kind of item it was, and also that he had already used it. Then Roland handed the boy the tool and told him to use it. Lin took the stripper in his hands and used it on the tendon. Roland was seriously surprised. Even if this guy read 4 or 5 pages about this procedure, basically it takes a few minutes to fully understand, and he does this. Lin soon reported that he had completed the removal of the tendon. Roland noted that the result was not bad and then asked for a size 20 thread. Now it's time to stitch the Achilles tendon. In the orthopedic and sports departments, keeping up with the chief surgeon but predicting future steps is relatively normal. But now Roland wanted to see if he could predict his next move. It feels like he's in a marathon. No matter how hard he tries, he'll always be running behind, and Lin will be bringing him bread. It feels like he's never had such a stable operation before. Roland couldn't believe it. Would he really not be able to break Lin? The man continued. He deliberately made the operation more difficult for the guy, but he was the only one who eventually got tired. When they were preparing and discussing every step of the chief surgeon, he must always be ahead and pay attention to details. Any chief surgeon will fall in love with this feeling. Soon the operation was completed. Roland noted that Lin's stitches were perfect, much better than those the man himself had applied. It looks like all his hard work at this center is going down the drain right now. But it was very good work. Then the man suddenly realized that this was all a lie. The operation was so successful only because of their excellent cooperation. Soon, Roland announced the end of the operation and left the office, colliding with Samuel at the door. The guy said that the operation was recorded on video. He will send copies of it to Lin and academician Tobias. In the evening, Lin went to the training ground to get some fresh air. It was his first operation to put stitches on his Achilles tendon. As it turned out, the technique can be applied the same. Compared to the simple tendon, the Achilles tendon is much thicker. The Achilles tendon can be sutured without the aid of a microscope, with the naked eye. The Achilles tendon is subjected to a lot of stress, especially during running. And the main problem with rehabilitating the tendon is that it has to bear a lot of weight. This is quite a complicated operation, especially for ordinary people. If you follow the doctor's instructions, everything will be fine. But athletes are a completely different case. Athletes did not strive for a normal life. The better the flight, the more he brought his body to the limit. Lin's level is impeccable, so he can handle it. But if it comes to the best athletes, he is not sure that will be enough. Experience and training are needed. At this moment, the hero received a call and was told that academician Tobias had returned, so he needed to come. Together, they would draw up an operation plan. Larry told him that he would be the head doctor, and then their problems would finally evaporate. However, Lin was puzzled as to why they were suddenly having problems. They traveled 1,000 miles, all the way from Manhwa to Shanghai. No one knows them, and they had to go through a lot of hardships. Larry didn't cook stew for several days. Then he asked Lin to bring him a robe. It's at the nurse's station. Larry went there, but they refused him, saying they didn't have his size. At that moment, a nurse came out of the office. Lin asked if they had gowns. The girl immediately rushed for the robe and handed it to the doctor. She was very happy to do him a favor. When everything was ready, the men went to the right place. Tobias was already waiting for them. He was ready to start since everyone was gathered. The man said that the patient is 32 years old, single, works as a traffic inspector, was injured a few hours ago. His right heel is swollen, therefore he cannot move it. Terrible pain, he is unconscious. Does not suffer from any memory loss. He is not sick. There is no urge to vomit. His breathing is fine, there is no heart problem, no urinary tract infection. He then introduced Lin Terrence, a popular orthopedist who graduated from Shanghai Fudan University Medical College. Tobias also said that he gave him the right to stop Lin's operation. He wanted to ask the guy if he agreed with this, but the hero was perplexed. Would he really be the chief surgeon? The academician said that this is what he had planned. Terrence wanted to show Lin the patient's medical history and his test results, but the hero said that he wanted to check everything himself since he would be performing the operation. He said that he would look at the MRI scan transcripts himself. Lin thought, each specialist interprets MRI images differently depending on his specialty. The level of analysis of the hero's MRI should be no worse than others, especially since there are only images of limbs. Lin is responsible for this operation and does not want to make any mistakes. Terrence doubted that this guy could read MRI scans, but decided to give him a chance. Lin thought about it. He hadn't seen so many pictures since he first started using this skill. Then he decided to apply his MRI analysis skills. He found out that the injury was somewhere between the first and second level. Surgery was only needed for the Achilles tendon. A standard suture could be applied. Terrence was shocked. Everything he said was absolutely correct. His plan would be perfect for the upcoming operation. The director was right. Dr. Lin really is very unusual. Then Tobias said that Dr. Terrence would be Lin's chief assistant today. The hero called Larry along with him. They needed to change clothes for the operation. Terrence looked after the young doctor in surprise. Tobias grinned. He really was completely confident in himself. Then the academician said that he would go to the observation room, and he would leave today's operation to the men. The doctors were discussing the news that Lin Jian would be the lead surgeon today. Apparently, new blood was needed for development. Talent was certainly valuable, but trained skills were no less important. Then, one of the men suggested going to watch him work from the observation room. Roland followed the men, curious to see if Lin could pass the director's next test. Meanwhile, preparations for the operation were underway in the operating room, and nurses were helping Lin put on his surgical suit. They carefully checked the doctor's list of instruments and clarified all the details with him. The doctors watching the operation were shocked. They had never seen nurses so kind. Roland wondered if this was also part of Lin's skills. Soon Terrence asked the hero where they should start. The hero said that first he needed to draw surgical lines. Larry wondered if there was any difference between the lines. The hero explained that the black line is the cut line, and the white one shows the torn tendons. Terrence thought about it. Now he understood why Lin didn't want to look at the MRI report and looked at all the images himself. He wouldn't have been able to get this information from the report. Now the man understood that he underestimated the guy. He was simply amazing. Lin noticed that Larry was still confused and Dr. Terrence was sweating, needing to explain everything and calm the men down. He said that on the MRI images he noticed a high signal intensity in the area of the tendon. This tendon is harder and irregular. This is typical for injuries. This can be seen on the second MRI image with this signal. The rupture of the tendon becomes obvious. Now that everything should be clear to the assistants, Lin decided to begin the operation and made an incision. Terrence was surprised. The cut was made too quickly, and in the meantime, the hero began his first major case. It took Terrence a few more seconds to even register that the surgery had begun. Larry knew the doctor wasn't used to this pace. The boss was a typical solo surgeon. Usually, he already had a detailed plan for all his operations. Sometimes when the assistants failed or were distracted, the boss did not say a word and did all the work himself. Of course, Larry was the second assistant. He was better suited to Lin's style. Then, the hero said that it was necessary to put a through suture. This is a modified Kessler method, recently used by Dr. Terrence for quickly suturing a wound. The man understood that he had to read the MRI report. Then, he would be able to assess the correctness of the placement. Now, he would not be able to follow all of Lin's actions. He couldn't disgrace himself. He needed to work with Dr. Lin. It all started with the simplest seam, a through one. The doctors were watching the operation closely from the observation room and thought their screen had frozen. But Roland knew it wasn't a hang-up. It was exactly what made Lena so terrifying. The man even used this modified Kessler method to scare Lin, but he never expected that he would be able to repeat it. Soon the hero asked to prepare 10 surgical silk threads. Terrence was scared. These surgical threads, although considered thick, are still 3 times thinner than the 4 threads that Lin had not used before. But why did he decide to use them now? Lin explained that the rupture areas are not smooth enough. If they use 4 thread, then after the stitches are removed, there will be defects. If all the thin threads are used on only one of the segments, then a lot of stress will be applied to it, however. If they scatter the threads over the entire area, then the stress will be distributed much better. Although all tendons are elastic, it is the Achilles tendon that is the most flexible. This flexibility is very annoying during surgery when the surgeon tries to suture, and the Achilles tendon just gives in and stretches. But when the surgery is over, this tendon will be able to return to its previous elasticity, and at the same time it will begin to pull the sutures even more. But there is a fairly simple solution. The threads of different thicknesses should complement the strength of the tendon. This way you can ensure that the tendon will be strained evenly. Such a detailed and ingenious explanation shocked everyone. At that moment, Tobias entered the observation room and asked what was going on here. The men began to say that they had all seen those jagged ends on the patient's wound. There was so much blood, you couldn't even see the cut site. You could only see the ends of the hair on the skin, but that was the most. Tobias suggested that the doctor is completely guided by the MRI images. If you look at the location of the vessels, then this is possible, but then everything is much more complicated. Roland clicked his tongue in displeasure. This was already something out of the ordinary. He meant that Lin had done it all very quickly. His view simply couldn't be better than theirs. But even if he could see the uneven ends, how could he know what threads he would need to use? Tobias said that if they didn't fully understand his actions, they should just ask him. For educational purposes, of course. The man then turned on the microphone and asked Lin how he had determined the structure of the ends of the tear and what kind of threads he would need. The hero replied that he simply felt it when he took out the tendon. Tobias chuckled. Did this guy rely on his feelings during the operation? Lin then said that he was constantly massaging people's tendons, fascia, and muscles. He could roughly estimate the muscle tension using his hands. It shouldn't be much different. Terrence thought the guy was joking, but Lin was serious. The man understood that if this was true, then it was simply incredible. Then Lin asked to serve him the 3-0 thread. Terrence had been worried when he had performed his own Achilles tendon surgeries, and he had also relied on his own feelings. And now, as he watched Dr. Lin work, it seemed to him that he was doing everything correctly. Suddenly, Roland grabbed the microphone and shouted that Lin had to remember his duties, so he had to stop the operation right now. Then Terrence approached the man and told him to just watch and learn. Roland was furious at such an impudent answer, and meanwhile the operation continued. Terrence realized that without their influence, he would not have seen Lin's real talent. This man was simply amazing. Suddenly, the man was interested in something. The suture on the tendon sheath is so flat and does not bleed. Did Lin always use such sutures, or was it just an accident? The hero thought that even though he was a master at the technique of applying sutures, apposition sutures were not the best option. But when it came to the Achilles tendon, he had a head start, so he replied that he always did that. The doctor thought that Dr. Lin was very straightforward. Terrence then decided to be honest with the man and asked him how he practiced to learn it. Lin replied that he practiced on bananas. Terrence couldn't believe his ears. Was this really true? Larry thought that Lin was difficult to understand, but he had more outstanding skills. Soon, Lin reported that all the stitches were in. He asked his assistants to prepare the plaster. Then Terrence thought that something was wrong here. Why was he, a doctor, acting like a student and thinking that putting on a plaster cast was a reward? The men in the observation room watched in awe as the surgery was completed. Dr. Lin was incredible. He was a true example for the next generations. Tobias asked Roland what he thought of Dr. Lin's work, whether it exceeded his expectations. The man was angry. At the most crucial moment, Farley's treatment should not go to another, but he could not lie in front of everyone. The man then said he needed to watch several surgeries, but Tobias said Farley's surgery needed to be done as soon as possible. They couldn't watch surgeries forever. Roland thought that Farley would also want to see his chief surgeon at work. It would be worth calling him here, Tobias agreed. It was decided to call the man here. Soon a man in a wheelchair arrived at the office. It was Farley, the star athlete. Roland greeted the man and introduced him to Dr. Lin, then said that they needed to talk. He said that Dr. Lin was specially invited by the director to their research center to be the athlete's surgeon. And even today, he did an excellent job with the operation. Farley said he was pleased to meet the doctor, and Lin responded in kind. Then Roland said that he was Farley's attending physician. He should have said that Lin's operation today was excellent. But the difficulty of Farley's operation was completely different. It was much more difficult. The athlete decided to say it straight out. He was afraid of getting new tendon ruptures, so at the slightest doubt he would ask to change the doctor. After all, it could be very dangerous for him. Roland hoped that Lin would perform a few more surgeries identical to today's so that they could make a final decision. And if Lin met their standards, he would become Farley's surgeon, but if he didn't, they would be forced to consider other options. Farley liked the idea. Roland said that they would like to observe Lin's working style to be completely sure of the results of his operations. So it would be better if he performed about 10 operations. Lin replied that he could start now, when the patients arrived. Roland was surprised, but still said that he would organize it right now, but Lin needed an hour and a half. He wanted to have a snack. Roland tried to stop him, because Lin still needed to know the specific requirements for permission to carry out Farley's operation. However, Lin replied that he did not want this. It doesn't matter to him. It was academician Tobias who invited him to take the place of chief surgeon for this operation. But if the patient does not agree to the operation, he is not going to force him. After all, he is not his attending physician. Roland was shocked. He felt like Lin didn't understand that he would need to perform 10 more surgeries before he would be cleared to Farley. Lin replied that everything was fine. He could handle even more than 10 operations. Farley thought, after injuring his leg, he had visited many doctors, but no one had been as indifferent as this guy. Roland asked the hero again if he would agree to any operations. The guy answered in the affirmative. Then the man shouted, if the news that Lin would be performing the operation on Farley leaked out, everyone would immediately want to be treated by them. If the hero really wanted to be the athlete's doctor, he should think more about his work. Lin said that was stupid, they wouldn't have enough beds anyway. The hospital can do 3 to 5 finger transplants every day, but it rarely does 5 in a day. But patients need about 40 days to recover, and the hospital has about 70 beds, possibly 100 if they are brought in from other departments. Roland was shocked to hear about 3 surgeries a day. But Tobias explained to him that at MANHUA Hospital, Dr. Lin could perform an average of 10 to 12 finger transplants a day. Now Roland understood why there were not enough hospital beds. He was angry. The director should not lie to him. But he also worked as a surgeon, and performing 10 operations a day is too much. No normal doctor would agree to this. Anyone would simply die from such an amount of work. An ordinary microsurgeon will need 2 hours to operate on one finger, but a person is not a machine. With each operation, the surgeon will get more and more tired, and the transplantation will take even more time. Transplanting 7 fingers in one operation is already a challenge for any microsurgeon, and transplanting 10 or 12 fingers is something impossible. Roland then asked Lin why he joined their research institute. The hero said he wanted to watch the development of the Orthopedic and Sports Medical Center and understand their method of performing surgery. Roland sighed wearily. They saw them off like all normal people, but he didn't say it out loud. Farley then asked how long it would take for Lin to start. The hero decided to ask what Dr. Roland thought about it, since he himself didn't care about it. The man asked him to make sure that he had completed all the operations, and that was it. Soon it was night, and Farley dreamed of Lin saying that he didn't care about the operation. The man woke up in a cold sweat after all. It was an operation on his leg, and he definitely cares about it. At the Sports Medicine Center, Dr. Roland fulfilled all his wishes, even the completely senseless ones. They even renovated the room to suit him, but Lin was different. Farley hadn't thought about it before, but no clinic, even the best one in the world, could simply return him to the stadium. These are just half measures. A year of rehabilitation and an Achilles tendon that will work for a maximum of 6 months, or a short-term recovery, and a tendon that will work for no more than 3 months before a new injury. Farley didn't want this, so he decided to meet with Dr. Lin. Soon it was morning, and Roland was enjoying his breakfast at the rehabilitation center. Then one of the doctors told him that Lin Jiang had already performed 6 operations on his Achilles tendon. It was said that he spent the whole night on it. Hearing this, Roland stood up and walked out of the dining room. He couldn't believe that this guy hadn't stopped operating since yesterday. It felt like he was being made fun of. The man opened the doors of the observation room, where doctors had already gathered. They watched Lin's operation and were very interested in watching him work, as everyone said that it was normal for him to operate on patients at 3 a.m. Roland was furious. All the nurses should be mad at him by now, but instead, they gave him a hospital cap with rabbits on it. He wondered when Lin was going to finish and how many patients he had. His colleagues explained to him that he put all incoming patients on a waiting list. Apparently, he was going to operate on them all. Roland was shocked. He asked him to do 10 surgeries, and this guy was going to do them all in one go. Doctors reported that Lin's assistant was so tired that he simply could not move, so other workers decided to help him. Meanwhile, Lin worked tirelessly on the patients. He thought that before he came to Shanghai, he could only do 1 to 2 operations a day. There were too few patients, but now there was so much work that he could do at once, and it was incredible. At that moment, a nurse entered the observation room and said that Farley was waiting for Roland in the office. When the man arrived at the office, the patient Tobias and Terrence were already there. Farley said that Lin worked all night and he was watching him. He wanted him to be the one to perform his operation. Roland asked him not to rush. If he decided everything so quickly, then a lot of rumors would spread. But Farley said he didn't care. He wanted Dr. Lin to operate on him. A day later, before Farley's surgery, his fans gathered in front of the clinic, trying to give him moral support. Some were against the man being treated here, although this center is one of the best sports medicine institutions in the country. But there are many hospitals abroad that are much better than this one. Health is too important. Farley should not take risks, even if someone's reputation depends on it. Harry, a bespectacled man watching the fans from the hospital, thought Farley should have warned them first. They could have talked it out and done a pre-release news story, but it could have been worse. They just need to give a couple of interviews and they can turn the situation around in their favor. Farley asked if Dr. Lin was ready, and when they could start the surgery, Roland said that there was no problem with that. The clinic was ready, but they still needed to confirm all the details with the man's sports team. Harry said that everything was happening too fast. They should inform the heads of the team. Farley thought they knew he was in Dr. Tobias's clinic, but the man explained that they still had to report every action to them because Farley was one of the main members of the team. Everything depended on him, so it was logical that they needed to notify his team about every detail of the treatment. Farley said he can choose his own doctor and doesn't need anyone's permission. Then he asked when Dr. Lin would come to them. Roland said that he was still in surgery. He had already called him twice. Harry was surprised. Farley's operation was about to begin, and the doctor was performing other operations. Roland decided not to argue. Tobias would come here soon and explain everything to them. An hour later, there was a knock on the office door. It was Tobias. He said that Dr. Lin was still in surgery. They had so many new patients today, but the doctor remembered Farley's situation. He wanted to prepare everything for him in the best possible way. And for this, he was going to do all the surgeries at once today. The athlete said that after so many days of waiting, he could wait a little longer. Tobias added that if they want to perform the operation according to all the rules, then they need to prepare for everything. For example, Farley will have to eat a special diet the day before the operation. This will reduce the danger during the operation. The man decided to ask what the percentage of a successful recovery would be for his surgery. If Dr. Lin performed it, Tobias asked him a counter question. Does Farley want to continue playing sports, or has he decided to quit everything? The athlete thought for a moment and didn't know what to answer. He was distracted from his thoughts by the shouts of people from the street who had come to support Farley. Tobias continued that if Farley was going to retire, they could use a standard rehabilitation plan. Then they could guarantee that the risk of re-rupturing the tendon would be below 30%, no matter who performed the surgery, after which the man would be back to full fitness. But if he wanted to continue his career, then a standard rehabilitation plan would not be an option. Farley understood this. He just couldn't calm down. At that moment, Lin entered the office. Farley smiled at the doctor and asked if he would operate on him in these clothes. The hero noted that the athlete was in a good mood today. The man said he still wanted Lin to be his surgeon. He also said that he understands and accepts all the risks associated with this decision. When the hero received full consent, he decided to check the patient's leg using his skill. At this point, information began to seep into his consciousness, and data about Farley became available to him. Then he said that everything was normal and the patient could be sent to the operating room. Harry was shocked. Was the operation really going to start right now? Because the head of the team wasn't here yet. There were so many fans on the street. Farley had to meet them. Moreover, the man's family had come here to get him some clean clothes. Lin said that he is fully prepared to perform the operation now. He will finish in 2 hours. At this point, the system sent a new mission for the hero, according to which he must gain recognition and restore Farley's Achilles tendon to its original state. He is entitled to 1 reward for every 5% of the restoration of the Achilles tendon. Soon the doctors and the patient arrived in the operating room. Lin asked to begin the anesthesia. However, something went wrong. After the anesthesia was administered, Farley heard someone asking a certain Dalen to get up and take his medication, and then he fell asleep. Tobias and the nurse chuckled as they looked at the patient. Soon everything was ready. The doctors began the operation. Lin made the cut. Terrence was shocked. He did it so quickly as if he was competing with someone in the speed of execution. When the patient's skin was pulled back, he thought it looked like the goat slaughter in his hometown. When doctors reached the tendon, Tobias noticed that the ends of the tear fit together like a puzzle. Terrence was horrified. It was not good. The shape was very complicated. Of all the types of breakups, this was one of the most difficult. The man asked Tobias what they should do next. The academician continued to work together with Lin. They performed all actions simultaneously. Terrence looked at the piece of severed tendon. If this were a normal situation, the jagged ends would be fine. Some might even use them as a base to reinforce the suture. But now the patient is Farley, an athlete whose Achilles tendon is under strain that is not comparable to normal people. After a standard operation, his tendon simply would not be able to withstand this load. Now his tendon was a centimeter shorter than it had been. The anesthesiologist then asked if the man would be able to run at all after this. Tobias said if they do everything right, there shouldn't be any problems. Doctors and nurses watched the operation closely in the observation room. They did not understand what was happening, apparently. Something happened during the operation, and the doctors decided to act according to the original plan. The thing is, Doctor, Tobias's initial plan is to maintain the blood supply to make sure the tendon is intact. Blood supply to the medial side of the Achilles tendon occurs via the posterior tibial artery. Then it divides into 3 or 4 small arteries that are not visible to the naked eye, and the vessels on the sides of the tendon are not much different from this one either. The only difference is that the blood supply there is on the back of the fibula, and you want to avoid hitting any of these veins. There are about 8 small vessels and a lot of different arteries, and Dr. Tobias is hoping that they can bypass all of those vessels to keep the Achilles tendon as safe as possible. If everything works out, the probability of full recovery will be much higher and the time frame will be shorter, which will reduce all undesirable consequences from open surgery to a minimum. But this is impossible even after 10 years of practice. It is impossible not to touch any of these vessels during such an operation. It is impossible, even if you use something like the Da Vinci operating system to mark all the actions. With a real incision, it still will not help. And the location of the vessels in each person is quite individual. It is difficult to bypass them. One of the doctors remembered the director saying that work on the vascular system would be done at the very end. But if they accidentally touched too much, nothing would work. Theoretically, small vessels perform a compensatory function, even if they are cut. After a while, the body will restore blood supply through new vessels. But Dr. Tobias believes that such a recovery would be too long, and the surgery itself would not be of such high quality. In Farley's case, the surgery was performed on the Achilles tendon, the part of the human body with the poorest blood supply. It is simply impossible to hope for a quality recovery under open surgery in such a place. Doctors are not magicians. While the doctors argued in the observation room, in the operating room, Lynn finished straightening out the Achilles tendon. Now their task was to stitch the tendon, so they had to begin their difficult work. Terrence said it was almost impossible, but Lynn replied that if we talk about working on vessels, it is very similar to this. They started practicing on rat tails immediately after arriving in MANHUA. But the difficulty of finger transplantation is higher because transplanting all 7 fingers requires a lot of work on the circulatory system. But even that complexity simply cannot compare to working on the vessels around the Achilles tendon. Dr. Tobias's plan was to reconstruct all the actions during the surgery on each side of the tendon. He wanted to make sure that all the vessels would be restored. Even if they could not restore a couple of vessels, the effect of the surgery would be significant. However, Lynn was determined to do everything to preserve all the vessels. He hasn't been working at full capacity for a long time. The man asked the nurse to change the thread to a thinner one. Previously, he had only had to work with 2 or 3 important blood vessels, but now he could work with a complete circulatory system. It felt like he was given the opportunity to play the most important part in a finger transplant operation. This feeling was very refreshing. Tobias asked Lynn to make sure homeostasis was achieved, and he wondered to himself, was the guy really planning to completely restore the circulatory system? He asked the hero to select a few of the most important vessels for stable functioning, but Lynn said that he wanted to make a spare channel for blood supply. They were planning to restore 30 to 40% of the circulatory system, but they can bypass a lot of small vessels, which will greatly help in restoring the blood supply. Tobias was surprised this kid wasn't even trying to follow the plan. Apparently, he is trying to improve it. It's good that he's so confident, but he shouldn't go too far. Then the man gave the go-ahead, but Lynn had to make sure of the quality of his work. The probability of vascular spasm was still too high, and the only useful vessel was a working vessel. Lynn thought, the reason why patients who had minimally invasive Achilles tendon repair recovered and were discharged faster is because the vascular system around the Achilles tendon is preserved. As long as the Achilles tendon is sutured and the adhesion works well, it can recover to its original state. In fact, the plan was to turn the Farley Achilles tendon repair into an operation to repair the Achilles tendon and the blood vessels around it. But it is 10 times more difficult. Tobias was confident in Lena, but still very worried. Roland was dissatisfied. In his opinion, the director did not have much faith in this plan. No doctor would believe in it. An argument broke out between the doctors again. Some agreed with the man, while others thought he was just making a mountain out of a molehill. One of the doctors said that this operation was not planned by Lynn. He was just an executor, nothing more. One of the doctors was extremely surprised by such a statement. Lin's skills were incredible and his talent was simply unmatched. He was a first-class surgeon, and the man wanted to try to reach his level as soon as possible. However, no one could argue that the doctor worked very quickly. Terrence thought, this plan included maintaining the functioning of the vascular network and at the same time reducing the time of the operation itself, which meant the chief surgeon had to work not only with high speed, but also with high precision. Before that, he flew around the world to find the right surgeon. Operations of this level are fast and precise. They cannot be performed by ordinary 30-year-old doctors from some local clinic. They have too little experience for this. It turned out that doctors all over the world are about the same, perhaps only a little better. Terrence managed to meet with many famous surgeons, but they refused the operation which was planned by another doctor, especially since they had enough of their own work, and they did not need money. The director really made the right choice in choosing Dr. Lin. The hero said that if they finish this part, the vascular system would be ready. He has made the first of 2 vascular channels, and he only needs to make the second one. Suddenly, Lin felt a strange feeling. He asked Terrence to check the vessels while he changed his gloves and washed his hands. The doctor watched Lin leave, noting to himself that he paid so much attention to detail. The hero thought he had only recently read the research and therefore understood how much attention this operation required. The feeling he got when he touched the forceps indicates that the gloves are worn out. Studies show that when heart surgery takes less than 3 hours, gloves tear 30% of the time, and during 5-hour operations they tear 65% of the time. Also, if you do not wash your hands during this time, a huge amount of bacteria will accumulate on your hands, which can lead to undesirable consequences if the gloves are torn. Many hospitals want their surgeons and assistants to change gloves every 4 hours. But there are those clinics that require changing gloves every hour and a half, and they must avoid all possible risks. Soon, Lin returned. Terrence reported that he checked everything. The vessels were working fine apparently. Everything went quite well. Then Lin decided to remove the clamp and take a look at them. He saw that the blood was flowing well and the stitches were holding up well. Larry, along with the other doctors, were quick to praise Lin for a job well done.